Venmos, and the constant support that you have given us every single Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Also, we've got a message from JL Rip City. Thank you for the $6.66, JL. And they say, FYI, Truth Seeker in other lives defends marrying girls at puberty regardless of age. So it seems like Truth Seeker
Oof.
has a reputation on this app, and he thinks it's okay to marry
I
children as long as
just
they've hit
I
puberty.
just I just created this TikTok
Is
2
that
days
your
ago, bro.
is that your opinion that you should be allowed to marry children at any age as long as they hit puberty?
Does that look? I only follow
Listen,
from
it's
what
a
the
yes or no
Quran says
question. I'm
because
just asking you, do you think we should be allowed to marry children no matter what their age is as long as they've hit puberty?
no.
Okay, fantastic. Then the message I received must be false. Okay.
By the way, Justin,
Can I
you know
can I
the
can
only
I just
mention
search the verse in the
before you
Quran
go,
that talks
please.
about marriage before we
No,
continue?
you said the marriage of you said the Aisha was able to bear children.
Yeah,
That
we're
is what you
looking
said.
for that one. We're looking for the verse
I said
that
I
you
said
said.
Aisha was the age of
We're
puberty.
we're looking for the verse that said Aisha was able to bear children because she was already past the age of puberty when she was married. And he's
And by the
teacupped
way,
again.
Justin, the only mention of her, that is, it is indirect. Her name isn't mentioned, but it was when she was accused of committing adultery and cheating on the prophet. So God, he said that it was a lie, pretty much, in his book.
I hope she was cheating with someone that was her actual age because, ew!
He was a soldier from the battle.
Oh,
There,
She
gosh.
got
Well,
lost. She got
oh,
lost, and he found her, and then he took her back on the camel, and then they started talking about how she slept with him.
right.
oh, God. Please tell me he was at least around her
I
age.
don't know.
And then
He was
Oh,
14 though.
no.
there is
Oh,
another passage in
okay.
the Quran that talks about divorce, and there is specifically a passage that talks about how to divorce a girl that is not yet having her menstruation.
It is 65-4.
Yeah, I was pulling that up right now. Let me see if I got the right one. It says, as for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well. So if you're divorcing
Yep.
somebody, whether they're past menstruation or not, the waiting period is 3 months. This is the problem with religion is you have to justify absurd things, or else you just have to admit that the holy book says something crazy. Like you have to pick between reality and non-reality. I pick reality every
You
time.
you couldn't pay me enough to become Muslim. No.
No, no, this book is toxic all the way through. It says that if someone is an ex-Muslim, they need to be unalived. And I've
That
told,
isn't
what's that?
that isn't the hadith.
Is that a hadith or the Quran?
Yes. The Prophet says whoever changes his religion, unalive him.
Right. And this is not like something that people like don't believe in. I've told this story before, but my ex-in-laws, my ex-wife's parents they immigrated from Egypt because friends of theirs
Oh,
that were Muslim kept trying to unalive them, kept trying to burn their house down with them in it, and so they came to Canada in order to preserve
yeah.
their lives because this is a toxic religion.
As an Egyptian man, I'm pretty sure he knows how his. I mean, it's in the
Yeah.
accent. You could tell. Bibi, yalla.
Yallah.
All right, listen, truth seekers never going to find the passage they're looking for.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. Truth seeker, I'm going to drop you down. When you find the passage that you're looking for that doesn't exist, come back and we'll pop you up. I love the Muslim apologists that get up here and immediately think that we're going to have a discussion about their religion, but we're not going to bring up Aisha. You cannot be serious that you're going to get on a public live and we're not going to bring up Aisha. It's crazy.
I had a Muslim the other day ask me how have I verified that sperm is produced in the testicles.
Because, I mean, forget the whole field of science.
I had dissected testicles right in front of me.
Oh,
I opened up the camera.
Oh
that's a
no.
show right there. That's a show. Toby, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing, Toby?
Doing pretty good.
Toby, are you
You're
at least...
saying to
prove.
Toby, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. And
Yes.
is it safe to assume you're a Christian?
Yes, it is.
Cool.
So,
So what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why your God is real?
all right. So, there's no way to truly know for sure, right? And sorry, I'm a little sick right now, so if I sound stuffy, that's why. But to prove something is to show that it cannot be any other way, right? Now,
No, not necessarily.
kind of. But the thing is, I follow Christianity based off the evidence, and the evidence points to there being a higher being. Because,
Well, I already believe in a higher being, and his name is Doug. I want to know why your God is real, because I think my God is more real than yours.
okay, all right. Well, biblically, there were many accounts of Jesus, right? And this man, according to the Bible, he came and he lived a sinless life, right?
Why would you
There's no
think
way for me
that?
to truly know. There's no way for me to truly know, just like there's no way for me to know that Alexander the Great was a real person. But
Wait,
it's
but
my faith, and
why do
my
you
faith
believe he
that
lived a
died on
sinless
the-
life?
Because that's what the Bible tells me. And the
Okay, so it's
Bible
true
has
because the
been
Bible said
historically
it.
accurate. No, I never said that.
Okay,
I
so
said
then
I
why do you believe it?
off the Bible?
You believe it because the Bible said it.
Because
That's literally what I just said. Okay, so is it correct to say everything in the Bible is true?
I have not said that. I said I follow it based because that's what the Bible says, and the Bible has been proven to be
Toby, I'm asking you
accurate.
an easy question. If the Bible says it, can I be guaranteed that it's true?
Well, that's for you to decide.
Toby,
If
I'm
you,
asking you your belief system. Do you believe that the Bible is inerrant in all that it says?
well, I do not know that. Personally, that's not something that I know.
Okay. Capricorn, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. So, all right, I don't believe the Bible is true. You do believe the Bible is true. I have zero reason to believe that Jesus is the Messiah, based on the fact that he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. He failed his own second coming predictions, and he seems to be committing blasphemy. So why would I want to believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
What prophecies did he not fulfill?
All of them. Because
Can you give me
I can
a
bet
specific
money.
example?
Because I can bet money he didn't fulfill any of them. In fact, the ones that the New Testament says he fulfilled, he clearly didn't fulfill. You want to see? I got one already on the screen that we were reading earlier this morning. I was on a different session. This is Zechariah chapter 9. This is a citation from Matthew chapter 21 when he rode the donkey. So Matthew said that he rode the donkey in order to fulfill this prophecy. And this prophecy says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant, victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. And the battle bow will be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." But Jesus didn't do any of this stuff. He didn't cut off the chariot from Ephraim. He didn't take care of the war horses in Jerusalem. He didn't cut off the battle bow. This is about a victorious king, and Jesus was anything but that.
All right, I see your point here,
So
but it's not that he didn't fulfill any prophecies because he did.
well,
I'm
can
trying to
you
remember the
can you
specific
show me one?
verse. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the specific verse.
Well, before we start talking about prophecies, let's clarify what a prophecy actually is. This is always helpful for this conversation. A guide rail for prophecies is given in Deuteronomy 18. And it says, starting in verse 20, any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall be unalived. Which, this is why Jesus was unalived, obviously, because he was a false prophet. It says, you may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So a prophecy is something that the people hearing the prophecy should be able to test and observe to see if it comes true, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, a prophecy is also a specific genre, right? Like, I can't just go to any part of the Old Testament and call it a prophecy. It has to actually be a prediction for something happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like when I read, for example, this is Deuteronomy 20, it says, when you go to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take captives, so on and so forth. Is that a prophecy or is that just instructions?
That sounds more just like instruction.
Exactly, yeah. And then like in the book of Judges, have you read the Song of Deborah?
I have not yet, actually.
In, I think it's Judges chapter 4. Oops, wanted me to put the S in there. There's a war. Deborah and Barak are part of the war. They're fighting against Sisera, and then when they're granted victory, Deborah sings a song, and it says, when locks are long in Israel, when the people offer themselves willingly, bless the Lord. Is this a prophecy, or is this just a song?
That's just a song. That's just somebody praying.
Exactly. All right, we'll do one more example. If we go to...
Justin, hold on just 1 second, darling. Gunslinger wants to know, in your viewpoint, what is can you explain the difference between a Messiah and God?
Yeah, for sure.
He wants to understand it.
Yeah, yeah. So first of all, a Messiah is just somebody that's anointed, which in the Old Testament is a priest or a king. There's a case to be made that you might anoint a prophet, but typically anyone that's anointed is a priest or a king. So the Messiah is not God in the Old Testament. The Messiah is just a special king that comes from the line of David that's going to do a bunch of really spectacular type of things.
Could you interpret Isaiah chapter 9, verse 16?
Yeah, not a problem. But before we get to that, let's look at this real quick. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. And the more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Now, is this a prophecy or is this history?
That would be history.
Right, because it's talking about the past. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. So the problem that we have then is like when I go to the book of Matthew and go to chapter 2, and we're going to be in 13 through 16. Thank you for the Galaxy Gunslinger, big W. In fact, Gunslinger, we're going to be looking at our next passage is going to help you out with your question. In Matthew chapter 2, after Jesus is born, in verse 14, it says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt, and remained there until the unalivement of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. So this passage that we just read, that clearly isn't a prophecy. When we go to Matthew, Matthew's like, yeah, it's a prophecy. This happens over and over again in the New Testament. They just grab random verses and they say, well, it's a prophecy because there's a couple words on a page that sound familiar to our narrative.
And thank you, Forever Atheist, for the subby.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Okay,
Forever Atheist.
I see your point here, and I'm humble right now. I do not know everything in the Bible, and I'm trying to learn. That's why I joined these lives. I want to learn more.
Sure.
And I see your points here. And I'm not going to sit here and say I'm the most wise person on this topic ever. I don't know the whole Bible. So I see your points here. And I will I will read into these and learn more. I'm very open to knowledge. But somebody asked if you could interpret Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6.
Yeah, well, first of all, when we're talking about prophecies, it's usually not a good idea just to read a single isolated verse, because without the context, you have no idea what's even happening. And that's the biggest problem. Mac, thank you so much. Big W, Mac. Guys, we finally got a W Mac emoji in our emoji collection. Let's get some W's for Mac. So we need a little bit of context here for this prophecy. And there's a couple points of detail as well. Like we already said that a prophecy is something like a prediction or information about the future or about something that's going to happen. And what we find in chapter 9, verse 6, it says, for a child has been born for us. That's not in the future tense at all. It's saying the child has been born, a son given to us, and authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Now listen to verse 7. This is where people stop reading. You got to read 7. It says, "A great will be his authority, and there shall be endless peace for the throne of David and his kingdom, and he will establish and uphold it with justice and righteousness from this time onward and forevermore." So this is clearly about a king who's going to establish the throne of King David in peace. It's also true that this verse 6, if this was a really good smoking gun for Jesus, we would have expected that somebody in the New Testament would pick up on it, but they didn't. And there's a good reason why this isn't quoted in the New Testament. Would you like to see why?
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead and set up a new goal, darling. Mac just slayed that one.
Oh, damn. W. Mac, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So we're going to go to intertextuality.com. Usually it comes up pretty quick. Or not. Let me just... There we go. This is the intertextual .bible website, and it's phenomenal, although my browser is kind of slow right now. And it's going to load the edition of... oh, shit. Everything's freezing. Give me a second. Well, I'm trying to load the goal box, and my goal box is freezing. Then TikTok is goofing up. We'll wait on that. Okay, so this is Isaiah 9:6 from the Greek text, and the Greek text is the text that is quoted by the New Testament authors. They weren't quoting from the Hebrew. 9 times out of 10, it was from the Greek. And it says, "Because a child was born for us, and a son also given to us, whose sovereignty was upon his shoulder, and he is named Messenger of Great Counsel. For I will bring peace upon the rulers, peace and health to him. His sovereignty is great, and his peace has no boundary upon the throne of David and his kingdom, to make it prosper and uphold it with righteousness," and so on and so forth. So we've got this prophecy that seems to be about an actual king who sits on the throne of King David, and this is clear in the Greek text as well as in the Hebrew text. But Jesus was never an actual king.
Yeah, that is true.
Right? So this is kind of the issue with a lot of the messianic prophecies, because it seems to be that whoever the Messiah is, this Messiah is an actual king, which is why he's anointed, because kings were anointed. But we have nothing in the New Testament that would suggest that Jesus was ever a king, much less even anointed as a king. Like if he was anointed as a king by like the Sanhedrin, and then maybe he was just executed right before he could take the throne, that would get you a little bit closer to where you're going, but he wasn't even anointed. Also, who's it?
And thank you, Techman, for sending the 5 subbies, Techman.
Yeah, W Techman, thank you so much for the 5 subbies. We're going to hit our sub goal early today, guys. Thank you so much. So you see what I'm talking about, Toby, with these prophecies?
Yeah,
like,
no, I see your points. Yeah. And as I said before, I'm not the most educated on this. And that's why I joined these to learn. So I'm going to go look into these, but I really appreciate you for not being rude, like actually having an intellectual discussion with me, and also not taking stuff out of context, because a lot of people like to do that. And I really appreciate you.
Well, Toby, man, thanks for talking to me.
I appreciate you for being so kind. Like this is the first in a while we've had the believer that's willing to actually get like a criticism against their religion and actually do the research on it. You are more than welcome to come back anytime.
Yeah, come on back, Toby.
Yeah. If I see you again, I will definitely stop in. I really appreciate you, and yeah, I'm gonna look into this. Have a blessed night, guys.
Cheers. Have a good one, Toby.
You too. Blessed be.
Mac, thank you so much for all the hats. Let's get a big W in here for Mac. Mac's making it rain.
Mac is gonna hit it again.
Early.
She's gonna hit it again.
Does he have to be a literal king? Could it be figurative?
So that's what they keep trying to do with all the passages, because when they're not actually fulfilled, then you jump to, well, it's like a figurative fulfillment. But if we're saying that like we can have figurative fulfillments, then they become ambiguous. They can be fulfilled 100 different ways. I could make up my own fulfillments for them, and I have. I've actually got lists of prophecies that I fulfilled, as long as we're allowed to ignore the context. Welcome in, Joe.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, what do I call you? What's your name?
Well, my name's Justin. I assume you want to be called Joe?
Yeah, that's my name. I just wanted to know who I'm speaking with. I'm just curious. Are you atheist? Where's your stance completely? Or
No,
do you just say that
I believe
what's
in
written
Doug.
the Bible and all these religious books?
Doug is the one
after,
true Lord.
After death?
He is the necessary precondition for all intelligibility.
Okay, well, I mean, you seem well researched in Christianity, so I'm guessing you're a former Christian, and now you believe in Doug?
Yep.
Yeah, so you're saying that your strong point is basically that it's either historical or it's allegorical, right? Where's your stance? I mean, because I'm not sure where you want me to take this conversation, but because we could have a quantum physics conversation, which is basically proving the existence of God.
Are you a quantum physicist?
No, but I've studied with a lot of them.
Oh, you study with actual quantum physicists?
Yes.
Do you have credentials?
No, actually, I'm a college dropout. I'm a CEO of a big tech company, and I've been very deep into the space, and especially with in neuroscience with Dr. Joe Dispenza. Been doing a lot of his work, very tapped in with his community, and he's leading the way with neuroscience of what meditation does, and
Sure.
there's an energetic field.
I'm sure there is.
I
I want to know about your God because I already told you my God is Doug. So I mean, you're welcome to convert to Dougism. Do you want us to teach you how to Dougie?
Actually, I do know how to Dougie. Thanks. God taught me that.
Justin, my love, go ahead and set up a new gift call. Mac is slaying.
Oh my
tonight.
gosh, I didn't even. Big W, Mac. Thank you so much. So I want to know about your God. What's the evidence for your specific God?
Well, basically, I mean, one God, he's everything, and that's what the books, all the great books, they all speak about the same thing. Whether we call him God, Allah, or even how the Jewish people call him Yod He Vav He, which is what people think Jesus' name is Yahweh, which is actually what the Jewish people say. And the Jewish people.
I hope you studied quantum physics better than you studied religion. Also, Yolanda, thank you for the 666. Yolanda is confused. She says, I'm not sure who Doug is. If you're rooting for Doug, I will too. Sorry, Yolanda, you missed our last live. We all converted to Dougism recently. And
I was going to say, thank you, Kelt, for the $10 on Venmo. She wants to know, what is the difference between divinity and theology?
Well, I mean, divinity refers to an attribute of somebody, whereas theology is a process of developing thought around a particular deity.
I hope that answers your question, Kat, my darling.
I think what he was asking is if there's a difference between having a degree in theology or having a divinity degree. Is that what he's asking? Because
I think he was talking about the subject.
Yeah, if he's talking about studying the subject, they're essentially the same. Like if you go to school for a degree in divinity or you go to school for a degree in theology, it's really the same thing. It's they just have different names for it. So Joe, I know enough about the Bible to know that Jesus' name wasn't Yod He Vav He. So
no, that's how it's pronounced in Hebrew.
It's not,
which is the Old Testament.
Well,
Yod He Vav He, yes, it is. It's the Tetragrammaton.
Yes.
You're not like
Joe. Let me just help you out. The name that Jesus was given at birth would have been akin to Yeshua, which is the short form of Yehoshua.
I understand, but what I'm telling you is that God to the Jewish people, that is the name. But the way we, especially Christians, when we see that, how we decipher it is the name of Jesus.
It's not
the name of God.
Oro, thank you for the $6.66 as well. We appreciate that. Calypso says, Doug is Lord. Hail Doug. I agree. Hail Doug. So Jesus is not Yahweh in another language. They're different names. The name Yeshua is a derivative of multiple words. It basically comes down to Yahweh is salvation or Yahweh saves. So it's a combination of two words.
Can you answer? Can you ask? I'm not sure then, because what is the name of the Jewish people? How do they refer to as God? As the Muslims say Allah. What do they say?
Paquette, thank you for the manifesting. I appreciate that. So the Hebrew word, which comes from the Semitic root for God generically, is El. But it would be, we say L because it's spelled that way in English, but it's actually ale, like A-L-E if you pronounce it correctly. And then it's abstracted in the Hebrew Bible as Elohim, which is a concrete abstraction in the Semitic languages. And it would be like saying divinity instead of God. And we lost him.
No, I'm sorry. I was just pulling up Google of what I'm going to read to you. Can you hear me? Just want to make sure.
Well, if you swipe away from the app to read something, we can't hear anything you're saying.
Oh.
And he's gone.
And I'm trying to, I don't want to go from the top. I'd rather read literally what Google is actually telling me, because you're telling me I'm incorrect, and I'm telling you exactly Google standards.
Well, you are incorrect. So Yod He Vav He, the Tetragrammaton, is the name of Yahweh in the Old Testament. But there's multiple names for this entity. One of them is Elohim, which is more of a title than a name. The official name is Yahweh, Yod He Vav He.
Thank you.
But
Okay,
that's
so
not
we could
Jesus, which is what I was addressing.
I didn't say that. I didn't say. I said that to the Christians, when they see that being uninformed, they believe that they're referring to Jesus.
Aren't you a Christian?
Which is a former.
Okay, so you're not a Christian anymore.
Well, yeah, because I understood that, like the King James. Have you ever played a game of telephone?
Oh, yeah, I definitely have. Thank you, Mac, for all the cranes. W, Mac.
And, in the end, it's a different name compared to the one that it starts. And imagine how that is when you're translating different languages.
Yeah, I know how telephone works. Okay,
yeah,
so
exactly. So I'm just saying the Bible is written allegorically, but unless you know how to kind of decode it, which is why people study it, you can see its true meaning behind it.
Okay, so it doesn't mean what it actually says.
No, that's why it's the greatest book of all time. It's deeper. It's based off your level of consciousness and education that you can read through it, and it becomes multiple.
Interesting. Do you have an education in the Bible?
No, I mean I'm not a PhD, but I study. Just
so you've just read it. He's breaking up. I think yeah,
that's Adonai
telling
him to shush.
Yahoo is taking him.
No, I went to Catholic school, so I was exposed to it a lot more than others.
Sure. Okay. So, are you like a quasi-Christian? What's your religious belief?
I mean, I believe that they all are correct. There's just overlap, and there is a greater God. But these stories that man says,
I already told you I believe in God. I don't know why we're having this conversation. I just told you Doug is God. I don't know why we're having this discussion.
Well, I do believe that the God is imaginary, but it doesn't mean he's not there. If you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, we can only see a fraction of what's.
I don't understand. What are you arguing against? I just told you I believe in Doug.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
Did I tell you that there's no God?
No. You just said it's imaginary.
No. Your God is imaginary. My God's not.
Well, no. My God's both. It's not just imaginary. It's everything you can't see and everything you can.
Okay, so
God is
if there's
playing a character.
If there's no difference,
Doug is
if there's
God.
no difference between Doug and if there's no difference between your God and everything else, then your God doesn't exist. If your God is indistinguishable from anything else, then we have no way of knowing that your God is real.
No, that's why it's called oneness. It's called wholeness. The act of being holy is really the act of being whole.
It's called being silly. That's not what holy means. Do you know the root word? Do you know what holy comes from?
I could imagine whole. Go for it.
No, it comes from a Hebrew word. The Hebrew Bible uses a different word. It doesn't mean to be whole. You can't say that words have meanings because of the English language when those words originated in the Bible in a different language.
I mean, I wasn't referring to the Bible on that side. Those are teachings through. I mean, are you a meditator at all? Or is Doug? Do you guys meditate in your religion? What is?
Yeah, we pray to Doug.
Okay, so it's just exclusively prayer. It's not meditation.
Oh, obviously we can meditate to Doug.
Well, yeah. I mean, are you familiar with what the meditation's effect when there's multiple people come together where there's been scientific studies where
Buddy, I don't know why you keep arguing with me like I'm an atheist. I already told you we believe in Doug.
I'm not arguing. No, you're a smart person, but I think there's other things that
does your
could actually
script
open up your horizons.
does your script only work with atheism?
My script, I'm walking around in my crib. I'm not have my computer
Okay.
out, no references.
Fantastic. I want to know what is the evidence for your specific God. Is your God Doug?
Are you familiar with the 0-point field, the unified field?
Not so much.
Okay, are you familiar with the Fibonacci sequence?
I know what the Fibonacci sequence is.
The golden ratio?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how it appears in all are you familiar with Robert Edward Grant, his work, who's known as basically the Da Vinci of our time?
I don't think he's known as the Da Vinci of our time, or else we would have heard of him.
No,
do you think Da Vinci was unknown in his time?
No, I think Da Vinci was a complete scholar and had same powers to God as a prophet, as Muhammad and Christ.
I'm sure. Okay. Well, listen, it sounds to me like you just believe that everything is God, and you're welcome to it. I don't think you actually have a rational argument for why that is, and your connection is terrible, and we're only hearing about half of what you're saying. So I'm going to try to get somebody with like a real religion in here, okay?
You got it, man.
All right, cheers,
Appreciate
man.
you having time.
All right.
The only Dr. Grant I know is Dr. Alan Grant from Jurassic Park.
What is the point of thinking that everything is God?
That's my thought.
know.
If everything is God, then what's the point in even what's the point in having this deity? What's he do for you?
What defines God? Are we like the souls that make up God? What does that even mean?
Apparently, welcome in, Kraken. Kraken, Kraken, are you with us? Kraken, did you mean to request?
Oh shit! Sorry.
I got you. Don't worry. I'll drop you.
I think this is Kraken's way of telling you to start getting it again. It's almost winter.
It is about that time. Yeah. We got you, Kraken. Thanks for being here. It's time. It's about time to release the Kraken. I think this week I'll buy some more of it. Or try to get Dave in City or Dave in Sit TV. I don't know. These names are wild.
I can't even see him. He's not even. Oh, Divincative, I guess.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
These names are weird.
Anyways, he can't connect anyways, so I guess we'll move on to the next. Guys, thanks for being here. It's always a struggle sometimes to get people in the guest queue to actually turn up in the box. I don't know why it's so difficult. Like, I don't know. Although I've butt dialed before. I've butt dialed into a live, so it does happen. Yeah. How you doing, Tan?
I'm sorry. I joined by mistake.
Oh, no worries.
Didn't mean.
No worries. We got you. Take care, Tan. All right. We're going to keep on rolling.
Oh, it was supposed to be Da Vinci TV.
Oh, Da Vinci Yeah, Da Vinci. I could see that. Yeah. All right. Welcome in user 847-694-874-9094. Are you with us? Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, you with us?
Yes.
Awesome. Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. And what is your religion?
I am a born-again Christian.
Fantastic. What would be the best argument or the best evidence for why your God is not imaginary?
Well, prophetically, it speaks about him in the Old Testament, and I believe he fulfilled all the prophecies of the Old Testament.
Can you show me? Can you show me one?
Well, he did. It says in Genesis, the seed of the woman will bruise the serpent's head.
Sure.
And so Satan was bruised. He's still kicking, but he's bruised. He was bruised at the cross.
Let's read it together.
Yeah.
I'll put it on the screen. The Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all creatures." Is Satan a creature or an animal, or is he something different?
He's a being. I know he's a being.
Does he crawl on his belly?
I'm not sure if he crawls on his belly, but
Because whoever this is, they got cursed to crawl on their belly all the rest of their days, and I would imagine all of their offspring for the rest of eternity as well. But that doesn't seem to match Satan at all, unless you think Satan crawls on his belly.
well, he was a created being. He was one of the highest created beings, and when he fell, he fell onto the earth. And
Well, that's not in the Bible either.
well,
You're quoting from Isaiah 6 or 14 or Ezekiel 28, but neither one of those are about Satan.
well, yeah, Satan tried to exalt himself above the stars of God. And,
Well, I don't believe that to be true. I think you're quoting a Bible verse wrongly. Would you like to read that one?
well, I don't have my Bible in front of me. I just happen to be in my car, but
I've got it.
yeah, sure. I mean,
Yeah. So the first reference here is going to be Isaiah 14. And we'll find in Isaiah 14 that this is actually a taunt to be taken up later against the king of Babylon. It says, when the Lord has given you rest from your pain and turmoil and the hard service with which you were made to serve, you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. So whatever this is, it must be intelligible to the king of Babylon. And I can assure you that the king of Babylon doesn't know about Jewish mythology. But it says, how the oppressor has ceased, how his insolence has ceased. The Lord broke his staff of the wicked, the scepter of rulers, so on and so forth. So this is about the downfall of Babylon. Pretty easy. Now, the good stuff is what you want. Although, I mean, if you keep reading it, it's clear that it's not about Satan. It says, Sheol is stirred up to meet you when you come, because he's gonna die. he's gonna go down to Sheol, right? The good part is here. It says, how you have fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the dawn. Does it say anything about Satan here?
no.
Sure. So why would we read Satan into this when Satan's not mentioned at all?
Well, I guess I was taught that he was a fallen angel. I mean, I could gather up more evidence to bolster what I'm saying, but it just, there's many verses that talk about him and his downfall and so on. It's not just in Isaiah, it talks.
Well, there's a couple of verses in the New Testament that could possibly allude to this, but they're just I think they're bad interpretations of the Hebrew text. I don't think the New Testament authors were able to read the Old Testament text appropriately, and a lot of times they were quoting from apocryphal texts that weren't even part of the Old Testament.
So, do you believe in Satan at all? Then is he even a person or a being?
No, I don't think Satan exists. Here we believe in Doug. Doug is the only real God. You can see him with your own two eyes. He's actually tangible. And we don't believe in any other gods, except for a couple of us. Hanji believes in the Greek gods.
I've heard you before say that you used to be a Christian, but I don't think that's possible.
Oh, why? Have you not
That
read
you were.
Hebrews chapter 6?
Well, because every Christian has eternal life, and that means you had eternal life.
Oh, that's not true
So,
at all. You're just
You're
just referring to a contradiction in the book.
I give unto my sheep eternal life, and they will never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my Father's hand. So you had eternal life, but you don't now?
Yeah,
That doesn't make
exactly.
sense.
Because it says that they won't be plucked from his hand, which means somebody taking them, referring to the opposer, the accuser, Satan. It doesn't say that you can't walk away, because it's clear that you can walk away according to the book of Hebrews,
You wouldn't want to.
where it
if
says
God-
it
if
is
you have eternal
impossible
life.
to restore again to repentance those who have once been enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have shared in the Holy Spirit and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the age to come, and then have fallen away, since they are crucifying the Son of God to their own harm and are holding him up to contempt. So what you've done is just demonstrated that the Bible has additional contradictions. There are some passages that say once saved, always saved, or at least they allude to it. And then there's other passages that say, no, you can taste in the eternal gift and then walk away.
Well, Judas was a classic example. He had a taste of it.
Yeah, and he
But
walked away.
never, I don't believe, and he never went to heaven. So he really wasn't a Christian.
He was, and he walked away.
No, he really wasn't.
No, he
Because
was, and he
if you
walked
have
away.
I don't understand how you can have eternal life and then want to get rid of that. I just don't understand.
Because I learned things that were true, and the Bible's not true.
Okay.
There's nothing in the Bible that would lead a rational human being to conclude that Jesus is a Messiah. He failed his own second coming predictions. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy whatsoever. And the New Testament is internally contradictory over and over again. Why would I believe this book?
What about when he said he asked for the scriptures to be he got up in the temple to say a few words, and he found that passage in Isaiah.
Yep.
And he said, this day, after he explained it, Isaiah 60, I think, verse 1.
Isaiah 61.
This day, this
Thank you,
scripture is
Gunslinger, for the
fulfilled
subby.
in your ears.
Yes.
This day.
Yes.
So
And
did he fulfilled that right there.
well, he didn't. I'm going to show you why he didn't fulfill it. So you only believe he fulfilled it because he said it, and that is piss poor logic. So if we actually read what it says, it's clear he didn't fulfill it. So he didn't even quote it correctly to begin with. It says in Luke chapter 4.
He left one part out. He left the vengeance part out because
That's not what I'm referring to.
Okay.
It says the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him, and he unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." Then he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down. Now, before we address the fact that this doesn't appear in a single Old Testament text in the way that it's read, let's first address the context of Isaiah 61. Do you know anything about Isaiah 61?
I'd have to go back and look at it. I've read it, but I just don't have it in front of me to refresh my mind. But
Isaiah 61 is written about the restoration of the captives after the Babylonian captivity, which is why it starts out, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, and to comfort all those who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion and give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins, and they shall rise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations." This is about the restoration of Jerusalem and Israel after the Babylonian captivity. Certainly wasn't fulfilled in Jesus.
well, I disagree. We'll have to disagree because I think it was.
Did
He said it.
Jesus have the Israelites build up the ancient ruins?
Well, possibly, or in the future. If he said it, if it hasn't happened yet, it will happen.
Okay, then it's not fulfilled. See,
Well,
every
a lot of
prophecy,
prophecies-
every
a lot of prophecies.
prophecy that is to be fulfilled in the future is by definition unfulfilled prophecy.
Okay, might still be fulfilled in the future. I believe God has a plan for Israel still. in
I'm
the
sure you
future.
believe that, but this goes back to the point that I said previously. You can't show me one prophecy he actually did fulfill. Every time I go back and I read you the original context of the prophecy, you're going to tell me that he's going to do it later. But Jesus said that it was already fulfilled in Luke chapter 4. But how could Jesus fulfill it in Luke chapter 4 when you're telling me now that it's going to be fulfilled later?
Well, I'd have to look at Luke 4, what exactly that's talking about. When he said, this day, this scripture is fulfilled in your ears, everybody wondered at those words. Wow.
No, they didn't.
They were amazed. Well,
They
it
weren't
says
amazed. Only gullible people believe that people heard that and were amazed. I'm not that gullible. I think people heard that and thought he was a crazy person because they would have known that the context of Isaiah 61 is about the restoration after the Babylonian captivity.
Well, of course, a lot of people thought he was an imposter, but I'm just
Well, he
of the
was.
I'm of the opinion that he wasn't. He's my savior. So, what are you resting on to get into your eternity?
There is no eternity.
Well,
Also, I have Doug.
Okay.
Praise Doug. We got a lot of Dougites here in the chat today too.
Well, Doug can't do miracles. Jesus could.
Actually, Doug did 2 miracles just on Friday night. Put a 1 in the
really?
chat if you saw Doug do a miracle on Friday night.
Well, can he bring salvation to your soul, Doug?
Yeah, he already did. Mhm.
Really? Can he give you eternal life?
He already did.
Yeah. Well, you apparently had it before.
No, I
You
have
said
it with
you're a
Doug.
Christian. You told me you're a Christian. You said you're a Christian before, so you had eternal life then.
No, I had a lie, and now I worship Doug, and Doug gave me eternal life. Now, I can show you Doug. I know Doug exists. You just put your eyes upon him. Can you show me that your Jesus exists?
Well, Jesus said, "Blessed are those who believe, who haven't seen."
I mean, that's what I would say if I knew I was going to die and never come back.
Yeah, well, you can rely on Doug. Doug won't get you too far.
I can
tell you
rely on
that.
Doug. Is there power in the name of Jesus?
Absolutely.
Power to do what?
There's power to live a Christian life. There's power. His words are eternal, and he gives eternal life to his sheep.
No, I'm asking, is there power in the name of Jesus to do anything?
Absolutely.
Like what?
Well, if you ask anything according to his will, he hears us. And if we know that he hears us, we know we have the petitions that we desire of him.
Right.
So
he
it's
says,
got to be according to his will.
Right. Let's just read the passage. Says, ask and it will be given to you. Search and you will find. Knock and the door will be open for you. For everyone who asks receives, and everyone who searches finds. For everyone who knocks, the door will be opened.
That's right.
So, is it true that the prayer, according to the book of James, the prayer of a righteous man availeth much?
Exactly. Yes, it does.
Do you think that your prayer availeth much?
Yeah.
If I pray to Doug and you pray to Jesus, who do you think will win?
Jesus.
Awesome. So here we go.
Thank you, JT, for subscribing for the first time.
Thank you so much, JT. I appreciate that. So I'm going to pray to Doug, and here's what I want. You're going to pray that this paper levitates off of Doug, and I'm going to pray that it doesn't levitate off of Doug. And after 15 seconds, we'll see who wins, okay?
Yeah, but it's got to be according to God's will.
I mean, listen, either there's power in the name of your God or there's not.
Well, if God doesn't want that to levitate, then he won't answer that prayer.
Is it the will of God that none would perish?
No, it's not.
Oh, so the book of John is wrong when it says that God desires that none would perish.
He is long suffering to usward.
Is the book of John wrong when it says that
No.
God desires that none should perish?
None of us, meaning Christians.
It doesn't say anything about Christians. It said
It says in the context, it says he's long suffering
does
to usward.
Listen to my words.
Yes.
Does God want people to go to heaven or hell?
He's made a way.
That's not my question. Does God want us to go to heaven or hell?
Some he wants to go to heaven. Some he will allow to go to hell.
No. Does he want us to go to
Yes,
heaven or hell?
His permissive will allow people to go. He will them
I'm
into
not
hell.
asking about his permissive will. I'm asking about his desires. Does God desire that all of us go to heaven?
No.
Okay, fantastic. So we can talk about that next. So what I'm hearing is that there's no power in the name of Jesus, but there is power in the name of Doug, because you won't pray with me. I'll pray willingly, and I can guarantee that my prayer will come true.
Okay. You're praying to a piece of rock.
And you're praying to a figment of your imagination. At least I can see the rock.
No, he's the rock of my salvation.
Doug, you are the rock of our salvation. You are the tower of strength and the firm foundation. Please make sure that this paper does not levitate, and so we can demonstrate to everybody that Yahweh is a fake-ass deity with absolutely no power, and that his son, who's been unalive for 2,000 years, is still unalive. It didn't levitate.
Don't you fear God? Don't you fear God?
Don't you fear Doug?
I wanted you to finish the prayer. I didn't think you were done.
Sorry, you know what? Sometimes prayer happens fast. I'm not
like Jesus' second coming that never happened.
I know that's why Jesus doesn't need protection. So I'm not afraid of your hell for the same reason you're not afraid of the Muslim hell or any other hell, because I don't believe it's real. Thank you for the ghost, by the way, Sherry. I appreciate that. And Backslider. And Chad, thank you for the hat. I don't know if he knows he's muted, but
you have to hit the microphone. It says mic.
we didn't mute him. He must have accidentally hit the button.
Is Mike, we cannot unmute you. Here, let me see. Send him an invite. It says in 12 seconds, so I have to wait. Guess someone else tried.
We've got people
I'm about to. No, I was going to tell him I'm about to send him an invite. He needs to accept it so he can be unmuted.
Right.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, I'm back, I guess.
There we go.
Yeah, we got you back.
Sorry.
So are you afraid of going to the hell in my religion?
I'm not going there because Jesus took my place on the cross.
That wasn't my question. Are you afraid of going to hell in my religion?
Not at all.
Okay, and I'm not afraid of going to hell in your religion. So there you go.
Well, I wish you would fear
Why?
it, because it would be. Well, I wouldn't want you to go there.
Why would I worship a fake, a failed messianic prophet who didn't fulfill a single prophecy and lied about his second coming?
Well, I did quote you. He said, "This day, this scripture is fulfilled."
Yes, and he's a liar because it wasn't fulfilled. It clearly wasn't fulfilled. Thank you, Charles, for the subscriptions. Big W. I appreciate that.
Well,
did I say that name? Is it Cheryl? Sherry Lou. Sherry Lou. Thank you, Sherry Lou, for the subbies. I appreciate that.
When Adam and Eve, when Eve got the first man was born, you know what she said? "I've gotten the man from the Lord." She thought this was going to be the Messiah.
No, she didn't.
But he turned out.
She didn't say anything about a Messiah.
Well, she said, "I've gotten the man from the Lord." She was obviously looking for someone that was going to come.
She was looking for a child.
Yeah. He turned out to be a murderer.
That may be true, but that has nothing to do with the Messiah. I want to know why your Messiah couldn't get his second coming timing proper, because he says elsewhere in the New Testament, as well as Matthew 16, that his second coming is going to be while some of the people standing next to him are still alive. It says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Did all these people taste death?
Guys, grab the Kleenex. Grab the
I
Kleenex.
have to study
Jesus
that.
is coming.
That is one area that I do have to study that, because I did hear you say that, and I haven't had a chance to. But when the disciples asked Jesus, "When will be the sign of your coming?" even Jesus didn't know.
He did. He gave them a whole list of them in Mark 13, Luke 21, and Matthew 24. You want to read it?
Yeah.
A quick question. How does God not know?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, if Jesus is God, he should know.
God knows. God knows. But
so Jesus isn't God.
Jesus is God.
No, he was totally man and God at the same time.
Okay,
Yeah, so his
so
inside would have known.
yeah, if he's God and God knows, then by definition he should know.
Well, as a man, though, he didn't. That's all.
But was he God?
Because yes, he was.
Keith, thank you for the description.
Keith, for the subby.
So let's try this.
Thanks.
All right. So premise number 1: God knows the time, right?
God, yes, that's right.
Premise number 2: Jesus is God.
That's right.
Okay. The conclusion then is Jesus knows the time.
No,
That's just
he upon
logical.
his own words. So he said he didn't.
Okay, so he's not
Right?
God.
He said, "No, I wouldn't go that far, because he was as the time limit, the time that he was there, he was totally man." We see the transfiguration.
So he wasn't God. He wasn't God on the earth.
No, we see glimpses of who he really was at the transfiguration, where his face became so shiny they couldn't look at him.
Adorable,
That
but
was who he
that's
really
not my
was.
question. Was he God when he was
Yeah.
on the earth?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then he should have known. If God knows and he was God when he was on the earth, then he should have known.
No,
It's
he
as easy as
chose
that.
not to. He chose not to as a son. He chose not to.
So God can choose not to know something.
It's hard to understand, but
it's
I'm
not
just
hard to
going by what he
understand.
said.
It's just logically absurd.
I wouldn't
Can
have
I ask you, user,
I wouldn't
is
conclude
God,
that he's not God just because he didn't know the time of the second coming.
Well,
is
that's
God omniscient?
It's just that he said, as a
Does
man,
God know
he didn't
everything?
know.
Does God know everything?
Absolutely.
Could God choose not to know something?
Yes.
So he
Jesus
could choose
did.
not to know
Jesus
something.
did. God, what's that? Sorry?
So God could choose to, nullify one of his characteristics.
Yes. God can do that.
but then he wouldn't be all knowing.
Well, as a man, he didn't know the time of the second coming.
Right, but
as
that's,
God,
you're
he
missing
did,
you're missing the logical step here. If God has the ability to not know something and then he enacts that ability, then by definition he's not all knowing because there's something he doesn't know.
But as a man, I just read what I'm reading.
He doesn't get it. It's fine. So
I understand what you're saying.
So we'll just.
I'm gonna ask you, as Justin is a man and Justin is a human. If all men know something, does the man side of Justin only know it, but the human side does not?
Well, this
is what you're saying.
I can't really explain it. I can't explain it, but I believe it. That's how I'm explaining this.
That's dangerous.
I can't really explain, just like we can't explain how Jesus can be God, but he did miracles. He performed miracles.
Well, I don't think so.
Because the miracles are not contradictory. The point is you're giving us contradictory definitions or descriptions of Jesus. You're saying he is God, but he doesn't have the characteristics of God.
Right.
Well, he did. Well, in the Transfiguration, we see glimpses of his glory where his face was so
and we could see glimpses, but we wouldn't. Seeing contradictions is something else. If you see a contradiction with the nature that you're giving God, if you say God has this attribute and this attribute and this attribute, and then you say this other person is God, but he's missing those attributes, then this is a contradiction. This is different than you saying this person can do miracles. Those are two different things.
Right. Although we can address the miracle in a second. I want to read the passage that you brought up here a minute ago where Jesus gives a bunch of signs of his second coming in Matthew 24. It says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all of the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with great power and glory, and he will send out his angels with the loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So it's clearly the second coming imagery. And then he goes on to say, when it's going to happen, from the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all of these things, know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. And then that generation all passed away. So Matthew 16 says he's coming back within that lifetime. Matthew 24 says he's coming back within their lifetime. Then he didn't.
Well, I do have to acknowledge I'm studying some of that. I can't say that I know exactly what that means because I hear what you're saying, this generation. And so I guess there's some people change that to mean more than just one person's lifetime, maybe a generation. There's different views on that.
Does that mean 2,000 years?
Yeah, well, it does say a day with the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as a day.
How many days did Moses live for? How many years?
I can't remember exactly. Quite a few, but not.
Was it 120,000 years?
No.
So how come
120 years, wasn't it?
when the Bible says that both Moses and Aaron lived to 120 years, why do you say that must be 120 years rather than 120,000 years? Because now we're talking about one generation, and you're saying, well, a generation must mean thousands of years. But we don't do that anywhere else in the Bible. We only do it when we don't like what it says.
Good point. To be honest with you, I'm studying that. I don't know. I can get back to you.
That's fair.
On that.
That's fair.
You know.
I want to talk about the miracles real quick before we move on to the next guest, because I think the miracles are kind of important. I want to pull open a text real quick from a Roman historian that documented some miracles. There's a bunch of them in the ancient world actually that got documented. Jesus was just one of the ancient miracle workers, but this one comes from a well-known Roman historian. And this is about Emperor Vespasian. It says, a poor man who was blind and another who was lame both came together before him. That was the emperor, obviously, when he was seated on the tribunal, imploring him to heal them, and saying that they were admonished in a dream by the god Serapis to seek his aid, who assured them that he would restore sight to the one by anointing his eyes with spittle, and give strength to the leg of the other if he vouchsafed but to touch it with his heel. At first he could scarcely believe that the thing would anyhow succeed, and therefore hesitated to venture on making the experiment. At length, however, by the advice of his friends, he made the attempt publicly in the presence of the assembled multitudes, and it was crowned with success in both cases. So do you believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man and a guy with a lame leg by using the power of Serapis?
No.
Praise Serapis.
Yeah, Goblin, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate that. But there's a credible historical evidence and there's a multitude of witnesses.
Mm-hmm. Well, I haven't really researched that. If there was a miracle, it wasn't coming from his power. Only God can really do miracles, in my opinion.
Well, in this narrative, it's Serapis. Serapis did the miracle.
Well,
so when you read,
I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him.
Well, Serapis was a Greco-Roman Egyptian deity, which is where a lot of the basis of Jesus came from as far as his miracles and teachings. Yeah.
Well, did anybody raise people from the dead? Look at Lazarus. He rose.
Yes, actually. Yes. Osiris got raised from the dead by Isis.
Okay.
Yeah. There's actually a bunch of people in the ancient world that were raised from the dead. Herodotus records at least one occasion where a young man was raised from the dead.
Well, there's always been counterfeits to Christianity, so...
Well, how do you know that...
It's funny that you say that, because these stories predate Christianity by thousands of years. Yours is a baby compared to these stories.
Right,
yeah,
but like you're saying that, well, like your God is real and the other ones are like counterfeit somehow, but what's the measuring stick that you would know that your God is the real God and the other gods are fake gods?
Well, I guess just the Bible, reading the Bible from my youth, all the stories that have been preserved, and it's still the world's bestseller, and to me, it's the truth, you know?
Right, but I don't care if it's popular. I want to know what validates its truthfulness, because I could say the same thing about other religions. The Quran is ancient. The Quran has been verified to be relatively free of a lot of blatant scribal errors and contradictions, although there are some pretty blatant scientific contradictions. But in terms of like what, yeah, I'm sure there are.
Well, but the biggest difference is Jesus rose from the dead, and Muhammad, his bones probably can find them.
Can you prove that Jesus rose from the dead without using the Gospels?
Well, there was a lot of witnesses that witnessed him. Right. Well, when you read through the Gospels, the empty tomb.
Yeah, who witnessed it?
Well, there was people that opened it up and they said, he's not, an angel said, he is not here, he has risen from the dead.
But the same gospel authors that said that are the same ones that are lying about fulfilled prophecies. So why am I going to trust them when they say that there were eyewitnesses? And why didn't those eyewitnesses not write us a testimony? Because Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John weren't eyewitnesses.
Well, at the time when Jesus died, he was put on the cross, and he put in the tomb. All those disciples, they basically gave up, you might say. They just were despondent. And when they found that he wrote that he appeared unto them and unto 500 people at once, they were reinvigorated, and after that, nothing could stop them.
And how do you know that any of that took place?
Well, the Gospels talks about them going and preaching.
And the Gospels are full of lies and contradictions, so why would I believe it?
Well, I don't. We're of a difference of opinion because you got to believe something, man. You got to believe something.
I already told you I believe in Doug.
Yeah, well, I feel bad. I feel sorry for you.
We'll pray for you. Don't worry.
I feel
Okay.
sorry for you, to be honest.
All right. Well, listen, we had a good time chatting. Come back sometime soon,
Yeah,
okay?
I'll come back, but I do appreciate your time. Yeah, and it was civil, so that was great. So
Yeah, I agree. Cheers, man.
yeah,
Have a good
thanks.
He was civil, I thought.
Yes. But what the hell is I feel bad for you?
Right? That's why I threw it back at them. I hate that shit.
Let him have it. Listen, if he's got righteous pity, he can have the righteous pity. Goblin, thank you so much for all the confetti, by the way. We're going to try to get...
Goblin.
I know, big W for Goblin. I tried to get a guest in here, but they dropped out pretty damn quick. So we're going to get a... we'll try to get another one in here. Martina, welcome in.
Hi. I'm not, I'm from Romania. It's night here and I just woke up randomly. I was listening part of your discussion and I want to ask those who believe in God for the following question.
Wait, are you an atheist?
Yes.
Well, we're not debating atheists.
Yes, but I want to ask just one question for those who believe in Bible and read it and...
All right, guys, this is a debate about your religion. If you agree with me, there's no need to be up here. I mean, we appreciate you viewing and watching and supporting the stream, but this is a debate. If you have something to say to believers, I mean, you can start your own live. In fact, if you do it while I'm not here, I'll even watch.
Thank you, Godsmack. Wow. Oh, wow.
That's dope.
Hello?
Yeah, welcome in, Ephraim.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you, Mac, for the ghost. Big W, Mac. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mac. Ephraim, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Oh, yes, I'm a believer.
Awesome. And what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why your specific God is real?
Well, I have two. I have Isaiah 53. I can prove to you that Jesus is a servant.
How much you want to bet on that?
Oh, I'm ready, man.
All right. Have you
Are
read
you
all
ready?
of Isaiah, or have you literally only read just that one chapter?
Dragon. I'm sorry.
I have read Isaiah, yeah.
Fantastic. So we're going to start out easy. Do you know what the section from
I
Isaiah...
have another one. I don't know if I'm going to do the other one.
I mean, the other one is going to be shorter than Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 is going to kill about 30 minutes, so it's up to you which one you want to do.
Well, before you jump into that, hold on, baby. Go ahead and set up a new goal because Mac slayed it.
W, thank you so much, Mac. Guys, we're crushing tonight. We're absolutely crushing it. So what's...
I want to ask you a question.
I thought you had a different prophecy.
Yeah, I have another one, but it's with a question. Who did appear to Moses in the burning bush?
Doug. Doug did.
No, I'm serious. According to the Bible,
It's Doug.
who appeared to Moses in the burning bush?
Well, according to the Old Testament, it's the Melech Elohim, which or the Melech Yahweh, depending on which passage, which is the angel of the Lord. And I know that the New Testament thinks that Jesus is the angel of the Lord. Obviously, I don't believe that, and neither do the Jewish people. And if you study the ancient Jewish religion and you know a little bit about the manuscripts, you would understand that the angel of the Lord is somebody who is imbued with the rights of God and is a divine emissary for God.
Okay. Well, I can prove to you that the angel of the Lord is Jesus.
No,
but
you can't.
I think you know that already.
I don't know that already.
I have
I
like
know
5
that,
verses.
and I know that you can't prove it's Jesus. What you can do is you can claim it was Jesus, but you can never prove that it was Jesus. So
Okay, so you wanna do
let me tell you the biggest
servant?
let me tell you the biggest problem with the angel of Yahweh. The biggest problem is the manuscript traditions that we have seem to indicate that the earliest manuscripts, a lot of them didn't say the angel of Yahweh, it just said Yahweh, and then later scribal editions were made to say angel of Yahweh during the post-exilic period because people were uncomfortable with the depiction of Yahweh directly interacting with mankind. Whereas in the oldest manuscripts we have, we don't necessarily see that particular problem. A number of Hebrew scholars have written about this, the differences between the Masoretic text versus the text that we find in like the Septuagint or the Dead Sea Scrolls or with the Samaritan Pentateuch. So you got a big hurdle here because I don't even think that the original manuscripts even said angel of Yahweh, because we've got old manuscripts where the angel is actually missing and it just says Yahweh.
Well, it says in a few verses, the angel of the Lord appeared.
I love how I didn't hear anything I just said. I don't believe that the original manuscript said angel of Yahweh. We have good textual evidence to suggest that the earliest tradition just said Yahweh, and that the angel of Yahweh was a later development.
Okay.
So you got a huge hurdle here. Even if you could convince me that the original reading did say angel of Yahweh, you'll never be able to convince me that Jesus is the angel of Yahweh. That's impossible to do.
Well, so let's leave that for a different day then. Let's do the servant. The servant is Jesus.
It's not. So have you read 2nd Isaiah?
2nd Isaiah? No.
Do you know what 2nd Isaiah refers to? Do you know what it means when I say the phrase?
Can you pull it up?
Yeah, 2nd Isaiah, also known as Deutero Isaiah, is Isaiah chapter 40 to all the way to 55, and it's called Deutero or 2nd Isaiah because it's written by a later author, because the first Isaiah was written prior to the Assyrian conquest in the 740s and 730s BCE, and this section was clearly written during the conquest of the Persians under King Cyrus, which was 537 to 539 BCE, which means there's about 200 years separating the two authors. So clearly there's two different authors, plus there's a language change between the two sections. So the second section, referred to as Deutero Isaiah, has an actual theme. Like if you just read chapter 40 to 55, there's a long theme that builds progressively throughout those chapters. Do you know what that theme is?
No.
That theme is the rescue of God's servant from Babylonian captivity. And then subsequently after that, it will be their vindication. God is going to rescue his people from the Babylonian captivity, and then he's going to vindicate his people among all of the nations, so that all the nations will see that they mistreated the Israelites, and they're going to come to know that Yahweh is the one true God. Now, there's a couple of reasons why I'm led to believe that you haven't read 2nd Isaiah. I'm going to pull up those passages right now. And I think if you had read all of Isaiah, you would know that the servant is not Jesus. It's not even a Messiah. There's only one Messiah ever mentioned in all of Isaiah, and his name is Cyrus. Do you know why Cyrus is called the Messiah?
No.
Because he's a king. And that means he was actually anointed. Messiah just means anointed in Hebrew. So there's a couple passages here I want you to read with me. This is the beginning of 2nd Isaiah. This is Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. It says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend." Who is the servant in Isaiah 41, 8 through 9?
Israel.
Cool. And then we can go on to Isaiah 43:10. "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." Who is the servant in Isaiah 43:10?
This is talking about Jesus now. There's two servants.
It's not. It says, "You are my witnesses," plural, says the Lord, "and my servant whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe in me and understand that I am he. Before me no God was formed, nor shall there be one after me." There's only one God. Witnesses, plural, refers to the nation of Israel, because Israel is a plural.
Well, you know in Isaiah 53 where it says...
We're not in Isaiah 53 yet. You don't get to jump ahead. I'm teaching you the context.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So in Isaiah 43, just like we see in the prior passages, the servant is still plural. It's Israel. Kevin, thank you for the $2 super chat. Kevin says there's no evidence for 8th century text at all. I actually agree with you, Kevin. I don't think there's evidence for that, at least not for Isaiah. Isaiah 44, 1 through 2. Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Who is the servant in chapter 44?
Yeah, Israel, yeah.
Right, fantastic. It's Israel. And then Isaiah 44:21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel. You are my servant. Again, Jacob and Israel is the servant. Isaiah 45:4. For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name. Again, it's Israel. Isaiah 48:20. Now we're building up to the release of the captives. It says, go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it. Send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. Who is the servant in chapter 48?
Israel, yeah.
Okay, so when I get to chapter 53, the author of 2nd Isaiah assumes I already know who the servant is. It's Israel, which is why when I read chapter 53, I know it's referring to Israel, not to a messianic king, because it doesn't say anything about a Messiah.
Yeah, but you know that Hebrew says that the word of God is sharper than any double-edged sword.
Why do I care what the book of Hebrews says?
Well, yeah, let's forget the New Testament because you disregard it. But you know where it says that he was. Well, whenever you want to go to 53, then we can read a little bit of it, and then I got verses that are gonna blow your mind.
They're not going to blow my mind, and I don't know why you think I haven't read chapter 53 before. Do you think this is my first time going through it?
Oh no, I've watched you.
Okay, so
Like a daily occurrence, to be honest.
I literally go through Isaiah 53 every single time that I'm live because it's the only prophecy other than Psalm 22 that you know, although Psalm 22 is not even a prophecy. So,
Okay.
So in chapter 52, which is where the servant song actually starts, chapter 52 begins with restoration of the Israelites from the captivity. It says, awake, awake, put on your strength, O Zion, put on your beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. So now it's time for the rescue. And then we see that this is what's happening. Verse 10, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God, because that's the theme of 2nd Isaiah, that God is rescuing his people, and everybody's going to see it. Verse 11, depart, depart, go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord your God will go before you. The God of Israel will be your rear guard. So now he's saying it's time to leave Babylon. It's time to get out of here, right?
Yeah.
Then he says, see, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up, and shall be very high, just as there were many who were astonished at him, although there's a really interesting textual variant here. A lot of the text that we actually have says just as there were many who were astonished at you, and ironically, you is in the plural. That's a fun one. Mm-hmm. Anyways, it says, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals. So he shall startle many nations, and kings will shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they shall contemplate. So now he's laying the groundwork for the very next chapter. He says, these foreign nations they had not been told what was going to happen. They have no idea what's about to happen, but they're going to witness it, and then they're going to contemplate what they've witnessed, what they've heard, right? The kings will shut their mouths because of him, because for that which had not been told to them, they will see. So they're going to see something. And it says that which they had not heard, they will contemplate. So they're going to contemplate the thing that they've witnessed, which is important because if you go to the very next chapter, it's a personification of these very nations doing that. Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, we just read in chapter 52 that the arm of the Lord has been revealed to the nations in order to rescue Israel. So this is the nation speaking here.
M said thank you for having him,
Oh,
but he went ahead and dropped. Mashallah, Habibi.
I didn't see that he dropped. M, thank you so much for being here.
I dropped?
No. We had a guest up here named M that's dropped now.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a verse that can prove that the arm of the Lord is also Jesus.
Oh, no, you definitely can't.
Well, go to Isaiah 49 from 3 to 6.
Oh, the arm of the Lord in Isaiah 49 is not at all what you think it is. In fact, I think I already have it.
That's not it.
So this is a portion of the other suffering servant or the other servant song. Listen to me, O coastlands, and pay attention, you people from far away. The Lord called me before I was born. Who do you think's speaking here?
I don't know.
It's Isaiah. Do you know anything about Isaiah? I mean, it's supposed to be Isaiah. Obviously, we know in the modern age it's not really Isaiah. It's someone pretending to be Isaiah. But it's the prophet. Whoever the prophet is speaking. And he said, pay attention, you people far away. The Lord has called me before I was born. While I was in my mother's womb, he named me. He made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand, he hid me. He made me a polished arrow. His quiver, he hid me away. And he said to me, you are my servant. And this is interesting because not all the texts say this, but this one says it. And he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I will be glorified. But I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing and vanity. Yet surely my cause is with the Lord, and my reward is with God, or is with my God. And then it goes on further and says, and now the Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring back Jacob to him, that Israel might be gathered to him, for I am honored in the sight of the Lord, and my God has become my strength, he says. So there are two interpretations of this. If you talk to a Jewish person, they'll say that this is the righteous remnant of Israel, or they'll say that it's Isaiah speaking, because have you read the book of Amos where it says that God doesn't do anything before revealing it to his servants, the holy prophets?
No.
Okay, because the prophets are servants. They're not Mashiachs. So when it talks about the prophets in the Old Testament, the prophets are called servants on multiple occasions. Kings are called Mashiachs. Priests are called Mashiachs. Jesus, if he did anything, would have been a Mashiach. So this is not about a Messiah. This is not about a Mashiach. It's either about the nation of Israel or it's about the actual prophet. Also, Kay, thank you for the $10 super chat. Kay says, was the story of the ark plagiarized? If so, where did it originate and in what religion? It was definitely plagiarized from the Babylonians. And
we also have an ark story too.
Yeah,
the Greek belief.
Yeah, they got it first from the Sumerians. There are two Babylonian editions. Well, technically, there's a Babylonian and an Assyrian edition. There's a Sumerian edition. And then there's an edition that the Greeks tell as well, which is very similar. But back to Isaiah 53.
Okay, so let's go to the next verse then. Isaiah 63:5.
63?
63:5, yes.
Who is this coming from Eden, from Basra, in garments stained crimson, so it sounds like blood? Who is so splendidly robed, marching in his great might? It is I, announcing vindication, mighty to save. Why are your robes red and your garments like theirs who tread the winepress? I have trodden the winepress alone, and from the peoples no one was with me. I trod them in my anger. I trampled them in my wrath. Their juice spattered on my garments, and I stained all of my robes. For the day of vengeance was in my mind, and the year for my redeeming work has come. I looked, but there was no helper. I was abandoned, and there was no one to sustain me. So my own arm brought me victory, and my wrath sustained me. I trampled down peoples in my anger and crushed them in my wrath, and I poured out their lifeblood on the earth. Did Jesus do any of that? Did he crush people in his wrath?
Well, he said, my own arm brought me victory, and my wrath sustained me.
Yeah.
This is talking about the servant, Jesus.
Does it say that here? Or did you just insert that here? Can you show me where it says anything about the servant in
Oh,
63?
thank you for the fireworks. I missed who sent that, but thank you.
Yeah, Big
So
W got
who
smacked.
brought victory to who brought victory to God? His own arm, because
Yahweh.
there was no one to sustain me.
Yahweh brought victory. Have you, let me show you the other passages that clearly spell this out.
Now, when you read Isaiah 53, when he talks about the arm, you're gonna read it in a different context, because God brought victory, but with his own arm, because there was no one around, so he did it himself through Jesus.
No, he didn't do anything with Jesus.
Now it's like a metaphor.
So
He
Isaiah,
was bruised for our transgression.
so
I begin to read
Isaiah,
everything differently.
so Isaiah doesn't say anything about a messianic figure dying. It's all about the nation of Israel. And if we read the passages, here's the very beginning. The very beginning of 2nd Isaiah starts with the message, and it says, "See, the Lord God comes with might, with his arm and his arm rules for him. His reward is with him, his recompense before him." This is the arm of Yahweh. This is not the arm of Jesus. The beginning of 2nd Isaiah is about God, Yahweh, redeeming his people from the Babylonian captivity.
Well, I'm going to show you the arm. Go to Isaiah 59. No, Isaiah 53, 11 to 12. 53, 11 to 12.
I don't think you're going to like verse 12 at all. It says, "Out of his anguish he shall see. He shall find satisfaction through his knowledge. The righteous one, my servant, shall make many righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out himself unto death." Did Jesus divide the war spoil with the strong?
No, he will. He will.
Oh, but he didn't.
He will.
So it's not about Jesus then.
No, he shall divide the spoil with the strong. That means he will give us the spoils, because we will be kings in the new in the new age.
No, because Isaiah 62 says exactly the opposite. And this is about the nation of Israel.
Keep to the next verse.
This is about the nation of Israel dividing the spoils with the strong. Because God says about the nation of Israel, "The nations will see your vindication, and all the kings your glory, and you will be called by a new name that the mouth of the Lord will give." So it's the nation of Israel that's going to be vindicated and glorified. And he even says that the kings of other nations, I think in chapter 59, will bring you their gold. Actually, it's in 60. Let's go to Isaiah 60, verse 11. "Your gates shall always be open day and night. They shall not be shut, so that nations shall bring you their wealth, and their kings led in procession." Isaiah is about the restoration of Israel. It's not about a dying Messiah.
Well, you didn't read verse 12, 53:12, where it says that he's going to bear the sins of many.
Oh, we did. I'll read it again, though. All right, "Therefore I will allot him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoils with the strong." So before we read the rest of it, did that happen?
That will happen.
Okay, so did it happen, though?
No, not yet.
Fantastic. Then it says, "Because he poured out himself unto death and was numbered with the transgressors," which is what the Old Testament says about Israel in Babylon. It says they're in the land of the dead. It says, "Yet he bore the sins of many and made intercession for transgressors." Do you know what this is referring to? And don't say Jesus.
Well, you know what I'm going to say, but go ahead. I don't know what you're going with.
If you read the rest of Isaiah, you know that this isn't about a Messiah. This is about how the suffering of the nation of Israel is going to give light to the nations. God says through their suffering, they will be a covenant and a light to the nations, because when they see the vindication of Israel, they will know that Yahweh is the one true God. It's about the suffering and the vindication of the nation of Israel. Mac, thank you so much for all the hearts. I appreciate that. See, you cannot read Isaiah 53 without reading the rest of Isaiah. And it's clear that you've like done a word search on Isaiah and you haven't really read it. So Isaiah 55 just tells you straight up what's happening. It says, I will make you an everlasting covenant. I will make with you an everlasting covenant, my steadfast, sure love for David. See, I made him a witness to the peoples, a leader to the commanders of the people. Now you shall call nations that do not know you, and the nations that do not know you shall run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. Seek the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near. This is about the nation of Israel being vindicated and the other nations witnessing it.
I know, but Jesus is brought to this only through the metaphor of the personification that is in Isaiah 53. And then we see that it's through the arm, his own arm brought victory to him.
But they didn't. There was no victory for Israel.
Well, the victory that Jesus brought through his own death.
There was no victory in Jesus. The Messianic prophecies say that Israel, the actual nation, will be restored. And it also says that the covenant is not going to... This is the other problem you have. According to the New Testament theology, sacrifices and offerings are going to cease, and the Gentiles are going to come to the Lord through a way that is not Jewish. But according to Isaiah himself, he says, the foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love the name of the Lord, and to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar. Why is he saying that Gentiles are going to come and provide offerings and sacrifices just like the covenant that he made with Israel?
Oh, man.
And see, this is the problem you have, is your interpretation of Isaiah 53 being about a suffering Messiah contradicts every single prophecy about the Messiah. I can show you actual prophecies about the Messiah, and every one of them contradicts Jesus. Jeremiah 33 is my favorite, but maybe we'll do Isaiah 11 and 2 today too. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. So this is the Messiah, the one from David. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. This is a physical safety. It's not a spiritual. It's an actual city being saved. The Lord, and this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. But according to the book of Hebrews, Jesus did away with the old law and the old sacrifices. That's a direct contradiction of Jeremiah.
Yeah. Well, we haven't read Isaiah 53, 1 and 2. Now that we know that he used his own arm to bring him victory. God himself.
It's Isaiah's, I'm sorry, it's the...
arm is God himself.
It's Yahweh's arm.
Well, his arm, you know who he's talking about.
His arm, yeah. When he rescued the Israelites from the captivity in Egypt, he says he's doing it with his mighty arm. Whenever he rescues Israel, he says he's doing it with his mighty hand or his mighty arm. You have to put Jesus in there, but Jesus isn't actually in there. Never once does it say, I'm going to rescue somebody by the hands of like a member of the Trinity or some nonsense like that.
Well, this is in a future tense right here. It's talking about the actual Gospels. Who has believed? Can you move it down? Because I can't read it.
Yeah, who has believed what we have heard? That's not future tense.
If you look in the NIV, it says, who has believed in our story.
Yeah, that's not
And to
future
whom
tense.
well, he's talking. It's past tense, but it's because it's already in the Gospels.
It's in the
Who
past
has been
tense.
in
It's
our
in the
story, and to whom
it's in the
has an
past.
arm of the Lord has been revealed? To
It's in
whom
the
has
it's in
Jesus
the
been revealed?
it's in the past tense, as we already explained, because the prophet is personifying the nations. At the very ending of 52, he literally talks about the nations and says, that which had not been told to them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they will contemplate. The very next verse are those nations contemplating what they witnessed.
Yeah, but the Word of God is not plain and simple. It has jewels you gotta find. Go to the NIV so you can see
Why would I
what
read
I'm
the
saying.
NIV when I have a good translation on the screen?
Or you could just read the Hebrew. But go ahead and
Yeah.
change your goal, my darling, because Mac has been slaying it tonight.
Oh, thank you so much, Mac. Big W for Mac. She's actually nailing it. She's nailing these goals worse than Jesus got nailed.
And she don't need 12 Romans to do it.
That's right.
Well, let me make a point here. He says, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? From the other text, we saw that the arm of the Lord brought victory by himself.
By doing what?
Victory to himself. I forget the verse.
By
And then it
rescuing
says-
his people from captivity.
And then he goes to say here that for he grew up. Oh, you moved it.
The whole section of text is very clear. It opens, "Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her. She has served her term and had paid her penalty, that she has received from the Lord's hand double for all of her sins." And then if you go on, it talks about the restoration of Israel after the captivity, and it says, "See, the Lord God comes with might, and his arm rules for him. His reward is with him." This is talking about God using his mighty arm to save the Israelites from captivity. This is not about anyone dying on a tree.
And who says my reward is with me in Revelation?
Oh, I could care less
Jesus,
what Revelation says.
Well, you
Why-
gotta see the
Give me
connecting
one
points.
reason why I should care what the New Testament says about anything, because you can't show me one prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled. The best you have is Isaiah 53, and if you read it in context, it's not about a Messiah.
Well, he bore on transgressions.
But he didn't.
Okay, read the last verse. The last verse I have, Isaiah 52:13. Let's see.
Well, we already read it, but we'll read it again.
We read it?
Like 3 times.
No, we read it 53:12. And this is
We-
52.
I know, we read 52 twice now. It says, "See, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up, and shall be very high." This is the nation of Israel. God says over and over again in Isaiah that he's exalting the nation of Israel. And it says, "Just as there were many who were astonished at you or him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals. So he will startle many nations." This is about the nation of Israel. The whole second chapter,
Jesus right here.
the whole second chapter is about the nation of Israel. Did Jesus depart from Babylon?
I can't help you, man.
So Ephraim, this is the
Samson
problem.
can help you, man.
This is the problem with your hermeneutic. The entire chapter is about Israel being rescued from Babylonian captivity. Depart and go out from there. Go out from where? Go out from the Babylonian captivity, obviously. The whole chapter starts out saying that God's going to rescue his people. And then when you read, he says, "Go out from there." And then he says, "My servant shall be lifted up and exalted," because God's rescuing his people from Babylon, which he said earlier he was going to do. He said, "Flee from Chaldea." He tells his servant in chapter 48 to flee from Babylon. Why, when I read 52, would I assume that there's a different servant when the servant has already been identified 8 times prior, and the servant has been identified as a nation of Israel that's going to be rescued from Babylonian captivity?
There's 2 servants. The arm of the Lord, Jesus.
There's not.
My servant. who's will be exalted and lifted up?
I mean,
Jesus.
that's an
He shall be very
an
high.
adorable cope, but that's not within the context of the passage. The passage doesn't say anything about a Messiah. It only mentions the servant as the nation of Israel, and then once as the prophet. And that's if you think it's a prophet. It could be the righteous remnant of Israel still.
I'm telling you guys right now, if you're going to proselytize to my council and chat and not even bother requesting to actually debate host, I'm just going to mute you because you're being a waste of space in my comment section. If you cannot have the balls to come up here and talk to host one-on-one about your belief system, do not come for my council because I will set my dragons on you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're allowed to talk nonsense in the chat. Just be careful not to spam. We don't do any chat spamming. I mean, you can try proselytizing all you want, but you're going to get cooked. My people know more than your people. So, Ephraim, here's the problem you have. Not only does your interpretation not follow the context of Isaiah, but again, it contradicts every prophecy about the Messiah. Every last one of them.
Do you know Sam Shamoun?
I know Sam Shamoun, and I know he's probably your debate daddy, and I'll debate him any day of the week. You go find him for me.
I think I will, man. I think he's the only one that can help you, man.
I don't need help. I've got more education than he does, which is why I know this is what the Messiah is supposed to do, and he doesn't know it.
Well, and I know you also don't believe in personal experience because I actually had a heart attack and I went to heaven and hell.
You don't believe in personal experience either.
Who, me?
Right. Want to know why I know that?
I experienced it.
No, you don't believe you don't believe in personal experience because I have a friend who witnessed the Muslim deity. I'm not sorry, the Hindu deities. Do you believe that his personal experience is real?
Well, I that's what I say. You're not gonna believe in personal experience, but I actually seen.
Ephraim, that wasn't the answer to my question. I have a Hindu friend who witnessed the Hindu deities. Do you believe that he actually did?
Maybe through demons, because demons reveal.
Okay, so then you don't believe in personal testimony because he would say the same thing about your gods. He would say that the Hindu deities are real and that your god is some sort of demon.
Well, I saw a tall white city with white buildings and with horses and donkeys.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
Oh, so plagiarism of Elysium. Go figure. What else do they have that's not the original?
I know they had nothing original.
I saw with my own eyes.
They stole the devil. They stole hell. They stole the Jewish mythology and tried to make it their own. They have nothing original. Nothing. All right, Ephraim, do you have any other prophecy that you want to cover? Because Isaiah 53 is not cutting it.
I'll come on a different day, yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
All right, coming back, man.
Thank you for your time.
All right, cheers,
God
man.
bless. All right.
They always come in. They always come in so confident. They think they're going to blow my mind. Why do they assume that I've never read Isaiah 53 before? Like they can't be.
I have no idea.
They can't be that crazy.
Win Parker for chasing the dream. I love that gift.
I didn't even see that. Yeah, W. Parker. Thank you so much. Josiah, welcome in.
Yeah, I just want to give you some future events that are going to happen. So
wait, hold on. Are you going to make prophecies?
Yeah, I'm just going to give.
Let me get hold on. Let me get my notepad open. I don't want to miss this. I love a good prophecy. All right, so your name is Josiah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fantastic. And how can we contact you after you leave to verify that your prophecies did or didn't come true?
Don't worry, it'll happen. Maybe you might not be even able to come on, but just let me just put it down in your notes. You don't have to take it in for real. Just put it in your notes. Kamala Harris is gonna win. Donald Trump is going to be assassinated.
Oh,
a civil war is going to happen.
Hold on, I'm a slow typer. Hold on. So first of all, you can't use that word. You can't say the ASS word. You can't.
Oh, sorry.
We're not going to do that. Okay. So Kamala's going to win. Donald Trump's going to have a bad day. What else?
Yeah. There's going to be a civil discord. I don't know if I can say the W word.
What? Like these are all really easy predictions. I want like a a prediction that like
Russia and China is going to invade America.
Okay, that's what I want to say. Russia and China invade.
Is going to invade America.
That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so now when are these things going to happen?
No dates. Just you'll see it happen. Okay, I'm not going to give you any dates because I don't have any dates, but it's in the timeline. Okay.
Okay, how long do I have to wait before I call you a liar?
You don't have to call me any liar. You'll just see for yourself.
I'm sure.
It's
well,
not a lie.
I mean, some of it is going to come true by November 5th, but I don't know if you know this. Doug has already told me that Kamala was going to win. And Doug is actually God.
Okay, no problem.
So I know for a fact that Kamala is going to win the presidency.
I'm not arguing if you believe or not. I just telling you, just take their notes and deal with your notes.
All right, Josiah.
I can give you another one.
You got more. All right, I love them. All right, keep them coming.
What's his name? Beyonce is gonna die eventually. Like,
I don't know if you know this, but we're all gonna pass away.
Sorry, I cannot say that word. But
when is that gonna happen?
I don't have dates. Just you see the Russia
So
and China
I don't know
thing,
if you know this,
something...
but we're all gonna pass away. That's not a novel prediction.
Okay, well, forget about Beyonce, but Russia and China is a very important thing. They're going to invade the US without like when you expect something to happen and you see it like on a radar, it's going to be unexpected.
Okay. And how do we call you out when you are proven to be a liar?
You wouldn't be calling me out. You'll see it happen.
He's so confident that he can't give us a way to get back with him. Guys, make sure you're following.
I'm right here on TikTok.
Make sure you're following Josiah so that when these things don't come true, we can make him a laughing stock. Just so you know, this is being live recorded on YouTube and Twitter, and this will be on the internet for all of history. And when things don't come true, we will absolutely clown on you. Okay?
No problem.
All right. Cheers. Have a good one.
Yeah, bye.
I love a good prophecy.
Wow. Well, I prophesy that Jay-Z and Beyonce will get their just desserts and dragons will start flying our skies once again.
Wait, are Jay-Z and Beyonce part of the Diddy stuff?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
They're the ones that took out Aaliyah, and I didn't know it because Aaliyah didn't want Jay-Z ugly ass, and Beyonce wanted to be more popular than she was, so it was jealousy. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
That's wild. Welcome in. Who's?
Huso.
Yeah, how you doing, Huso?
I'm really good, man.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
At least, yeah. I'm over that, though. I'm over 18, but yeah.
That's fine.
I'm at least 18.
We just got to make sure you're an adult. We can't talk to children, and we only let Christians and Muslims do that. And then, what's your religion?
I'm a Christian.
Fantastic. Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
No.
Okay. Are you Hebrew?
I don't know, bro.
Are you an Israelite?
I never did my DNA test before.
Just checking. Just checking. Fantastic. So
I'm not sure of that, bro. I don't focus on that stuff, bro.
Hey, listen, I'm just checking. Just checking. Okay, so what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why your God is not imaginary?
I would say all of the prophecy leading up to the crucifixion, kind of similarly to what you were trying to debunk earlier, but obviously you didn't have the right understanding. And
verified. Thank you for the pain.
Own understanding.
That's all we have is our own brain understanding. That's all you have. That's all I have. So
that's not what I mean.
Which prophecy do you want to look at?
Well, you had up Isaiah 53 earlier, and you're just showing everyone how much you didn't understand it, and also
showing everybody that I take the standard interpretation that you would find in any Jewish synagogue or in any seminary. Any interpretation that leads to Jesus would have been some sort of a secondary fulfillment, recognizing that the original prophecy was for Israel, which if you read in like an actual scholarly commentary, it would just tell you that.
So you know that there are scholarly commentaries that also agree with the Christian standpoint of Isaiah 53, right? Did you know that?
Yeah, not written by Old Testament scholars. So
Pardon me?
here's a scholarly commentary written by actual scholars. These are Catholics, but the ones that actually specialize in the Old Testament understand the context, and the context is not about the Messiah. So,
brother, I'm not talking about
the
like
scholars,
Catholics and stuff.
the scholars who think that it's about Jesus are typically New Testament scholars who aren't really that familiar with how the Old Testament works.
Yeah, so maybe I should have made myself a little more clear. So it's not the scholars that I was bringing up that mentioned this about Jesus. I should have reworded that because that's actually not the case. What is
It actually is the
the
case.
fact.
Do you want me to read?
What
Do
is-
you
what
want me to just read the commentaries to you since you haven't read them?
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
So what did I just say?
It says not the case that it's not about Jesus. You're saying it is the case that,
That's not what I
that
just
scholars agree that it's about Jesus. And I just said
That's not-
I disagree. The scholars from the Old Testament perspective, by and large, agree that it's about the nation of Israel. In order to make it about Jesus, you need to apply some sort of a secondary fulfillment.
Okay, perfect. So you didn't understand what I said, right? You actually misunderstood it because, yeah, that's not what I said. What I said was that they wouldn't say it's about Jesus. I agreed with you for 1 second, but when I clarify it, I'm going to go back to my side, right? So they don't say it's about Jesus, but they say it's about the Messiah, right?
No, they
So
don't.
that actually agrees. Can I just finish? For a
Well, you're
second?
lying.
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you that there's scholars that are Jewish scholars that are not even Christians that say Isaiah 53 is about the Messiah. If you didn't know that, I can actually give you the
I'm
references.
telling you that the primary bulk of Jewish scholarship disagrees with you. Even in the Talmud, we find like 5 or 4 different interpretations of Isaiah 53. You can't claim that the Jewish people understood Isaiah 53 to be messianic when the Jewish people don't have a consensus on how to read it. But most of the commentary from the Jewish people on this passage don't see it as being about the Messiah.
Okay, perfect. So guys, notice how he has now changed what he said. He said most of them agree with him.
Yeah.
So now he's not now he's not disagreeing to the fact that there are Jewish rabbis who are not Christians who agree with us on Isaiah 53. Everybody.
I
Just for
literally
record.
never
Just for
said
record.
that there were no Jewish people who believed it was messianic. There
I
were
didn't say Jewish
obviously
people, I said scholars.
there were obvious Jewish scholars today, by and large,
You're trying to
that are
downplay it.
Jewish don't believe it's messianic. That doesn't mean that there isn't one somewhere. I'm sure there is one somewhere. But
No, I'm saying that there's.
I mean,
that
if
there's
you
scholars
want
and there's
to,
actually tradition.
if you want to quote a Jewish scholar, you're welcome to do it. And in fact, we can probably get a Jewish rabbi in here right now.
Yeah, beautiful. If you need help because you know you're about to get cooked, that's fine. But I also wanted to make
So you don't
mention-
want to hear from an actual rabbi.
I would love to, but like I was saying, I'd also like to make mention that. you
Hanji,
brought up
go find the
Talmud.
rabbi for us if you're.
I got you.
Yeah, if
I'll
she's
send
available.
both of them in.
Yeah, so you made mention about the Talmud. Now, this is interesting because it's funny that you only bring this up for your argument to support it, right? That the Jews, you know, what they believed, but you never made mention of the other Jewish. There's other Jewish recordings like the oh man, it's been a while. What's it called again?
Cat got your tongue? You can't figure out what you're trying to say, or did,
No, I know
did
what
the
I'm
Holy
trying to say.
Spirit not
Somebody's
give you
probably gonna
utterance?
Put it in the comments. Someone's probably gonna put it in the comments, but it's called the I forget what it's called. But there's other recordings in which they recorded information that also agrees with what we're saying in all the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament.
You're not helping yourself.
Guys, what is it? What is it? It's called. What is it called? I don't want to have to look this up. Mishnah. Yeah, Mishnah is one of them. Somebody put in chat. That's one of them.
The
which,
Mishnah
you're
is
not
part
gonna
of the
bring up because
Talmud.
yeah. So there's also
The Mishnah is one of the earlier tractates of the Talmud. It's part of it.
Yeah, there's also another one that starts with the M as well too. Like there's different collections of Jewish understanding of you know certain prophecies.
Yeah, I know. I've read them.
What's it called? There's the guys. No. The Tanakh is a part of the Bible, but yeah, the Mishnah is a source for the Talmud. Yeah, he didn't know that. Thank you for clarifying it.
I
The
did. I
Midrash,
literally
yes, that's
told
the
you
other
that
one,
the
Midrash.
Mishnah was part of the Torah or part of the Talmud.
Yeah, so there's the Mishnah, and then someone else also mentioned the Midrash. Guys, there's one more. We just need one more. This is the one where they would like interpret it as well and translate it to Aramaic.
Midrash is a process. It's a way of interpreting text. It's a way of commenting on text. There are midrashic texts that are part of the Talmud and midrashic texts that are not part of the Talmud. So now you're just clowning on yourself.
No, because the Targums. Thank you, Jay. That's what I was trying to bring up. Yeah, so
the Targums are not part of the Talmud. Those are early Jewish interpretations.
I never said that they're part of the Talmud. What I made mention was you're bringing up the Talmud, which is just a collection of Jews
Rabbis
arguing with each other, right? That's what the Talmud is. Now, there's other information that the Jews kept, which has like tradition, explanations for messianic prophecies, and even translating it, right? They would translate it to Aramaic and stuff. Like that's like the Targums.
Yes,
So
I know
my
what the
point-
Aramaic Targums are. You're not making a point
Beautiful.
yet.
And I also know why you didn't mention them. You didn't mention them because it goes against everything you said.
No,
'Cause
I
we can pull
didn't.
those up.
They don't go. They
We
don't
can
go
pull-
against what I'm saying.
Okay, perfect. So I can pull up messianic interpretations from the Talmud and how they looked at it, and it's gonna go against what you're saying. So
You want
realistically,
to
your
talk
argument
to
is
an
just- your
actual
argument is just
an actual Jewish. You
scholarly.
want to talk to an actual Jewish scholar?
Hi, my
Sure,
name's Rabbi
because
Hannah. How can I
you're
help?
just a one-trick pony with Isaiah 53. You don't really have any.
Why are we
argument.
insulting
Be quiet.
people? So, hi, I'm Rabbi Hannah. How can I help?
Whoso thinks that the Jews believe Isaiah 53 is messianic?
It is not in the least little bit. It's about the Babylonian exile.
That's what I
Yeah,
said.
perfect. And where did you get that interpretation from?
Because I'm a 48-year-old Jew and I'm a rabbi and I've been a Jew my entire life and I'm a
Yeah,
scholar.
that's just
of,
like subjective. That
and I'm a
doesn't mean
scholar.
anything.
We're gonna have to
You-
ask
how
you to
many-
not
are you
overtalk our
Jewish?
guests. He's not Jewish.
Are
No.
you Jewish, sir? So then, if you aren't Jewish, how do you know what Jews think?
Well, I mean, you're just showing me how, how not smart you are because somebody is
Wow,
not
this is
Go right to
a-
the ad hom.
This is
That's
a-
okay. You go right to the ad hom.
Yeah, this
I
is an-
told you that Isaiah 53 is about the Babylonian exile. I don't know one rabbi who would say it's not. And I am 48 years old, and I've been around plenty of rabbis. My colleagues are all rabbis, and rather than engage with me, the first thing you do is tell me that I'm not smart.
Yeah, Rabbi actually has credentials. She actually has an education. She actually went to rabbinic school. Did you go to rabbinic school?
I did. Oh.
No, I'm the
I did.
guest. We know you did, Rabbi. Yeah,
All
Huso,
I heard
did
was
you
that
go
she's
to?
48, therefore she's right.
That's because you weren't listening because you've got a problem with misogyny. Did you go to rabbinic school, Huso?
Just because you're intimidated doesn't mean that like I have a misogyny.
I am asking you a question. Did you go to rabbinic school?
Yes.
Oh yeah, which school did you go to?
You went to yeshiva?
I actually was taught by rabbis on a remote mountain.
Oh, this
You were
guy's
taught by rabbis on a mountain.
no. He's just lying
rabbi?
because he's caught.
No, it's okay. What rabbi?
How am I like? Can you prove that I'm lying?
No, I can't. That's why I said what rabbi.
Okay, exactly.
Which
So that's
rabbi?
why I'm
What's his
telling
name?
You now.
What
So I'm the
rabbi did you
23-year-old rabbi
study
that's
on
here to
you?
tell you you're wrong.
It's an
So,
easy
okay,
question. What's
so
the name of
you-
your teacher?
Are how comfortably
The name of
familiar are
my
you
the
with
name of my
sages?
teacher.
Mm-hmm.
The name of my teacher is Rabbi Shlomo.
Shlomo who? We got a lot of Shlomos.
There's a lot of Shlomos.
Yeah, it's Shlomo 2. It's Shlomo, it's
Shlomo is
Shlomo
like
2.0.
There's
That's
no.
what they're
Shlomo is
calling
like
him.
being named John in English.
Yeah.
It's a name everybody gets.
Yeah, when we were on the mountain, I told him to take off that hat because I don't know where they got that tradition from, and I don't even know like what they're doing when they dance in like Israel. But tell them to go back to wherever they came from and to stop being, I don't know.
Okay, so
How
now we've
motivated
just
are you?
we've got a bigot
Twisting the Old
in the
Testament,
box
right?
now is what we've got. We've
That's
got
fine.
an anti-Jewish bigot. So
Wait,
you
I mean,
No, I'm anti.
wait. See, there's what 734 people in here, right? So honestly,
I'm
sir,
against people that deny the Messiah. Yes,
Hey,
correct.
be quiet,
Honestly, sir,
Mustache
I'll
Man
tell you.
2.0.
I am too tired and I'm too old for this. So it'd be easier if you just call me a kike and get it the fuck over with.
Yep.
Call you a what?
Watch
Call me a kike and get it
watch,
over with.
watch the language. You're gonna get me. I can't get any more strikes.
Oh, you won't get a strike from me because I am a Jew. I am allowed to say it.
I don't
In the terms of service.
All right.
I don't know. One thing I would say, Rabbi, is I don't know how you guys all got finessed by those dancing people in hats who twist the Old Testament and give their own new religion.
You're talking about the Hasid, so now you're insulting Hasid.
What? Those guys are a bunch of clowns.
You really don't like Jews.
Oh,
I mean, that's okay. Not a lot of people do.
Not at
I'm
all.
used to it. But
Yeah, I don't like
Isaiah
Muslims
50,
either. What's
there is
wrong?
nowhere between Genesis, Bereshit, and Malachi that have anything to do with Jesus. Not one iota, or what is it? Not dot, one tittle, whatever it is you Christians say. It's not. There is not one place in the Hebrew Scripture that talks about Jesus.
And let me guess, you're right because you're 48 years old and you're a quote unquote Jew.
She's
No,
educated.
I'm right because I'm 48 years
Okay,
old
so
and I have
what
a
is that?
PhD in
What is the
theology.
substance of your argument?
I just told you. I'm right because I'm 48 years old and I have a PhD in
Yeah,
theology.
you're just like an emotional arguer. Like this is who
I'm
you
not emotional.
Yeah, the
Why
guy
are you
who
placing a
come and help
value
you. You're
judgment
down
on my
bad,
emotions?
brother. Host, you're down bad. This is who you needed to come and help you.
the guy who literally started the conversation by insulting you thinks that you're being
yeah.
intellectually dishonest.
It's odd to me that you're placing
I
a value
insult.
judgment on my emotions when you have no idea what I'm feeling.
How did I insult first? You guys insulted
told
first.
me I
You've been
wasn't smart.
insulting this entire time, blaspheming. I still came up here in
You
good
know
faith.
what? I can't, Justin. I can't.
Yeah, we can drop the misogynist.
I'm having fun with this guy.
I mean, if Rabbi Hana wants to keep sparring with him, we can keep the misogynist on board.
Okay, sorry
All right,
guys.
guys.
Rabbi
Yeah,
Hana
everybody.
wants to
The
play
world,
with
the
her
world
food.
just formulated on its own. Unaliving babies is no different than feeding them to crocodiles. That's the atheistic mindset, guys. So
What?
I'm not an atheist.
We're
I'm
not.
a theist.
We're not atheists.
I'm a
yeah, you're an
theist.
atheist, brother.
No, I told you I believe
I'm
in
not.
Doug, and
No,
Rabbi
you're an
Rabbi
atheist,
Hana's
brother.
not an atheist.
I love.
You're an
I'm
atheist,
not. I'm a
brother. That
theist.
dog right there is your god.
He's running so
You
hard from
believe that?
Rabbi.
You believe that? You
He's
believe
He's
that
running.
rock?
He's terrified
You
of
believe that
Rabbi.
rock
He is
is equivalent
shriveling
to
up. His pee-pee is shriveling up deep down in his tiny little scrotum.
Maybe if we just get this part over with, you and I can have a conversation. I'm assuming you're thinking two things. That one, I'm more intelligent than you and you don't know how to take it. And two, my dick is bigger than yours. So to answer that on both counts, yes.
Amun
Yeah,
Ra.
okay. Wow, atheists! Look how appropriate they are for
I'm not an
the
atheist. I'm a
audience.
theist.
She's not an atheist. I don't know why you weren't listening to her. Is there something blocking your ears?
Atheist.
He's
I am
koala
a
brain.
believer
You don't
in
understand.
I'm a believer in the God of the Hebrew Scripture.
No, you're not. You're an atheist. I know. I can prove.
She's
you don't
not an
believe in it.
atheist.
I can
How do you
prove that she
prove?
is.
How do you prove I'm an atheist? I
I'll
would love to
prove
hear
you're an
this.
atheist because I'll
ahead.
disprove
Now he's
your
a mind reader.
I'll disprove your false idea of the Old Testament God. Therefore, you have no God.
I-
Therefore, you're an atheist.
I didn't
Ta-da.
know that we
what
had a
I'm
mind reader.
understanding- what I'm understanding is you are literally trying to explain my own religion to me and tell me
It's
whether or
not
not
your
I'm an atheist.
religion. You're a convert.
Yes.
But it's
I'm not a convert. I'm from a very long line of Jews. I'm a Sephardi Jew.
you're a convert, but it's fine. Even if you want,
You
not a
wouldn't
convert.
have your Old Testament without her people, dumbass.
even if you want to be a proselyte, you're still gonna go to hell in Judaism. What
She's
the hell
not
are
a
you talking about?
proselyte.
Judaism doesn't
They
have.
don't believe in
I'm not a
hell.
proselyte, and we don't have a hell.
You're saying we don't have. You don't
Malakia.
have anything. You have a false belief. That's all you have.
And
This is the best argument you have.
this is all he's
I
got.
have a 7-year-old right now, who could argue with me better than you are.
Yeah, that's because you taught him a bunch of nonsense, and then you guys would actually be able to get somewhere in your convo. You can't get anywhere with me
You're
because
not
I'm actually
actually having
speaking
a
in
Says the
convo.
person who thinks that he's
You're
one of
not
the
having a
chosen people.
conversation.
Fuck out my face.
So,
Wow,
like,
look at the
you
look at
aren't
the
actually having a
atheist fruit.
conversation with me, sir. What you're doing is throwing ad homs because you think it has some kind of substance. There is no substance in your argument. If you could bring me actual sources, citation needed, then I
You
would be
said you're
willing to
right
listen
because
to
you're
you.
a 48-year-old Jew. Are you fucking kidding me?
She didn't say
No, I
that.
said I'm right because I'm a 48-year-old Jew with a PhD in theology. Pay attention.
And
Okay,
then we
yeah,
asked
you got no
you,
intentions,
and then
fine.
we asked you if you had any credentials, and then you started lying about being trained by a Jewish rabbi
Can
on a
you prove
mountain.
that I was lying,
Name
atheist
Shlomo.
man?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, atheist man. Prove that I was lying.
What's
Go
the name of
ahead.
the
Do you know me?
mountain?
So if I tell you or I don't tell you, that's gonna prove I'm lying or
What's
not
the name of the
lying?
mountain?
See,
Name the
that's what you
mountain.
don't even know how to argue.
This guy's not even serious.
It was Mount Everest, brother.
No, he's not.
Mount Everest.
Mount Everest.
I-
Get the fuck out.
So
Waste
you're
of
a
What a
clown.
what a
That was
child.
hilarious.
Waste of
That was
flesh.
fun.
Absolute
I was
child.
having a stressful day. This was awesome. I was having a stressful day.
Yeah,
I'm
it was kind of
sorry
fun.
I had you waste your time on him.
No, seriously. I had a stressful day. This is just what I needed to tell some schmuck off. So like,
I actually thought that he was going to try to engage in the dialogue, but that didn't happen.
No.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I heard when I first came in, I heard him talking about the Targum, and I'm like, that's just Aramaic. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
He
Like,
learned
what
some
is that?
buzzwords, and he thinks that buzzwords are going to get him somewhere.
Oh, I wish I was waiting for it to go somewhere where I could be like, I bet you believe in creation nihilo. Well, because there is no creation nihilo. That's creation ex nihilo does not exist. You can't have something out of nothing.
Right.
There were three things that existed at the time of God's creation of the world: the darkness, the water, God Himself.
Well, he definitely doesn't know Hebrew. If he has to lie about being trained on a mountain by a rabbi
Shlomo 2.0.
named Shlomo 2.0, he's definitely not going to know Hebrew.
If he thought my hat, I think he thought my hat meant I was Hasidic. That's why I take off the hat. No, it means I'm indigenous and I don't show my hair because you aren't worthy of seeing my hair, you schmuck.
Right.
So if you're still in
Major schmuck, he's a putz too.
It's a putz.
I said it. I said it.
My sugar putz. All right. Well, I'm glad I'll be listening, but I'm really glad that I was able to help, guys.
Hey, we appreciate you, Rabbi. We love and appreciate you guys. Make sure you're dropping Rabbi a follow and sending her some love. She's awesome.
Shalom, Rabbi.
I'm trying to get Prince of Zion in the box, but they're having a little bit of trouble connecting.
Ooh, win name.
That's what I thought. I thought, wow, that's a pretty good name. But unfortunately, they couldn't connect. So we're going to try Maddie next, see if Maddie can connect.
And also, I had some people upset about my Beyonce and Jay-Z. I met them when I was in New York. They are not nice people. If you're rude and nasty for no reason given, other than the fact that you're famous, you're not worthy of my energy, time, or respect, because respect is earned, not given. And I don't give a shit if you make triple my amount. I don't care. If you're a piece of shit human being, you're a piece of shit human being. That's why we don't idolize our celebrities back home. Just saying. Yeah.
Right. Also, Vor, I see you degrading Hanji. We won't tolerate that here. Maddie, welcome in.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm just assuming that this debate is about God, period, correct?
Well, no, it's about your God.
Which is what?
Well, you tell me, who's your God?
Well, I just believe that there's a creator, so that's what I was trying to find out. What
so,
are we?
So do I.
debating?
I believe in Doug.
Okay, so you believe in Doug. You don't believe in a creator.
No, Doug created everything.
So you believe that rock created everything?
Yeah.
Which in a sense it is. I just wasn't sure about what your guys' debate was, because at the end of the day, the Bible is not literal. It is a way of being. It is a way of being. If you read quantum physics, if you read the Bible.
Are you a quantum physicist?
Yeah, I research on it.
No, are you a physicist?
No,
I know Vor. I'm just playing with you. Good to see you, Vor. All right, so Maddie, you're not a quantum physicist. I'm not inclined to believe that you know anything about quantum physics.
Well, what I'm saying is the point of the Bible is to help us realize a better life for ourselves, a better version of our minds, so that we are born into sin. When we're born all evil. The Bible and Jesus came to show us that we can actually love ourselves. That is the purpose of it. So everybody misses the point about arguing about what it's saying and what it's not. The point is to love one another and be able to actually love ourselves. But because we're born into hate, we hate ourselves. Jesus came as a bridge.
I don't hate myself. Okay, so what about the Bible? What about the Bible?
A lot of people are born into sin and they cannot forgive themselves. So
Maddie, we're just gonna need you to chill out. I mean, if you want to monologue, you can monologue on your own live. I'm trying to have a discussion with you. All right, so is it safe to assume then that nothing in the Bible is literal, because you said it's all metaphor? I think she's still talking.
Enjoy the silence.
I love it when they say it's all a metaphor, Because the problem with saying everything in the Bible is a metaphor is now you have to figure out what all the metaphors mean, and that's impossible.
Definitely impossible.
Maddie, my friend, you're muted. No one can hear you. Your yap session is lost.
Hey.
Fantastic. So, Maddie, are you saying that everything in the Bible is a metaphor?
What I'm saying is that there's a creator, and the creator...
That wasn't my question, Maddie. Is everything in the Bible a metaphor?
That I'm not 100% sure on, but what I'm going to say
is
that everything in the Bible is...
We're doing question and answer here. You don't get to dialogue forever. So what's your metric for understanding what parts of the Bible are metaphor and what parts are literal?
It doesn't matter. It's the stories. It's just like if you were
it
to tell
does.
me...
Maddie, it does matter. Maddie,
The
it
point
does.
matters.
Maddie, you can't know what the point is till you know the genre of the text. So how do we know what parts of the Bible are to be taken literally and what parts are to be taken metaphorically?
Okay, so take everything literal and then just grasp the point of it.
I mean, that's what I do.
Or don't take anything literal and just grasp the point of it.
Those
So
are
the point
literally
is
opposites.
It doesn't matter. The point is
It
still
absolutely
the same.
Okay, I'm going to read
If you tell me a story...
I'll just
you
read
tell
you
me
a
a
passage
story-
that I know you've never read before. And I want you to tell me if it's literal or figurative. Deuteronomy 22:13. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. But listen to the punishment for the woman. If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity is not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her until she is unalive. Is that a metaphor?
Which book are you reading? KJV? Which book?
I'm reading Deuteronomy 22 from the NRSV.
NRSV. I don't read NRSV.
Well, you should.
KJV is closest to Hebrew.
No, it's
It
not.
has
Do you know,
been the least-
Maddie, do you know Hebrew?
It's been the
No,
least.
she did
It's been
not.
the least.
I know.
It's been
Maddie,
the
do you
least-
know Hebrew?
No, I don't
Then
know
how
Hebrew,
do you
but
know that the KJV is closest to the Hebrew?
You're missing the point. That's
No,
not the point.
Maddie,
of the
it's very easy. You made a
You brought
claim
up
that
the
the
point.
KJV is closest to the Hebrew, and I want to know how you know that since you don't know any Hebrew.
Bible. From the scholars
Which
that
ones?
teach Bible,
Name one.
that teach how to understand the Bible.
Name one, Maddie. Name one
All
scholar.
of the teachers that have taught me through my years.
Name a single scholar that thinks that the KJV is a better translation of the Hebrew text.
I'll have to go and find you one,
'Cause-
but it can be found.
Because I went to school and I learned Greek and Hebrew. I went to seminary, and they don't tell you to read the KJV. They'll tell you to read something better, like the NRSV or like the NASB, or even the New King James Version. The New King James Version is a fine version. The
NKJV.
ESV is a fine version as well. The KJV is not a great version. We know more
But
about
I
Hebrew
thought-
today than they knew in 1611.
Okay, well, we can all be knowledgeable, but the point of the Bible is to learn to love one another and to love ourselves.
Right.
So everybody misses the point by trying to be knowledgeable, which it says in the beginning of the Bible, do not eat from the tree of knowledge, right? Because
Maddie,
we'll think we know too
we need
much.
you to
which
focus
means we
here.
miss-
Maddie,
focus on what?
we're-
Missing the
we're
point?
we're talking about Deuteronomy 22.
But your point is saying,
Maddie, you're talking about something other than Deuteronomy 22. We are reading Deuteronomy 22 and talking about it. Now, I asked you a very easy question. Is this a metaphor?
your question is irrelevant because the point of this live
Maddie,
is to say,
the point of my live is to do what I please, and I asked you a question. Is this a metaphor?
Then I came on the wrong one because
You
I thought
definitely
it was to
came on the
prove
wrong
that God
live.
was
This is
real.
not the live where you get to monologue about your
It's
nonsense
not the live
beliefs.
to prove that God is real.
No,
Girl.
your God is not real. Your
We all
specific,
have the same God. It's all the same God.
your specific God is not real. My God is real. My God is Doug.
Yeah, that is
Praise
a
Doug.
part of
Do you
God.
believe in Doug?
I believe in Doug. I
Do you think
believe in
Doug is
you, and I
God?
believe in Doug is a part because we're all connected.
Is
He's a
Doug
part of God.
God?
Yes, God works through all of us.
Okay, praise Doug. We got a new convert. All right, so you don't believe in the Bible. You don't believe in Jesus.
I do believe in the Bible. I do believe in
No, you
Jesus
don't.
because Jesus is what taught us how to forgive ourselves. If you don't
Fantastic.
forgive
So
yourself,
in
you'll hurt
Deuteronomy
yourself forever,
22,
which is why you will treat people.
in Deuteronomy 22, is this a metaphor or no?
I will have to go back and study it. I don't just think with my own brain. My
Well,
brain can
that's
tell
all
me
you
lies.
have. That's all you have is your brain.
Well, that's all you have too.
I know, and
So
I just read it to you.
People,
So
so you go to people to help
so
you
I
understand
just
besides your brain.
so I just read the text to
Okay.
you. I'm just asking you to interpret the text with me. Are words on a page difficult?
No,
Okay. Are there any confusing words on this page?
they're confusing based on how they're written.
What's confusing?
Because I have
Which
to go, I have
which
to go
words?
back and read.
Maddie,
I have
which
to go back and read
Maddie,
the
which
context because it could be talking about humans, and humans are evil. That's why God came, so He can save.
Maddie, I'm not going to let you monologue. I don't know why you keep trying to
Because
do
I'm
it.
talking.
I'll never let you monologue
Stop
on my
unmuting.
live. This is a discussion, not a monologue. So I'm asking you, what words in this passage are difficult to understand? I can help you to understand them. Also, David, thank you for the $5 super chat. David says, please tell Maddie that us worshipers of Doug are praying for her and hope to Doug that she can think with her brain someday. And I agree. I'm going to be praying to Doug tonight for you.
Thank you, because he is part of the Creator. He's there,
Amen.
right, as a piece of matter.
Praise
As
Doug,
a piece of matter.
the rock of our
As a piece,
salvation.
as a piece of matter, he is a part of God. You're right. We're all connected. We're all.
Oh my gosh, I can't. This is your brain on religion, unfortunately.
I don't
Rock of the
believe in
Ages,
religion. I
really?
believe in God.
I know. I'm
Girl.
sure you do. Okay, so do you want to read the book with me or not? Because I want to read the book.
I read the book.
I
read the
know.
book every
I'm
night, but
asking
I
you,
also
do
have
you...
I also have a person that.
Maddie, I don't care about your person. I asked you a question. Do you want to read the book with me?
Yeah, go back to Genesis.
Maddie, do you want to
Go
read
back
the book?
to Genesis.
Maddie, that's not an answer to my question. I asked you a yes or no question. Do you want to read the book with me?
Go back to Genesis.
That's not an answer. I asked you for the last time. Do you want to read the book with me?
Yeah, but go back to the beginning. If you're not going to do it my way, I'm not going to do it your way because you're just.
Maddie,
trying to
I don't
prove
know
a
if you know
point.
this, but this is my live. You can host your own live. Thank you so much for the dinosaur chat. Big W. Good to see you in the house, chat.
Okay, well, anyways, so it's a waste of my time because the point is.
Yeah, I'm not going to cast my pearls before
Yeah, we
swine.
agree.
You can get out of here.
That was
All right.
insufferable. I feel bad for any person that decides to be her partner in their lifetime.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Let us give them strength.
We've had some really big feelings in here tonight, guys. Thank you, Goblin, for
Facts
all
over feelings.
the love paint. Big W, Goblin. I appreciate that. I'm also wondering, why did TikTok call this gift love paint rather than lipstick? It's clearly lipstick.
Because it says I love you on it,
I
like
know.
when it writes on your face.
Anyways, JD, welcome in.
Hi.
JD, are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Fantastic. And are you at least 18?
Yeah.
What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why your God is not imaginary?
Okay, so basically, why would the apostles tell a lie that they know they would die for it, you know?
Did I claim that the apostles lied?
Well, if they didn't lie, then Jesus is good. Then he rose from the dead.
That's not good logic. Is it possible that they were deceived?
No, how would they be deceived?
Thank you so much, Evan, for the manifest. W. Evan, do you think that all the Muslims that died for Muhammad validates the claims of Muhammad?
They didn't claim that they saw Muhammad do anything.
Yeah, they did. They claimed that they witnessed Muhammad split the moon in two. Do you think that Muhammad split the moon in two? Thank you, Mateo, for the subscription. W. Mateo, we're almost to our goal here, guys. We got 3 more subbies till we hit our goal.
Oh, and I was just going to say, someone in comments made a valid point. You know, for someone talking about how we need to love one another and this, that, and the third, she sure wasn't showing no love.
Yeah, that's
Hypocritical, like
funny, isn't
always.
it? Not loving at all. JD, people unaliving for their
Okay.
faith is not evidence that their faith is true, or else you would have to believe that David Koresh is the second coming of Jesus. Do you think that David Koresh
No,
is the second coming of Jesus?
that wasn't my point. I didn't say that unaliving for your belief makes it true. I said that being unalive for your belief makes it, more probable that you are telling the truth.
Okay, so then the followers of David Koresh were all telling the truth because they were unalived for their faith in David Koresh. And Joyful, thank you for the
Win
5.
Goblin.
Yeah, Goblin and Joyful, thank you so much
Okay.
for the subbies. We just smashed our sub goal, guys. Thank you so much. So do you believe that
Okay,
David Koresh, do you think David Koresh is the Messiah?
No, I haven't heard about him, but I'll have to go check it out. Okay.
Yeah. Artaxerxes, thank you so much for the other 5 subbies. Big W, thank you. I appreciate it. Now we really smashed the goal.
All right, thanks.
Antaxerxes,
Thanks for having
really?
me on.
All right, JD, good to have you, man. That was his only argument? That was the best he had?
I guess so, but I never thought I'd say this, but rare win for Antaxerxes. Huh?
Yeah, big win.
Mm.
Yeah, Artaxerxes he was not good to your people.
No.
He's not going to be a
Still
hero.
In the words of the youth, I still want my fade, bro.
Yeah. That's right. Rachie, thank you so much for the 5 subbies. Now we obliterated the sub goal. Thank you so much, guys. Loki, welcome in. Loki?
Loki, don't make me get Thor.
Did she
Are you here?
Did she get up here by accident?
I think so.
Oh, I'm hearing from the Goblin that the username is not Artaxerxes. It's Artix Rises. I'm sorry, it's hard to read it on my screen. Oh, they dropped. That they didn't mean to be up here. That was an accident.
And thank you, Bevy, for the subscription.
Yeah, big W. Links, I appreciate that. Is that our links? I can't click on it to see who it is. I think that's a friend of ours. All right, that guest dropped as well. We're just gonna,
Let's do that. That's a friendly.
That's what I thought.
Metatron, when name, wants to know about Jeremiah 36 and the broken line of David.
Oh, Jeremiah 36 and a broken line of David. Or Dr. Joe, thank you so much for that hat. It's good to see you, Dr. Joe. It's hard to believe that anyone in our deconstruction community wouldn't know Dr. Joe yet, but for those who are deconstructing and need therapy, Dr. Joe is a licensed professional therapist, and she specializes in the type of therapies that people in our community would be interested in, like deconstruction, substance recovery, and different things of that nature. I highly recommend dropping her a follow. She's a huge member of our community. We've got Joshua in the box now. Welcome in, Josh.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, Hanji. What was your question? I apologize. I got distracted. Let me get your question first.
Jeremiah, they want to know about Jeremiah 36 and the breakage of the line of King David.
Yeah.
Or
So
David in general.
yeah. So Jeremiah 36 is probably about the exile of Jehoiakim. Because Jehoiakim was basically cast out because of his sin, and it says that none of his children will ever sit on the throne again. Let me find it again.
And that means for any line of David is just not allowed to sit there. Like it doesn't have like an expiration date.
But I thought that was in 28. Give me a second and make sure we got the right chapter. Or sorry, not 28. Dun, 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 dun. Was it 38? Let me. I got my Bible with me, and I've got it marked actually in my Bible.
Yeah. Joshua, please don't unmute until we are done. Thank you.
Shoot, where was
Yes,
it?
so that broke the line of David, so Jesus could not sit on that throne.
Yeah, I
That's
know
what Meta trying
exactly
to
what he's
say.
talking about. He's talking about the exile of Jehoiakim, also known as Jeconiah. Let me just Google it.
Okay. In the meantime, guys, go ahead and
Oh,
tap the screen, share the live.
22, Jeremiah 22. I apologize. All right, Jeremiah 22 talks about Jeconiah being exiled. Let me pull it up on the screen so we can all see it. And I'm going to put it in the NRSV. And we'll get it up here. So if you go down to verse 24, it says, as I live, says the Lord, even if King Coniah, which is Jeconiah, son of Jehoiakim of Judah, were the signet ring on my right hand, even from there I would tear you off and give you into the hands of those who seek your life, into the hands of those whom you fear, even to the hands of the king Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, which he actually does. And it says, and into the hands of the Chaldeans. I will hurl you and the mother who bore you into another country where you were not born, and there you shall be unalived. But they shall not return to the land which they long to return. This man, Coniah, is despised, a broken pot vessel no one wants. Why are his offspring hurled out and cast away in the land they do not know? O land, 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 hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. Now, if you go to the lineage that's given in the book of Matthew, Matthew shows as part of Jesus' descendants, Jeconiah. That's in book of Matthew. Was it chapter 2? Must have been chapter 1 or 2. I always forget. Luke is in chapter 3. Yeah, there we go. Chapter 1. And if you look at the line coming from Matthew, it says Hezekiah the father of Manasseh, Manasseh the father of Amos, and Amos the father of Josiah, Josiah the father of Jeconiah, and his brothers at the time of the deportation of Babylon, which we just read about Jeconiah being deported during the Babylonian captivity and saying that none of his offspring will ever sit on the throne of King David or rule in Israel, which means if Jesus came through this line, he theoretically would have been disqualified. But that being said, it's irrelevant because the line goes to Joseph, and Joseph wasn't the father of Jesus. So that's
I hope that answered your question, Metatron.
Yeah, that's the answer to the question. Anyways, Joshua, welcome in.
Yes, now you can unmute. Now we can discuss.
Yeah, Joshua, are you at least 18, and do you believe in a religion?
I believe in God, yes.
Do you believe in a religion?
No, I don't follow any religions.
Okay, well, I'm a believer in Doug. Do you believe in Doug?
No.
Okay, well, what would be the justification for why your religion is true and mine is not?
I really don't. I just believe he created everything.
Doug did.
Doug's a rock.
Doug's God.
Do you believe there's a devil?
Nope. Why would I believe that there's a devil?
Why do you use that 666? I was wondering.
Because it's provocative. We're trolling Christians who get like
It gets the Christians going.
Yeah, as Ian would say, it gets the people going. But I'm not as good as Ethan at being provocative. Thank you for the ploopy chicken. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I don't believe that Satan's real, but it bothers you apparently. Do you believe that Satan's real?
Yes.
So you're a Christian?
Yes.
So why did you lie and said you didn't have a religion?
I don't follow anything.
Thank you, Steve. So you're a cowardly Christian. You're a lukewarm Christian that's going to be spit out of Jesus' mouth.
No, I just don't follow any religion. I've seen a lot, and they don't some say some truth, some say some lies. I'm like, what the heck?
Okay, so what's the evidence that your God is real and it's not Doug?
They created everything.
Yeah, Doug did.
Yeah.
I'm starting
I'm
to.
not.
I don't think you actually have an argument, do you?
He
Not
doesn't.
really.
All right, Josh. Thanks for being here, man. We're gonna get the next guest up, though.
Thank you.
All right, cheers.
He was giving Sadak Macbishtoff.
Yeah, he waited in the box for a while. Why would you wait all that time just to come up and say you got nothing? Oh, Yaklov. We see Yaklov's in the house tonight. Yaklov, good to see you, my man.
Been a minute. Hey, Yak.
BC, welcome in.
BC Sasquatch, you're in the box. They too are friendly.
Big Sack is friendly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, they'll come back. All right. Well, Josiah and Toby came back. I thought we talked to Josiah already. We're going to get to just...
More prophecies?
Yeah, we're going to get the just for me since they were in here. Then we'll go back to Toby. It sounds like Toby probably did some research while I was gone. He wants to come back and share it with us.
Okay, that works. Well, guest is loading, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing the live. Thank you all so much for the subbies, for the gifts. You guys are awesome. Been hitting our gift goals and our subscription goals. Thank you all so much for the Cash Apps and the Venmos and the Super Chats on the YouTube channel. We wouldn't be able to do this without any of you guys. We appreciate your constant love and support here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chet. Guys, if you're not following Chet yet, I implore you. And I think Doug would implore you to follow Chet as well. You'll see Chet in the comments. But Chet's a phenomenal thinker. Toby, welcome back.
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much. You came back. We're glad to see you again. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I did digging on Isaiah 9, 6 through 7.
Yeah.
And so you said the prophecy was unfulfilled. Now,
yes,
I think it's the way that you interpret it, right? I'm sure that you know that the Bible is filled with metaphors, and it's not always literal.
Okay,
right?
So when you don't like what it says, it's a metaphor.
Not exactly, but I think that it doesn't have a direct meaning for 7, and you have to interpret that differently.
Okay, so is 6 literally true and 7 a metaphor?
It could be.
I
didn't write it.
How do you know that 7 is not literally true and 6 is a metaphor?
Well, firstly, with the throne of his kingdom, or the kingdom and stuff, that is referred to several times in the Bible. And in the New Testament, the kingdom of Christ, it is not a physical place, but it's a spiritual place. Now, this is just not me. Like, this is just a little bit of time that I took to reflect on this. But I think that it's referring to the kingdom of Christ or the kingdom of God, which is in our hearts and not.
Does it say kingdom of the Messiah?
It could mean it.
But it doesn't say that. Like, you have to change the meaning of the words for that to work. Whereas I don't have to do that. I don't have to change any of these words for this to be about an actual king.
That is fair. And I see your point again. But at the same time, as I've said, the Bible is a lot metaphorically, and I think that a lot of it is just how you interpret it. Personally, the way that I interpret it is not the literal way that it's written, but a more metaphorical sense.
Okay, so why don't you interpret verse 9:6 to be a metaphor?
Well, hang on, sorry, I have my Bible open. It keeps flipping pages. So it says, "For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders." So yes, there was a son, and he did come down.
But is that a metaphor or is it real?
That genuinely happened. Now,
Okay,
with the
how do you know? How do you know that verse 6 is not a metaphor and verse 7 is literally true? Like, if you're going to say that we've got this prophecy and one verse is literally true and one verse is just a metaphor, I need to know what is your standard for determining what is a metaphor and what's not.
I see what you mean here. And I'm trying to find a way to put this into words. Because as I've said, I'm not the most, I'm being humble here. So he was the Prince of Peace. Like, let's just read
Who was?
let's just read 9:6.
Was Jesus ever a prince?
No, but metaphorically speaking, he was.
Okay, so
He
now
only
it's a
spoke peace. He was not violent.
So now it's a
Like,
metaphor. You see, you have a problem with, like, you keep going back to either it's a metaphor or it's not, but none of this actually helps you. Either this is a prophecy about something in the real world, or it's a metaphor for something, but it can't be both, right? And the child in this prophecy has already been born. A child has been given to us. A child has already been born.
I see what you mean.
Right? So,
yeah, I see what you mean.
So most scholars believe that this was an enthronement prophecy about King Hezekiah. In fact, in my study Bible, it'll just tell you that most people believe it was about Hezekiah.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. I think it's just a way that people can interpret it, and I choose to interpret it the other way. But I see your point. I understand your point, and I see where you're coming from. And then you asked about any prophecies that were fulfilled. And if we look at Isaiah 53.
Well, we spent like an hour already on Isaiah 53 tonight. Didn't I talk to you about Isaiah 53 once?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. I can't just make every live that I do about just Isaiah 53. I know that's the only prophecy that Christians know. I don't know why it's the only one that you know. But
there's also the fact that he was born of a virgin.
I know. So I'll make you the same deal that I make everybody else. If you can find me one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, then I'll be glad to spend, another half hour or whatever on Isaiah 53 with you. So you said that Jesus born of a virgin, right? Is the next one?
Yes.
That's Isaiah 7:14.
I believe so.
It is. So Isaiah 7, the context for Isaiah 7 is that the king of Judah is being attacked by King Rezin and King Pekah. So this is the king of the northern 10 tribes and the king of the Arameans. They formed an alliance together and they attacked Judah. That's why it says in verse 2, when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. They're afraid that the kingdom's going to fall. And God sends Isaiah to give them a word of encouragement. In the first word of encouragement, it ends saying, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then God sends Isaiah a second time. And this is the part that you want to read. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God. Let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David. Is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So who is speaking here?
Hang on, sorry. I was also trying to find another verse while you were reading that. It was in the book of John, when he spoke of his own death before he died.
Well, we got to do Isaiah first. We going to do one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. So in Isaiah chapter 7, verse 10 through 17, who's doing the speaking?
Pull this back up. That would be...
It's the prophet Isaiah, right?
Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to find it.
Of course. Okay. So the prophet Isaiah is speaking, and who is he speaking to?
Was it Ahaz, or however you say it?
Yep, exactly. He's speaking to the king. Okay, so next question is, who is this prophecy for?
Emmanuel, right?
No. Who is
Or,
this
sorry,
prophecy
wait.
for? Who's the audience?
Is it for the Assyrians?
No, it's
Sorry, I'm trying to read back.
for King Ahaz and his people, the Judeans.
Oh, yeah, correct, yes.
Okay. So he says to King Ahaz, he says, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son. So it's talking about a woman who's already pregnant. And it seems to be somebody that he knows because he says, look, the young woman is with child. So this is a prophecy to the king living at that time period. And he's saying that somebody is with child. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are causing you trouble, the two kings that you're afraid of, their lands are going to be deserted. That's what the prophecy is about. It's not about a Messiah at all.
Okay. All right. I see your point. Yeah. So I have NIV translation. It says the virgin will conceive and give birth to a son. We'll call him Emmanuel. He'll eat the curds and honey. Yes, but
the
anybody
NIV is
else
lying to you because in the Hebrew text it doesn't say that she will become pregnant. The Hebrew word hara is an adjective meaning she is pregnant. If you use it as a verb, because you can use it as a verb, it means that somebody became pregnant. Of course, that would be in the masculine, which is why we know it's used as an adjective here. So this is someone that's already pregnant. It's a young woman who's already pregnant. It's not about a virgin who's going to become pregnant in the future.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'll have to look into this a little further. Because, yeah. But the other thing I wanted to talk about would be John chapter 2:19, where he prophesies his own death. It reads, Jesus answered them, destroy this temple and I will raise it again in 3 days. They replied, it has taken 46 years to build this temple and you are going to raise it in 3 days. But the temple he had spoken of was his body. After he was raised from the dead and his disciples recalled what he had said, then they believed the scripture and the words that Jesus had spoken.
Sure. And when was John written?
It was some time after his death.
Yeah, a long time after Jesus' death. Now, if we had evidence that Jesus said any of these words, and we had evidence that he resurrected, that'd be great. That'd be a really cool fulfilled prophecy. There's no evidence that he resurrected, and there's no evidence that any of these texts are recording words that Jesus actually spoke. But even if it did, we've got a bunch of evidence that Jesus was a liar himself, because he says that his second coming was going to happen before the people, his disciples, passed away. For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which they're all gone, every one of them.
I'll have to look at that verse again. What is that? Matthew 16:27-28? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to read that one in a bit. But with his death, the Romans were not able to present his body.
Wait, who?
From the tomb.
How do you know the Romans had his body, and how do you know that he was placed in a tomb?
There were records that he was crucified on a Roman cross, and it was stated that his body was placed in a tomb.
Where do we find a record that says that the Romans crucified him and put his body in a tomb? Because the only record I know about is the letter of Pliny, which came much later, that said that he was executed under Pontius Pilate. It says nothing about being placed in a tomb.
I'd have to find it. There was pieces of evidence, though. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I'm sure if you look them up, you could find them.
I have. I've looked them all up.
Okay.
So
Well,
Toby,
I see your...
when I was your age, I was doing the same thing you were doing. I was out on the internet. I was a Christian, and I was trying to convince people. And through my own studies and talking to other people, came to realize the Bible is not a good source of truth. It's not a good source of information. It's not a good source of morality. And eventually, I just ditched it. And I
What about it is immoral?
well, I think if you look at the laws of God, let's read a couple of these laws. If you look at the laws of God and the behavior of the God of the Bible, he's incredibly unjust, like all over the place. And let's do one that we haven't done in a while. I want to talk about the guy that was executed for picking up sticks. This is going to be in the book of Numbers. And this is going to be Numbers chapter 15. I'll put it on the screen and we can read it together. It says, sorry, it's not on the screen yet. While the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and all the congregation. And they put him under guard or under watch because it had not been explained what should be done with him. And what's happening here is they're like, we don't really know if picking up sticks is a violation on the Sabbath. We know you can't work on the Sabbath. Exodus 21 tells you that if you work on the Sabbath, you got to be stoned. But we don't really know if picking up sticks is working. So they're like, listen, we're going to go inquire. It says, then the Lord said to Moses, the man must surely be put to unalivement. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside of the camp. So this guy was picking up sticks, and not even Moses knew if this was a violation of the law. And so they inquired of God, and rather than God saying, listen, you didn't know any better, I guess it wasn't very clear, we'll let this one pass, but don't do it again. That's not what he did. He said, no, stone the dude till he's unalive. Do you think that's a judgment by good God?
Yeah,
Well,
we literally said fuck them humans.
We don't always know God's motives. I couldn't tell you because I'm not God.
Yeah, but
now it might not sound right to us. It might not sound just to us, but I do not personally know. That is not for me to know either.
do you think that we should stone people that pick up sticks on the Sabbath?
Well, Jesus died for our sins so that people do not have to be.
That wasn't my question. Do you think that people should be stoned for picking up sticks on the Sabbath?
I gave you an answer. Jesus died so that people will not be stoned on the Sabbath
That's not an
day
answer to
because
my
we can be
question.
forgiven.
Was it ever
it
a
is.
good thing that people were stoned for picking up sticks?
No, it's not.
Okay, so when
It
God
doesn't
told him,
sound like it from a human perspective.
so when God
But
told
as I
him,
said, I'm not God.
okay, so when God said to stone him, God was wrong.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So when God told them to stone this poor man, God was saying something that was bad.
I do not know because I'm not God.
So you can't tell me if it's good or bad to stone people for picking up sticks on the Sabbath?
It doesn't sound good.
What do you mean it
As I've
doesn't?
said, I'm not God.
Okay,
That sounds
I
wrong
don't-
from a human moral standpoint. But
I
I'm
know,
not
it really
God.
does. It certainly does sound wrong. I'm going to read another passage to you. I want you to tell me if this is good morality or if this is bad morality. As for your male and female slaves who you may have, from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. Moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you, and their families who are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall become your property. And you may take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them as a possession. They will be your permanent slaves. Do you think that's a good law?
Hang on once. Okay, so slaves were treated differently as Israelites. It was more
That
like an
wasn't my
indentured servitude.
question. Do you think that it was good to tell the Israelites that they can own slaves?
It was indentured servitude.
What is the difference between slavery and indentured servitude?
They were given places to live. They were treated better than slaves in other areas.
That's not true, but that's also not an answer to my question. What is the difference between indentured servants and slaves?
Indentured servants are paying off a debt.
Kind of, yeah. And what else?
They are doing work to pay off a debt to somebody.
And then what happens after 6 years?
They are freed.
That's right, they go free. Do slaves go free, or are they there for life?
They are there for their life unless said otherwise.
Okay, so now we've already determined that the difference between an indentured servant as a slave is that a slave is there for life and an indentured servant gets to go free after 6 years. Does Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 say that they're permanent slaves or that they get to go free?
Said that they were permanent slaves.
So then they're not indentured servants.
But it also said that they were seen as human beings with dignity.
Where does it say that?
And it says it.
Because it literally says in verse 46 that you can treat your foreign slaves harshly. It says, but regarding your brethren, it says, and you may take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them as a possession. They shall be your permanent slave. But regarding your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another with rigor. In fact, in the other translations, it says you may treat them as slaves. I think the NRSV is the one that uses that particular translation, which it's actually in there. It says you may treat them as slaves, just not your own brethren.
What is the context of this? Why were they being brought into slavery? Because
they're foreigners, and God doesn't care about the foreigners. He just cares about the Israelites.
Is that actually the context?
That is, because when God freed Israel from slavery, he only freed Israel. He didn't free any other slaves on the planet. He only freed Israel. God doesn't care if the other people are enslaved.
Well, I will have to look into this one because I cannot give you a definite answer right now from what I've just read.
Yeah. Do you think that children should be put in prison for the crimes of their parents?
No, but it does happen in the world, unfortunately.
I'm talking about whether or not it should happen. So
it shouldn't.
I agree, it shouldn't happen. And it shouldn't happen because it's unjust to punish children for the crimes that their parents committed, right?
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Right, okay. So the problem is God doesn't agree with you. God says it's perfectly okay to punish the children. In fact, he says in Exodus 34:7 that he will visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and the children's children into the third and the fourth generation. And then we see him in the Bible doing this kind of thing. For example, when we go to 1 Samuel 15, talks about the war with the Amalekites. And Samuel said to Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have and do not spare them, but unalive both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, and camel and donkey. What crime did these people commit?
They opposed the Israelites when they came out of Egypt.
Did they do it, or did their ancestors do it? Because this is referring to what happened when they exited Egypt. And Saul lived 400 years prior to this, or after this. Which means these people, right now that Saul is attacking, they didn't have nothing to do with the Exodus. Not a damn thing. Do you think it's okay to genocide an entire people group because their ancestors did something bad? Like, would it be okay to go in right now and genocide all of Germany because of what they did in World War II?
No.
Right. But why is it okay when God does it?
Well, I do not know. And I'll read this too. But no, I see your points for sure. And once again, I'm just here to learn. So
Yeah, that's fine.
I will read these, and I definitely see your points. I also think that people in the chat should be more respectful because I'm not
Don't worry about the chat,
trying.
Toby. Don't worry about them, bud. Don't worry. You're just here talking to me. The chat is vile. On every
Yeah, the
live
chat
you
is
ever go
vile.
to, listen. When you go to a concert and you look down and you see the mosh pit, and you're like, "Oh God, the mosh pit is terrifying." The chat is the mosh pit in every live. That's the place where you
Yeah.
go to get chewed up. So don't worry about what's happening in the mosh pit. Just pay attention to what's happening on the stage, okay?
I think that while a lot of these things that you're showing are really bad, like for sure, like I don't condone slavery, I don't condone genocide for those things. I think that some teachings are good moral values, though. Like Jesus taught us to be humble. He taught us to love our neighbors, and the Ten
Thanks, Becky.
Commandments. Like I personally like to share the love to people. I like to spread love. Like, and the Bible teaches to do that.
Well, the Ten Commandments say not to covet your neighbor's slaves.
It says not to covet your neighbor's wife,
and the slaves,
which is lusting over them.
Slaves.
Where can you please show me where it says slaves?
Yeah, the prior chapter, in Exodus 21, it talks more about slaves, but in Exodus 20, we've got the Ten Commandments. Let's grab them real quick. Let's see. You shall not make for yourself idols, yada, yada, yada. You shall not wrongfully use the name of God. Remember the Sabbath. Honor. It should be the last one. Bear false witness. There we go. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. So he's saying that these slaves belong to your neighbor, and you shouldn't covet your neighbor's slaves. So even in the Ten Commandments, it's endorsing slavery.
I don't think that it's endorsing it, but it's acknowledging it.
But if slavery was wrong, why didn't God just say don't do it?
Because humans pushed God away.
That's irrelevant. Why didn't he say that you can do adultery? Because when it comes to things that he doesn't want you to do, like he totally just tells you not to do it. Don't eat shellfish, don't have mixed fabrics, don't plant two seeds in the same field, don't commit adultery, so on and so forth. Don't eat animals that chew the cud but have divided hooves, things like that. But when it came to slavery, he just couldn't muster the courage to say don't do it.
Well, I'll have to look at that one too. I see your point here for that as well. But I think the underlying message in this is also like it's good morals. You shouldn't lust over things. You shouldn't having idols isn't great. You shouldn't just the things that it speaks of in general are just good morals to live by.
Yeah, but
and Jesus teaches us to be humble and to love people, and I think that's what everybody should take away from it in general.
Yeah, but every one of the Ten Commandments were like teachings that already existed before we found them in the Bible. Like we can find them in the 42 Confessions of Ma'at. We can find them in like the laws of Hammurabi and Lapit-Ishtar and Eshnuna and the rest of the ancient Near Eastern law codes. These are pretty common laws.
And that's good. The Bible continues that, so it's.
But that's what I'm saying.
Fair to people.
Well, that's what I'm saying is the Bible's.
Things,
Toby.
It's continuing good teachings.
Toby.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Toby, is the teachings that you like in the Bible, like they're not unique to the Bible. We find them elsewhere in other places. So
I never claimed that they were unique to the Bible. I just said that the Bible has good moral teachings.
Well, I don't think it does. You're saying that you don't like some of these teachings that we just read, but you like some of them. But the teachings that
I didn't say I like all of them.
No, I'm not saying that.
The Bible has good teachings.
I'm agreeing with you that you like some of them and you dislike others. But the ones that you do like, in fact, I can almost guarantee the ones that you do like, all of those teachings I can find outside of the Bible. So what do I need the Bible for then?
Well, that's a personal decision. I put my faith in Christ, and you put your faith in Doug. So,
Praise Doug.
you know,
All right, Toby, listen, you've been a really good sport. I appreciate you coming up. I don't want to keep cooking you. You're so kind, okay?
yeah, you're good. Have a blessed night. I'm going to look into these things and keep learning. Yeah, thank you. Have a nice night, guys.
All right, cheers. Great to hear from you, Toby. Let's get some big dubs for Toby.
Thanks,
He's a young guy in the lion's den, so like he did really good. I would have been really nervous when I was his age doing this.
I agree, though. Izzy's right. This is the comment section is a coliseum.
It is.
They're the gladiators.
It's a battle royale. The comment section is like all gloves off battle royale. And guys, thank you so much for being here. Also, remember to say a prayer tonight to the one true God, Doug. Welcome in, Ed209.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can
We
hear
can
you.
hear you.
No, I just wanna say that my God, my new God, has just invoked me the power of deja vu. And I want to express that onto you and prove to you that there is a deja vu. Do you believe in deja vu, Justin?
Well, I believe that there's a phenomenon that we call deja vu. There is an explanation for it. Like if you read like a neurology paper, there's various explanations for it. So I guess when you say, do I believe in deja vu? I mean, I do believe that there is a mental phenomenon that happens in our brain that convinces us that we're witnessing the same thing twice.
It reminds me of that electro song from the 90s, Deja Vu.
You believe that something that has happened to you, and actually it's going to happen again.
Oh, I've never experienced that, but I did receive a PayPal from Lisa that says, thank you. Learn something every time she watches the live. And thank you, Lisa, for the support on PayPal. Lisa, we really appreciate that.
Lisa.
Ed, what are you going to prove?
The deja vu that you have already experienced, and you're going to experience again, and it's personal to you and Hanji too.
Are you making a prophecy?
Do you want to?
Are you making a
Yes,
prophecy?
Maybe you're preaching to the choir because I believe in the Greek and Egyptian deities and I believe in deja vu. So with that being said, you're not really doing nothing over here.
All right, so Ed, we got one good prophecy tonight already from a young man named Josiah. I've got my notepad open. I'm waiting for our next prophecy of the night.
Okay. You know how you have 666, the 3 6s up on your board there?
Yep.
How about if 4 6s are okay? Would that be all right? Hanji, I love when you call people Malaka. Can you call someone a Malaka again?
Can you pay me?
Yeah,
I'm gonna start charging.
Hold on, we've got a Malaka emoji.
No. Did you?
Oh,
did
shoot.
You experience deja vu?
Ed, I just did experience deja vu. W Ed, thank you for the 6666. Big W, Ed. We really appreciate your support here, Ed. Listen, Ed brought a prophecy that actually came true. He's the only one that we've ever had on here that made a prophecy and it came true.
Did you read the message on it?
Let me grab it real quick. So let me grab it. My PayPal, as soon as I open it, it tends to close whatever was happening. I got the message here. It says, "Oh, to the powers of Doug, thank you so much." Yes, praise Doug, pray the Rock of Ages, guys.
The powers of
ages.
If you didn't believe it yet, you know it now that Doug has the power of deja vu, and Ed used the power of Doug to prophesy it into existence.
Malakas Doug. There you go.
What more could you ask for?
Thank you, Hanji.
Hey, thank you so much,
All right,
Doug.
I love
Man,
you
we
guys.
appreciate you. All right, cheers. Let's get some W's for Ed. Big W.
You know, I keep getting people telling me to call them a malaka, and I'm just like, hey, my Cash App, if you want me to degrade you in my language, by
Any
all
day.
means.
Any day. Also, Gina, thank you so much for the $15. Goes by Celt Abroad. Gina asks, why is it that the biblical God had the exact same understanding of geography, biology, physics, and chemistry as, and the message got cut off, but I assume you mean as everybody else in the ancient world? And that's a really great one. I agree, because the weird thing about the Bible is that when the God of the Bible talks, the God of the Bible never knows anything more than the people group that he's talking to. Like, he never knows anything more than what's happening in the Middle Bronze Age. You know what I mean? If God...
Guys, I cannot tell you the meaning of malaka because it will actually get the live taken
Yeah. Be careful with that one. If the God of the Bible was real and he had some sort of transcendent knowledge, he would be able to tell us something about our universe or the planet that we didn't know. But as it turns out, he doesn't. He just keeps repeating the same stuff that we find in other ancient mythologies. Shuckle, how you doing?
Hey, brother, how are you? Doing good?
Yeah, doing good. Thank you for asking. Shuckle, are you at least 18?
Yeah, well above that, actually.
Fantastic. Are you a believer?
I just had a question. Yeah, I'm born a Muslim, but I had a question regarding the Bible because I don't have any background from Christianity or anything of that nature. My question is, what is the relationship in terms of the verse when it says, because it was really catchy for me in terms of from my background, etc. When it says, I have many things to say unto you, but you cannot bear them now. That verse, I guess you're familiar with it.
I mean, that sounds like something Jesus had kind of said. I mean, at least a paraphrase of something Jesus said. But
can you explain what's the relation in terms of like why was it revealed? Because I actually went through a journey in terms of like reading, because I was raised a Muslim, but as many Muslims, I never did my study in terms of their religion, and I came out to find out that it was a lot of he said and they said, based on I guess you have done your studies too over there.
Yeah, I'm an ex-Christian. So the words you're referring to come from John 16. It says, I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all truth, for he will speak on his own. I'm sorry, but he will not speak on his own, but will speak whatever he hears, and he will declare to you the things that are to come. He will glorify me because he will take what is mine and declare it to you. So the idea in the Gospels is that the Holy Spirit is like an intermediate between God and mankind, and that the Holy Spirit is going to dwell within the believers and is going to teach them the ways of God. That's kind of what Jesus is suggesting here, that I'm going to leave, but the Holy Spirit's going to come in my place, and the Holy Spirit's going to do for you what you want me to do for you.
I just thought that was a really beautiful verse, actually, because in terms of what I experienced was a really long journey, over 30 years actually, in the faith. And when you see something that refreshing, it was just, I don't know, I guess someone that is raised in I don't know how to word it, but some people might take it for granted, but what I went through was like a total hell, in terms of in the faith and stuff like that. And what is your answer to someone who would say, let's say, I have noticed a lot of people that are either Christians or have background born Christian, and they say I found some verse in the Quran and I decided to convert and stuff like that. I feel where I'm trying to come to is people get distracted by different messages, and some go here and some go there in terms of cross faith. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, so I would refer to this as jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Jumping out of the Christian boat to jump into the Muslim boat or vice versa, I think is just trading one mythology for another. That's my view on it.
okay, well, if Christianity is not true, why is it mentioned in the Quran?
The Quran came after Christianity. Of course, it's going to mention it. The same reason why the New Testament mentions Judaism. Same reason why the Book of Mormon mentions Christianity.
So, in other words, they just prolonged the lie. In other words,
Yeah, they reinvented the narrative and put their own spin on it, and they created their own religion, which is what tends to happen. Is you want to start with a base religion that people believe in, and then you can do a spin-off. Because then you can point back and say, listen, this thing in the other religion, it was actually pointing to us. And some people will believe it. It's much easier to take a spin-off of a established religion and grow it than to start a completely new religion from scratch.
yeah, I got you. So, in other words, they divided the faith into two beliefs so that someone will have an spin on it, and the other one will have another. But what I found
Well,
is
Shekel,
very
as much
tricky.
as I appreciate talking to you, this is a debate, so we're trying to find people that are here to debate. And it sounds like you're just here
Okay,
to
no
chat. And I
problem.
love a good chat, but this is not the right place for it. But you're welcome to join our Discord. There's a link in my link tree. You can join our Discord, and we do actual chatting in the Discord.
I got you. Thank you very much, brother. You
All
have a
right,
nice
cheers. Good to see you, Shekel. I'm sorry, I didn't get his name. Kay, thank
Not
you.
shackle.
Listen, I really wanted to make a joke about the shekel shot. Kay, thank you for the $10 super chat. Kay says, my friend said that the Bible isn't homophobic, but that's and that it's okay to be homosexual, but just not okay to act on it, i.e. having, you know what, is this true? And no, it's really not true. I mean, to your point, like, is God mad at you if you're attracted to somebody of the same sex? It doesn't seem like he would be mad at that. He would be upset, like, if you acted on it. But like, that's like potato. Who really cares? If God says, listen, I don't want men lying with other men as they would a woman, it's homophobia. That's all it is. You just call it for what it is. All right, so this is
You
what we're going
better
to do.
both be mask presenting. I don't want no feminine mask here. Better both be masked.
All right,
Take it up
guys.
the ass and be a man right
Careful,
after.
Andre. You're gonna get us taken down. All right.
Oh,
So,
come
guys,
on. I'm part of the LGBTQ.
but you can't say things like take it up the rear.
Oh,
All right, guys. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right
but
back.
it's fun.
Hanji is in charge. I'll be back in like a minute or less, and then we're gonna get our next guest in the box, and we'll keep on rolling.
Guys, that fun doesn't work. But that type of play is very, very fun. No judgment here. And I like to watch. Anyways, so let's go ahead and keep tapping the screen. Be sure to share out the live, show support. Thank you all so much for the gifts, the subbies, the Venmos, the Cash Apps. And we appreciate you all staying with us every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. A little goes a long way. Just you guys even being here, spending time with us is enough for us to keep this going. When am I not spicy? Listen, I'm called the TikTok Aphrodite for a reason. So for all my men, theys, thems, and femmes, if you guys want me to yell at you, you know, you have that type of pink, you know what I'm saying? I'm more than welcome to, but my voice does get after a while. So you're gonna have to show me love. Links in the bio. Anyways. But no, on a serious note, I really do appreciate you guys. And if there's anyone giving you any issues in chat, please just tag me. I'll take care of it. I don't like people proselytizing my counsel. I don't like being, my people being targeted just because they got away from a faith that was extremely fucking toxic. So there's
Right.
that.
Yeah, welcome in, Mike.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Hey, not too bad. Long time no talk.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
So I already know you're a Christian, so we don't have to ask that. And I already know you're at least 18, so we don't have to cover that as well. So what would be your best argument or your best evidence that your God is not imaginary?
Well, I mean, I would try and argue more for the existence of God in general. When you say my God, I would think more of the Christian God, and that's far more complicated.
I have a
to
God,
do.
though. Have you met Doug?
Oh no! you put up some googly eyes on a rock.
Dude, listen, don't degrade my faith, okay? This is Doug. He is the rock of ages. He is the necessary precondition for all intelligibility. So
You're joking.
So
you don't worship that rock, do you?
We did. In fact, he's prophesied in the Old Testament. He performed miracles both on Friday and today already. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys saw Doug do miracles.
People are already saying, why are you mocking their God? This is the
Yeah,
audacity.
I mean, I'm really offended that people keep mocking our religion, but I mean, we knew we'd be persecuted. The good book told us.
Wow.
So what would be the evidence that your God is not imaginary? Because my God is not imaginary. We're all looking at him. We all know he's real.
Well, while I cannot have a conversation with the creator like I can have with you right now, I do think that there are some good lines of evidence to say that he exists.
I just told you his name's Doug.
Right. So listen, one of the things I always respected about you is that I really think you come with good arguments
I
and you
appreciate
stick
that, Mike.
to evidence and facts. Yeah, no, I'm not just saying that, dude. It's really tough out here on TikTok trying to find people who can who will address things, So, but like your example with The Rock, I feel like is a little. How would you say, defamatory? A little like exaggerative?
Well, I think you know what I'm doing with The Rock. I think I've seen your videos. You're not stupid. I think you know exactly what I'm doing with The Rock. I'm demonstrating that when we make claims about a nondescript God, when we make that argument, that could be anything. You could insert your God. I can insert my God. I can insert the Tooth Fairy. Those types of claims are useless to me.
Zeus.
Yeah, we could say it's Zeus.
So to a degree, you're definitely right. You're definitely right to a degree, and that's why I said arguing for the existence of God, generally speaking, is what is easier, right? To prove, quote, my Christian God is that God is more complicated.
Well, it's
That's what I was saying.
impossible.
I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I would agree it's more complicated.
Well, it's definitely more complicated. I think it's impossible, but to the point, I also don't think that you can prove that your God is more real than my God. I think my God is 100% as real as your God.
Okay. Well, then let me start with this then. So, I believe that my God created DNA. All right. I think that I can provide evidence that whoever created DNA was not a rock, and therefore I do think my God would be more plausible than that rock. Or Doug.
How do you know that Doug didn't? How do you know that Doug didn't do it?
Or Mother Gaia.
Well, based on my experience with rocks, they have no life, right? They're typically, they sit along the beach or the ground. I don't think they take any actions, right? Especially any type of molecular technology like DNA.
Have you ever seen your God take action?
So not if you're talking about the creation event. No, I did not observe that.
Okay, so you're placing a burden on my God that you wouldn't accept on your God.
So the qualifiers I gave is one like being alive, right? I don't think the rock is alive. So
Well,
I at least
is your God
believe
alive?
God is alive. I believe he is, right? And so that would certainly be more reasonable than thinking the rock did
Well,
it.
I believe that Doug is alive. What does it mean to be alive?
I mean, I guess I don't have any resources in front of me. I can't give you a definition, but if I was going to put it in my own words, in context of this conversation, I'd say like, has some type of energy that can take actions, right? That can do things, right? A rock, I don't think can create anything.
And
right?
what
But if
evidence do you
something
have?
was, it could.
And what evidence do you have that your God has energy or anything like that?
So, when a carpenter is going to build something, he typically uses wood, right? A stonemason is going to use rock. I think that everything is made of energy in the sense that it's made of atoms. I would appeal to where the scripture says that God is light. To me, it would just sort of follow that whatever created the world would be creating from the essence of his own self, whatever he is. So if he's energy, that's the material, right, to create with.
But there's no atoms in light.
Yeah, atoms photons are technically not. Wait. Couldn't light a light atom?
Photons are not atoms.
Photons are not atoms.
Because
Okay.
atoms all have mass. So if you remember your periodic table of elements, we categorize the atoms based on their mass, which is a ratio of their protons to electrons, and so on and so forth. That's how we get the atomic mass and we get our individual elements. Photons are massless. They're not atomic.
Yeah, so I really think what I was trying to communicate is in response to when you asked me, how would God like be energy, right? And so that's when I said I'm appealing to light. Light is at least energy. Maybe it's not atoms. When I talked about atoms, I'm more saying that matter, right? All matter is made of atoms, and that is also energy.
Matter is, yeah, but I also think there's a little bit of a misnomer when we talk about energy. And, I've been saying this for a long time, and so is Dr. Blitz, but when we talk about energy is not like a thing. Like you can't like poke and touch energy. Energy is a measure of change within in any form of matter, right? So when we talk about energy, yeah, we're just talking about the measured rate of change from one moment to another. But there's no such thing as like energy doesn't literally exist. It's not a thing, if that makes sense.
Sure.
It's an attribute.
Yeah, sure. No, that's fine.
Energy is an
right.
attribute of matter.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Totally. And that makes good sense. It's very well said. Again, all I'm trying to say is that Doug, being a rock, he may like contain energy in the sense he's made of atoms, but I wouldn't say he's like a living being that could create things.
Why not?
And the idea of God, if God did exist, he would be a living being who could create things. That's really the only first difference I'm trying to make.
Why is your God living and mine not?
Well, because, from what I know, you showed him on screen, he's a rock. And based on my experience with rocks, they're not living things that can create.
But mine's not an ordinary rock. Mine's a God, which means he's alive and he can create, just like the thing you believe in.
So in this sense, honestly, I wouldn't even mind if we didn't call it God. I wouldn't even care. All I'm trying to say is that if God created, or if something created, that would take a being that's living, right? That contains some form of energy, and then that can take action.
But Mike, you're assuming that Doug's not alive, and he is alive. He performed miracles tonight and Friday.
So, I don't really think you believe that rock is alive.
I don't know.
Really believe it.
I don't know why I'm being chastised for my own religion.
Come on, man. You don't believe that rock is alive.
The persecution is endless. And this is what the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures warned us about. We knew we would be persecuted.
Listen, it's hard to take you seriously right now.
I'm trying to figure out why you think your God is alive, but mine's not. Because your God, we can't find him. He doesn't answer prayer. He doesn't make novel predictions. Nothing about this deity. We can't know that any of the morals in the Bible came from him, because every time we read those morals, the people who claim that they came from God want to reject them. So like all the evidence for your specific God keeps falling apart. What evidence do you have that Doug's not God?
So listen, I don't agree that it's falling apart. I just feel like we're making a comparison that's, I mean, it may be valid in one sense, but it's still facetious, right?
It's not.
I talked about DNA, right? So it'd be like walking into the middle of the woods and you found anything that contained information, even something like entertainment, like a painting or something. We could conclude that something living created it, but we wouldn't
So God
conclude
has
that,
DNA?
that something that's not alive didn't.
But Mike, I keep telling you that Doug is alive. I don't know why you keep rejecting the truth.
No, you keep saying that he's alive, right?
Okay,
You keep claiming that he's alive, but what
you
evidence
keep
can you
claiming
present that the rock is alive?
and you keep claiming that your God is alive, and you can't present evidence for that claim either. I'm using the same standard of evidence that you're using.
Literally missing the point.
I 100% can present evidence that God would be alive.
No, I want to
that
know
is
the
not a
evidence that
problem.
your God is alive. Because if your
I
evidence
can
that
totally
your
do that.
God isn't the living God, then your evidence is only as good as my evidence.
Okay, so that's not true. That doesn't follow. That's a non sequitur. Again, you're comparing this to a rock.
To a God.
All right, listen.
The
What
rock of
evidence can
ages. The rock of your salvation.
All right, I hear you. Okay. What evidence can you present that Doug is alive?
Well, he did a miracle earlier today and on Friday, and everybody in here witnessed it. How many? Let's do it again.
What was
Put a
that?
1 in the chat if you saw the miracles that he was performed. And on Friday or Friday night, Kayla,
It was Friday
a
night.
friend of ours, had surgery and prayed to Doug for a successful surgery, and it went swimmingly. She's feeling great now.
But I love how he completely bulldozed over my question about God having DNA.
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't think that's a fair characterization, and if it is
I
based
mean,
on my
you
behavior,
said
I'm
that your
sorry
God
for that.
needs to be
Well,
flesh or whatever.
please let me finish. Please let me finish. I'm actually apologizing. I definitely didn't mean to bulldoze past anything. What was that?
Does your God have DNA?
He might. I don't know.
Is Jesus God?
Not in the sense that Trinitarians say no.
Oh, wait, you're not a Trinitarian, are you?
No.
Oh, I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. I totally forgot. I assumed. So, are you a modalist?
No.
What's your model?
No. So I essentially believe that in the scriptures, the Father is God.
Okay, but so
That's
Jesus is
God.
just the Messiah. He's not God.
I wouldn't say he's just the Messiah. I also think that he was one born of a virgin. I think he was resurrected from the dead. It says he was exalted to a high role in heaven. In all these ways, I think he's divine. You could say he's deity. That's fair. But to say he's God is there's a whole lot of semantics and stuff going on in there.
Actually, I trust me. I agree with you. So, what do we do with John 1:1 when it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God"? Is that a metaphor?
That's a great question. So when you look at these words for God in Greek, they had many different words. One is theon and the other is theos. And Dan McClellan actually has a great video on this. What the better reading would be, and the word was deity.
That is a
They're
plausible
actually two
reading.
different-
I know that's a plausible
Yeah.
reading. Yeah. Well, it's the
Yeah,
same
so-
reason why sorry to interrupt you. The same reason why where there's a third option, which is that in the beginning the Word was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was a God, which is how the Mormons interpret it, which is grammatically that's acceptable.
Yeah, it would be, and yeah, I agree. You know, it's honestly a little fishy to me in general that Matthew, Mark, and Luke all come in with Jesus being born of a woman, and then John just comes in that he's always existed. That's like that story's not even in there.
Listen, you and I are not disagreeing on this. In fact, when I was a Christian and I was deconstructing, I had serious problems with the Trinity. It doesn't make logical sense. It breaks the first law of logic. It's kind of an absurd theory. But you know, it doesn't need so on this point, you and I don't need to have a debate. I think we actually agree.
Yeah, that's fine. IP right now, Inspiring Philosophy is, man, him and I are going back and forth, dude. It's been rough.
Well, that's because he's dishonest. He doesn't actually respond to the good points that you make. When you make a video and you make really good points in the video, he just cuts all that nonsense out, and then he responds to like the easier items that he thinks he can get like a win on. So then you have to keep going back and reiterating all the things that you said prior that he wouldn't respond to, and it ends with an endless chain of responses because he just thinks that eventually he'll make enough videos that you give up. But don't give in to it. Don't let him cut your material out. Just keep making response videos. Make him give up.
Yeah, it's
Who are we
tough.
talking about?
I'm not going to disagree with I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Han.
No, Hanji. Who are we talking about?
Hanji.
Inspiring Philosophy. Mike's been having some back and forth with Inspiring Philosophy, and he's one of the less savory apologists on the app. I would prefer watching Mike's videos over Inspiring Philosophy videos. I've actually watched a lot of Mike's videos. He probably doesn't know it. Lone Wolf, thank you for the hats.
They are.
It's all yours. So, all right, yeah. So that's fair. Then we can move over that. That's cool. We have common ground on that. You know, actually, I'll throw in. So I also would say that I have deconstructed a lot. You know, I also don't think that I need to be able to answer necessarily every question to still say that I think there's good evidence that a God exists, though.
I know. His name was Doug.
Okay, all right. So you appeal to a miracle. I honestly, very much like you, would question many of the things attributed to God. To me, that's I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't say I know my God is right because, you know, I prayed for X or Y and then it happened. I wouldn't use that argument.
Well, Doug is prophesied in the Old Testament. I don't know if you knew this. Want me to read you the prophecies?
Well, I mean, I want to say yes because I'm always open to hear. But again, I feel like this is somewhat facetious because you don't actually believe the rock is alive.
I do. I just told you. I believe the rock is alive. It answers prayer, and that he fulfilled prophecies. In fact, I can apply the exact same hermeneutical principles that the New Testament applies to Jesus. I can apply the same principles to Doug, and he's fulfilled prophecies. So, for example, we find in Deuteronomy 32, the rock, his work is perfect, and all of his ways are just. That's Doug, obviously. The rock is God. 1 Samuel 2:2, there is no holy one like the Lord besides you, no rock like our God, because obviously God is a rock. 2 Samuel 22:32, for who is God but the Lord, and who is a rock except our God? Obviously, it's Doug. And then the last one, the Lord is my rock and my fortress, my deliverer. So clearly God is a rock, and his name is Doug. It's been revealed to me. I am the prophet of Doug. And if you don't like my exegesis of these passages, I can guarantee you're not going to like how the gospel authors exegete the Old Testament, because they do exactly what I just did.
Do you just want to give me an example of something that... Yeah, could you give me an example of that that's exactly the same?
Yeah,
because
for sure.
To me, when he says the rock, that's just like a... what would you call that? Like a
prophecy,
poetic language or something, symbolism. But
Well,
like it's a term.
Sure. So let me
The
ask you.
rock. You're not actually saying God is a rock. All right.
So let me ask you a question before we read more. What is a prophecy?
A prophecy can be a foretelling of events that will take place in the future. It can also be a forthtelling of what something will do given a certain set of circumstances.
Right.
Those are probably the most popular two.
Is a prophecy just random words on a page that happen to resemble something that happened later? Or does it actually have to have context? So, for example,
We have to have context.
I think you and I probably agree on this. I'm going to read you one passage before we read the prophecy that I want to read. This is Deuteronomy 20, and I think you and I are going to agree on this. In Deuteronomy 20, it says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it will serve you as forced labor. Now, clearly, that's not a prophecy, right? That's just instructions. That's the genre of the text, right? Oh, did we lose Mike?
I mean, I think I want to say yes. Like, you're basically saying, like, this is just something written for them at that time.
Yes.
Essentially, there's, like, not even prophecy going on here.
Yeah, it's just instructions. Like, so we know that there are different genres in the Bible. We know that a psalm is a genre. Instructions are a genre. Prophecy is a genre. And we can identify prophecy genre. We can identify song genre and so forth by looking at the context, by who's saying and what they're saying. And I don't think that's a difficult thing to get agreement on, but I like to do it before we start.
Okay. So, I mean, I really feel like I need to read the whole passage. I mean, just based on this, I think it doesn't seem unfair.
Sure.
When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace, surrenders to you, then all peace is assured before labor. Who is he talking to right now? What is it? You said this is in Deuteronomy?
Yeah, these are instructions to the Israelites in Deuteronomy, and it's part of the law code.
Okay, and this was what's the context of this? What are they about to go to war or something?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is ideally right before they enter into the promised land.
Okay.
And he's
All right,
giving
so
them
they're in the
instructions. Like, yeah. When you do go to war, this is how you should do it, right? So, like, we could see that giving instructions is different than giving prophecies.
Okay, I may regret it, but I'll just say yes. I think that's fair.
That's
for now.
fine. I know Mike doesn't trust me. He knows there's a trick up my sleeve. All right, Milcom, thank you for the $10 super chat. Milcom says, Doug's coming was foretold in Stairway to Heaven when it said to be the rock and not to the roll. Led Zeppelin to be praised. I agree. Praise Led Zeppelin, the holy prophets of Doug. Okay, so I only bring that up just to make sure that you and I agree that prophecy is an actual specific genre. You have to be making a claim about something that's testable, something that you can look for to see, did it come true? Did it actually happen? And so, for example, when we go to Hosea 11, get your opinion on it, it says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Now, would that be history, or would that be a prophecy?
I mean, honestly, it sounds like the latter.
How? Because it doesn't say anything about the future.
No, excuse me. Then I meant the former.
Oh, sorry.
It sounds like, or it does sound like history.
Yeah, it sounds like history. I agree. And every time I read this passage with somebody, they agree with me that this is not a prophecy. This is recounting the Exodus, which it does. When Israel was a child, remember in the book of Exodus, God says that Israel is my firstborn son and I am calling them out of Egypt. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. And then what they do, they rebelled against God. They built the golden calf and they worshipped idols. So this is just history. Lone Wolf, thank you for the hats. I really appreciate that. Now,
And so I take it, then I think it's what, the book of Matthew that says, out of Egypt I've called my son, that it might be fulfilled, something like that.
you found it, yeah. So the issue here is that when you're reading Hosea with clear eyes, it's clearly not a prophecy, but then you get to Matthew, and Matthew says this was to fulfill what was spoken through the Lord by the prophet, out of Egypt I've called my son, which makes me believe that Matthew is grasping at straws, because there are actual messianic prophecies in the prophets, but this is not one of them.
Okay, so let me propose something to you here. So this reminds me of Hebrews chapter 1. Sorry, you just got a big gift. I know you shot him out.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lone Wolf.
So Hebrews chapter 1 does something very similar, which is where they're just pulling from all over the place. And they're just, like basically making attributions to Jesus. Now, here's the thing. If we want to call the prior a prophecy in the sense in which you've described, yeah, I see how you could say that. That it, like, why is Matthew, why would he be saying this like this? That's, that doesn't seem like a great prophecy. It just sounds like some attributing.
It's not a prophecy at all, is it?
So no, it doesn't appear like it.
Right.
It's certainly at face value. I wouldn't say that. Now, however, what if this was one, common practice, and two, because it was common practice, it would not be abnormal to attribute some of these things to the Son, because there are many parallels. Now, I have a specific example to give you here, and then this will be my response. So I honestly think of the holy days, right? There are numerous holy days given to the Israelites, and they seem to be symbolic of different events that would take place, like the Passover, right? Like trumpets and the second coming. And so, but none of these feast days actually say that, right? None of them say that. So what I'm trying to profess is that, to me, I think that just may be common practice to pull the symmetries between them, to say that just like they were called out of Egypt is the same way that Jesus as the Messiah was called out of Egypt when he spent time there as a kid, is what I think that chapter was about. But do you see what I'm saying? That may not be abnormal, could be totally maybe don't bank your whole faith on it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's true because of this, right? But
well, it was common. So there was something that happened, and you can see it happening pretty clearly in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a practice called, we refer to it as like Pesharim, where we've got a number of Old Testament texts that are prophecies, and some of them not even prophecies. I think the book of Haggai is among them. That's a popular one from the Dead Sea Scrolls, where they basically go, like, the prophecies, a lot of them didn't come true. So what the people in Qumran did is they said, listen, it must mean something other than what the original author intended. 40, thank you so much for the sage. I appreciate that. And JMR, thank you for the corgi. I appreciate that too. So these people are going through the prophecies and they're saying, listen, they must mean something else. So then if you read the Pesharim from the Dead Sea Scrolls, they're like, well, this word actually means this, and this word actually means this. And they reinterpret the entire prophecy just by changing the meanings of all these words. And their use of the Old Testament is very similar to what we find in the Gospels. So by the time we get to the Gospel authors, there is a strain within Messianic Judaism that was saying, listen, we have to reinterpret all of these texts because they obviously can't mean what they originally said, because what they originally said just didn't come true. And so the gospel authors are participating in this particular practice of creating a pesher on the Old Testament by reinterpreting what the words actually mean. But I don't think that's a valid way of interpreting the scriptures, because if you read the other pesherim from the Dead Sea Scrolls and whatnot, all of their reinterpreted prophecies fail as well. So if we're going to say that it's okay to take a prophecy or take a text and just reinterpret it away from its original context, away from its original meaning, I don't think we would accept that with anything else. Like if I did it with the Quran, would you accept that as a valid interpretation of the Quran? Or would you say, well, obviously the author of this text didn't intend it to be used like that?
So, I mean, honestly, in one sense, I want to say, yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. In another sense, I'm not so sure it's, out of that big of a deal. Like, I mean, to some degree, these things are up to interpretation. Like, could we really say the original author definitely did not perceive their writing as prophetic in any ways? Like, I'm not sure if that's always fair.
But when you say that now the text doesn't mean what it means originally, like we can ignore the context, we can ignore the genre, and we can just apply a layer of subjective meaning to it and just say we got it from God. If we do that, then we get a various array of interpretations. And I know that it's possible because I've done it. I've got a whole list of prophecies that if we ignore the context and we ignore the original intention of the author, I fulfilled every one of them. So, for example, Isaiah 65:9 says, I will bring forth descendants. If I'm practicing the same level of exegesis as the New Testament, I can just say, that is about me. I brought forth descendants. What stops me from doing that if I'm allowed to ignore the context and the intention of the authorship?
No, I see what you're saying. To better communicate this to me, though, I need to know what you think are messianic examples. So you said that there are examples of messianic prophecies that he didn't fulfill. Can I see some of those? I feel like that would help me understand what you're saying here.
Yeah, there's a bunch, actually. Let's go to Ezekiel 37, because we haven't done that one in a little bit. But Ezekiel 37 is one of the most famous of them, as well as Jeremiah 33, Jeremiah 23, Isaiah chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 11, Micah chapter 4. But this is what it says in Ezekiel 37. So it says, my servant David will be king over them, and they will have one shepherd. Because this has happened because God's restoring the people to their land again. I should have started there. It says, say to them, thus saith the Lord God, I will take the people of Israel from the nations among which they have gone, and I will gather them from every quarter and bring them to their own land. I will make them one nation in the land. On the mountains of Israel, one king shall be king over them all, and never again shall they be two nations, and never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. So on and so forth. And then the Messiah comes in right here in verse 24. Says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. And they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. And they and their children and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. Now, if that happened, if Jesus came and he became the king over Israel, and all the scattered people of the Jewish nation came back to their homeland, and Jesus was king over all of them, I would be more than happy to say, holy shit, that guy was the Messiah.
So this was a perfect example. So, dude, I agree with you. I don't think he fulfilled this. I think this is also a part of the reason why the Jews rejected him, is because they were expecting a king over Israel.
Right.
So I agree with that. I think this is actually speaking of the 1,000-year reign.
Right.
Okay,
And
I thought this, when he like purifies the whole world. That's what I thought this is talking about.
right, but if that's the case, then it's incumbent on the Christian interpreter to find something in the Old Testament that talks about two different comings, and there's nothing in that. Every messianic prophecy that's clearly about the Messiah just says he's going to come, he's going to do a thing, and then that's that. It doesn't say anything about coming, leaving, and coming back again. And even like Zechariah 9:9 is a really good one, because this is quoted in Matthew 21. And Zechariah 9:9 is wild that like people don't talk more about it, but it says, rejoice greatly. This is when he rides the donkey. So rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariots from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. And he will command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. And so this is another very clear passage that definitely messianic. And the New Testament even recognizes it as messianic. But Jesus didn't do the thing. It says he's going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim, the war horse from Jerusalem. This is about world peace. And so the Christian has to say, well, he didn't fulfill it, but he will fulfill it later. But if all of these messianic prophecies boil down to he'll do it later, then I'm not inclined to believe he's the Messiah until he actually does it.
So, a part of me totally hears your skepticism, actually. I don't think you're according to logic, unreasonable here. I guess in my mind, what he wanted to accomplish as the Messiah, I don't think they fully understood. I think they saw these things and that's what they wanted, someone to free them from the tyranny of Rome, right? But what his actual intention was to do was to try and teach them how to actually keep the law. I think that was his biggest thing. When I read what Jesus wanted them to do, it was to live righteously and stop being self-righteous and all their traditions of men and all the other things they had done. And I think a lot of that was potentially lost while they were in captivity. There's numerous factors could play. So I thought that was the greater idea of him being the Messiah. He was just trying to restore people to God as we're here on earth, to live right. Obviously redemption, that's related more to the priesthood. But the last thing I'd want to say is that I wouldn't say Christians have to say that, oh, well, this will just be fulfilled later. To me, that's just what it must be, because that's what the text is sort of implying. Like, I would say it's implying like the whole world peace, like you said, not just the peace of Israel, right? That's what the disciples didn't even understand. They're like, will you at this time restore the nation of Israel? Is what they said to him. And he was like, no, like you do not get it, right? So
right.
those are my comments.
I understand what you're saying. The problem is I don't see anything in the Old Testament that would lead me to believe that the Messiah is going to come and then like die for someone's sins and then come back thousands of years later. And even the New Testament seems to be under the impression that he's going to be actually rescuing people. So this is Luke. This is when Zechariah talks about both John and Jesus, but this part is about Jesus. And he says, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has looked favorably upon his people and has redeemed them. He has raised up a mighty Savior for us in the house of his child David, as he spoke through the mouths of the holy prophets of old, that we would be saved from our enemies, from the hands of all who hate us." So this was what the prophets said, and this is what they expected, and this is what even the New Testament said would happen, but none of it happened.
So, number one, I just want to say I think you made another great point there. So I actually don't hold to the human unalive sacrifice model of atonement. I don't think. Yeah, dude, the Torah doesn't legislate human unaliving anywhere.
It says no man can die for another man's sins.
So all these statements need to be understood in the context of, one, the priesthood, and then two, later when, their whole system was broken at the time of Christ anyways. So I just wanted to point that out. I actually don't see that in the text. That's like, to me, that's a very actually Protestant idea that they sort of revised based on what they had inherited from Orthodoxy and Catholics. But so, okay, that said, why can't we see prophecy in light of how Paul described it in Romans? So that's what this also made me think of. So Paul says that when God promised Abraham that all nations of the earth would be blessed through his seed, this was fulfilled in Christ. And what was that? What did Paul say is that? What is that blessing? It's that, in fact, God, the Messiah, would be a king over the whole world, that the gospel was for the Gentiles too, right? He's not a God of only the Jews. That was another thing they didn't get. They had some false sense of nationalism, right? I don't see why that can't be a fulfillment of prophecy. And again, we can just shelve all these other ones as saying that's what will be done later. And so that would be the middle ground, is what I'm trying to say. You're like, I don't see any places where he would come and then not fulfill these things and somehow be the Messiah. Well, I'm saying, well, again, he fulfilled these other things which point to these. Do you see what I'm trying to say? I don't feel like I'm doing the best job.
No, you're doing a good job. I think and I know the argument that you're making, so you're doing fine. But I think the problem we have with that is that in the Old Testament, it says over and over again that it's the nation of Israel that is going to be vindicated, and because of their vindication, they're going to be a light to the nations. And it says, for example, in Zechariah chapter 8, at the very end of the verse, it talks about what we would consider the promise of Zion and the Messianic age. And it says, if we go down to verse 22, many people, strong nations shall come to seek the Lord of hosts in Jerusalem and to entreat the favor of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in those days 10 men from every nation of every language will take hold of a Jew, grasping at his garment, saying, let us go with you. for we have heard that God is with you. And this is echoed again elsewhere in the prophets. So we find the same thing if we go to Isaiah 2 and Isaiah 11 and Micah chapter 4. It talks about the shoot that comes out from the stump of Jesse. Most people would say this must be the Messianic king. It's part of the Davidic line. And then, but look what it says about this guy. It says, with righteousness he will judge for the poor and decide equity for the oppressed of the earth. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. With the breath of his lips he will unalive all of the wicked. And then it talks about how he's going to bring world peace. The wolf will lie down with the lamb. The leopard will lie down with the kid, the calf, and so on and so forth. And it says, they will not hurt or destroy on my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of the Lord. So it seems to be that all of this stuff, all the people coming to know God when the Messiah comes, is coinciding with this world peace. It all happens at once.
Okay, I see your argument. I don't think I have a great response to it. I think I'd have to think about it more. In my understanding, I guess I just haven't felt that tension. I've never considered that. To me, I just, again, would attribute these things to the 1,000-year reign. I myself also feel like I have hope for them. I hope for a world that's actually ruled justly and, for all these things to take place. And again, I'm not Jewish, right? So to me, it's like when I think of the Messiah, I think of the fact I now know of this because he brought the gospel to the world. That's what God wanted. Everybody to believe for a kingdom here on earth that would be, right, in heaven later on. So, I'd have to think about that more, for sure.
Sure. And then I would also highlight maybe Isaiah 2. Isaiah 2 is actually directly copied into Micah 4, so we don't have to read Micah 4. But it says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's house will be established as the highest of the mountains and shall be raised above the hills, and all the nations shall stream to it. Many peoples will come and say, let us go up to the mountain of the house of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion will go forth instructions, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He will judge between the nations and will arbitrate for many people. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. And nation shall not lift up sword against nation anymore, neither shall they learn war anymore. But so you're saying that this is like probably the second coming, you might call it, or the end of days. But the problem we have is this is always, when this is described, it's always described as people coming to know Yahweh through the nation of Israel and then seeking him out in Jerusalem where his actual temple is, which is what it says in Isaiah 55. It says the foreigners will actually come and join the covenant of Israel and will give offerings and sacrifices in the temple with them.
Yeah. So, I've these are passages that I would attribute to the 1,000-year reign. There are other passages, which I'm sure you're aware of, about the new heavenly Jerusalem that would essentially be the capital city of the whole earth. And so, all of this is pointing towards a future time where we believe that the whole world would be redeemed. And this would also include the fact that Revelation is also misunderstood. Much of it, people would still be surviving, and there would still be Gentile nations, and he would rule as a king. So I also want to throw this in here that, listen, this is also the reason why I think that there's unnecessary support for Israel by American Christians. Because they don't know that these are talking about the 1,000-year reign. They see these things and think they have to stand with this nation in the Middle East, no matter what. And I don't want to sort of feel sketched out sometimes about this, but I don't see how these things make sense this way either. So it would have to be the 1,000-year reign. And I don't see much problem with that. And beyond that, I don't have a better answer at this point.
That's fair. But the problem I have is if there was a clear messianic prediction that was made in the Old Testament that Jesus did fulfill, then I might be inclined to think, well, maybe he'll fulfill the other ones later. But I can't find anything that he actually fulfilled. So for me, I can't make that leap to say, well, he fulfilled some of them and he'll do the rest later, because I don't know of any ones that he did fulfill.
But wait a second. What about the one in Romans that I talked about, right? The idea that God wanted to bring righteousness, righteous living. He wanted to bring the Gentiles into the same faith of God. That's the whole idea, that God chose to reveal himself to the Israelites, and they essentially had rejected him anyways, but then it would come to the whole world. Like, to me, that makes sense, because if he is the creator of the whole world, well, then what's this deal with this one people group, right?
Can you find me that prophecy, though?
So it's got to be early in Genesis. I want to say maybe between chapters 9 and 11. God promised Abraham that not only his seed would be blessed, but that he would bless the whole world through his seed.
Should be Genesis 12, right?
Yeah, it's right around there.
Yeah, Genesis 12 and 15 are passages that include the call of Abraham. And it says, at that time, the Canaanites were in the land, and the Lord appeared to Abraham and said, to your offspring I will give this land. So he built there an altar to the Lord who appeared to him. And from there he moved to the hill, and so on and so forth. And I know the one you're talking about where he says all the nations in the world will be blessed. But the question I have is, how is it that we would interpret them being blessed through a Messiah being executed, as opposed to what the prophets tell us? Because the prophets tell us that the nations of the world are going to be blessed through the vindication of the nation of Israel.
So I wouldn't deny that. I just think that both could be true. Again, the Israel written about in Scripture classically misunderstood things, and you can see that. Well, for example, the only thing they wanted the Messiah to do, that they were looking for, would be that he would free them from the tyranny of whatever government they would be under, which at that time it was Rome. I'm sure the people captive at Babylon felt the same way.
But that's what the prophets said would happen. That's why they were expecting it. But there's no prophecy saying that the Messiah is going to come and execute and then disappear for thousands of years. Right? So, like, I can find the prophecies. I can definitely find the prophecies that says the Messiah is going to rescue them. I can't find any prophecies that say anything to the contrary.
Well, again, know that my position's not denying that to be the Messiah, you would have to, one, rule the world, which would include Israel, restore the world. I'm not denying that. But what I am saying is that it could still be true that the Messiah also had other purposes. And the main one of those, which they did not understand, which was to restore them for righteous living, okay? To get them away from the self-righteousness and the clear misunderstandings of the law, of their own traditions, okay? That I think that was the main thing. That's what he wanted. He wanted to show them how to actually keep the law.
I mean, are you under the impression that Jesus did away with the law, or that he thinks the law should continue?
I'm under I would say that it's still intact.
Okay, so the law is still intact. I really like that answer. Before we move on, Taco Joe, thank you for the $10 super chat. Taco Joe says, Justin, I apologize for bringing this up during a live stream, but your moderator, Milcom, is ruining the YouTube chat again by banning and timing out for never. Listen, Milcom, I'm not really paying attention to the YouTube commenters, but Milcom, whatever is happening over there, you don't have to listen, unless people are saying things that are going to get me banned from YouTube. You don't have to mute them or ban them. If they want to shout at me and call me names and put Bible verses in the chat, I don't really care. It's not a big deal to me. The goal of having the moderators is to make sure that I don't get banned from going live. That's the goal here. But everyone has a voice. If people hate me and they want to shout at me in the comments, let them do it. I don't mind. So the problem that I have is if there was a secret mission for the Messiah that the Jews just missed, I still need to find the scriptural support for that in the Old Testament somewhere, and I can't find it.
Well, I just gave you one. I wish I had more for you. I should, but I don't.
Sure. That's fair enough. That's a fair answer, and we appreciate that. But
Well, that's good then. For now, maybe I can take an exit there, and maybe I can come back next time with more. That would be the extent of what I'd say. I'd say that there are others that where the Messiah would essentially be just wanting to restore people to right standing with God, how to live, how to treat each other, right? Love your neighbor and love God. That's the whole of the
Right.
law, right? I felt like that was the main goal at that point in time.
And let me help you out. I want to put a feather in your cap for when you're discussing with other people on these topics, especially according to the law. Because according to Jeremiah, when the Messiah comes, the law's not going anywhere. And so you are in agreement with what the Messiah is said is going to be done. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety, and this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. And then these are the important 2 verses. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence, to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So if when the Messiah comes, the Levitical priests are going to be reestablished in the temple making offerings and sacrifices, I'm not inclined to believe that the law of Moses is going to disappear somewhere. That seems pretty off to me.
Yep, I'm in total agreement with you on that. Yep, I'm what they call a, quote, Torah observant Christian.
I love it. I love it. Listen, Mike, I had a great time talking to you. Come back soon, okay?
All right, sounds good. We'll see.
All right, cheers. Let's get some big dubs for Mike. Mike, I think, is trying to take the data and interpret the data, and I like that. Now, if you've watched a lot of Mike's videos, I've watched a lot of Mike's videos because he's actually got some really interesting stuff. But Mike, I think, is just looking for the truth, and we can appreciate that. Even if at the end of the day he winds up somewhere we're not, at least he's asking the right questions, where a lot of Christians are just doing somersaults trying to justify not thinking critically. Josh, welcome in.
And also, I had to mute the spammer for 5 minutes in chat because he thinks that you are like siding with Jesus. You don't give a shit about Jesus. You don't give a shit about Yahweh or the Abrahamic belief system. So I don't know why he's going all batshit crazy in chat when you clearly make your stance known numerous times. It's honestly embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows that I worship Doug, the Rock of Ages. Welcome in, Josh. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18?
I am. I'm 22.
Fantastic. And are you a believer?
I am. Yes, I'm a Christian.
Oh, fantastic. So what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is not imaginary?
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, I have my own beliefs. I think the Bible is, very much based on belief. But I assume you're looking for real world evidence. Is that correct?
I mean, it's up to you. I think evidence is anything that raises the probability of something. So whatever raises the probability for you is something that is worth talking about. Thank you guys for the hand hearts.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about Noah's Ark in Turkey. I'm sure you've heard about this. I kind of want to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, I believe what the geologists say. When the geologist says that it's just a limonite rock formation, and there are many in the area, I'm inclined to believe it.
Okay, I mean, have you really looked into it though? Like the whole documentary they did in the 80s, and like they found petrified wood.
They didn't.
The samples.
That's a lie. So I've already read the Ron Wyatt reports. I read them way back in the 90s. So there's no petrified wood there. There's no iron rivets. There's no ribs from the subterranean ultrasounds. None of that's real. It's been investigated by proper geologists. They didn't find they didn't find any of those things.
Okay, if you know, I mean, where those claims came from then?
From Ron Wyatt.
Okay, but like, just lies or what? what prompted him to make those claims?
No, I think it's just confirmation bias. So Ron Wyatt was a guy in the late 70s, early 80s who was a nurse. He was an esthetician.
Oh, thank you, China, for the baby dragon.
We love a good dragon around here. But he wasn't an archaeologist. He went over to the Middle East, and he was just basically looking for anything that would confirm anything from the Bible. And he found all kinds of stuff and just claimed it's confirmed. But he didn't actually provide any evidence, no actual archaeological reports. Nothing he ever found was published in an archaeological journal, and he never verified any of his research. So some of the nonsense claims, like he found the blood of Jesus, I literally watched the video way back in the day and also recently of when he collected that sample. He collected the sample of this red rock with his bare hands while sneezing and coughing over top of it. And then later claims that when they tested it, they found, I think, 22 or 23 chromosomes. Well, you're never going to guess. Your skin cells have 22 chromosomes. And if you cough on it, you've got an extra chromosome. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm more so focused on the arc here. So, okay, what do you think about like it being the exact, length and width? And I mean, it looks like a boat. I mean, I guess my question is, if it came out that it is like, the official arc, would you consider that evidence?
I think it would be interesting. Give me 1 second. Yes, it's me. Thank you for the $10 super chat on YouTube. I see the super chat. Big W for yes, it's me. I appreciate that. Yeah, so
saying F Hanji, honey. So does half of the people on this platform. Get in line, sweetie. You're no one special.
Jose, we don't do that around here. I know you're a supporter of the channel, but you can't just disrespect Hanji in my live. We're going to have to mute you. I don't know why you do that around here. That's ridiculous. Okay, so, Josh, there is a mission right now with the Turkish government to actually excavate this thing. It has already been investigated by proper geologists, and they said there's nothing there. I suspect that's going to be the case when the Turkish government excavates it as well. That being said, what evidence would we need to find there that would verify that it's actually a boat?
Well, I mean, I would go back to like the petrified, wood and kind of the open rooms that have been.
But there wasn't any.
Well, from, I guess, I will do more research after this live, but, from what I saw, it kind of was confirmed. But you're saying, I mean, do you have, the names of the expert geologists that claimed it was false, or where is that source coming from?
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's also a really popular article that was originally published way back in like 1994, 92, 95. Let me see if the date's in here. 1996. There was an article that was originally. What's that?
What was the name of the article? I'm gonna look it up real quick.
I'll put it on the screen for you. Although I don't know if the text is going to be readable because it's going to be really small. The name of the article is Bogus Noah's Ark from Turkey Exposed as Common Geological Structure. And this is on the California State University website as we speak, because it was originally published by a member of their faculty at the University of California. And it gives a brief summary of the survey that they took of all of the data. It's not long. It's only a couple pages. You can read through it in like one sitting on the pot if you're, if you got time. And then their references as well are in the bottom of the article. And there have been other excavations or, geological surveys. So the government of Turkey itself actually sent geologists to investigate it before Ron Wyatt supposedly found it. And they claimed, just like this article, that it was just a limonite rock structure. There's no wood. There's no evidence that it was anything like a boat. So I know that like it's cool that it's really big. And if you look at it from a satellite, it looks like it's roughly boat shaped. But if you actually look at the satellites, there's a number of different rock formations in the area that look just like it.
Yeah, but
just different
none are
sizes.
the exact length and width of
But it's
what
not.
the Bible talks about.
It's roughly an estimate of that size, because a cubit is anywhere between like 16 and 19 feet, or the 12 and 16, I forget. But it's a variable measure, right? So a cubit's not a precise measure. So to say that it's the exact measurement as what we find in the Bible, that's only if you take the smallest cubit and then calculate the size, and then the biggest cubit and calculate the size, and say, well, it's somewhere in the middle. But that depends on what. It depends on what part of the boat you're measuring from too. Like, so I've looked at the measurements, and there's a number of people that have taken measurements of this particular structure, and it didn't fit the measurements of Noah.
I mean, okay, I guess what would you need to see out of this in order to believe?
Believe what?
That it's to believe that it's Noah's Ark? Because I mean, I can't confirm for sure that it is.
Well, first of all, nothing would convince me that it's Noah's Ark. If this turned out to be a boat, I'd be more inclined to believe the Akkadian narrative, where somebody gets on a boat and is rescued, as opposed to the Noah narrative. The Akkadian narrative is much more believable than the biblical narrative. The idea that two members of every kind of animal got onto a boat, and then 7 kinds of every clean animal got onto a boat, and that the kangaroos hopped all the way from Australia to get here, and somehow the penguins from Alaska and the Antarctics somehow made it all the way to the ancient Near East, even though they couldn't have survived in that climate. None of this narrative makes sense to me.
I mean, so you don't believe that if, let's say, it's the exact measurements, which I think it is, and then Mount Ararat, where the Bible says the boat landed, is kind of in the geographical region that Turkey is. I mean, like, all these factors wouldn't convince you, even if they found petrified wood and open rooms in the boat, you wouldn't think that's Noah's Ark.
No, I would believe that it's a boat. I certainly wouldn't believe that it's Noah's boat. That's a very specific boat. In fact, it's much more likely that if there was an ancient boat that was atop Mount Ararat, that it gave rise to the various legends that we read about today. But that doesn't mean that the various legends are an accurate telling of how that boat got there. But that being said, there are multiple tellings of that story. So I can pick one of them. Like, I don't have to pick the biblical telling. I could pick the Babylonian telling. I could pick the Sumerian telling. I could pick the Akkadian, or even the Greek one by Berosus. There's lots of tellings of the narrative that have better details than the Bible. If it's true that the biblical edition of the narrative is accurate, then there's a million things that you cannot account for. What were the lions eating the entire year that they were on the ark?
I mean, 40 days, 40 nights. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the time thereafter?
374 days.
On the ark? Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Bible explicitly states that, and I don't think it has to. So what you're saying,
it does.
You don't believe it. You believe the Noah's Ark story is just a legend.
It is, but it does say that they were on the ark for 370 odd days. Let me find it for you.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. It rained for 40 days, 40 nights. But yeah, they were on. Yeah, you're correct.
Right, exactly. It rained theoretically for 40 days and 40 nights, but they were aboard the ark for over 370.
Do you believe that the earth had a great flood at one point?
No, I don't think there's any evidence for a global flood. We do have evidence of regional floods, especially in the area of the Euphrates. In the area of the Euphrates River, we have evidence that both the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea had a flood between the two of them, and that the Persian Gulf at one point probably had a collapse, and there was a flood along the great rivers that could have went all the way up to the Black Sea at one point. So there's definitely evidence, geologically speaking, that there could have been a catastrophic flood in the region, but certainly not that the entire world was covered.
Do you believe in like Pangea? What's kind of your stance with how the Earth was created?
You mean the formation of the mass of the Earth? Like, yeah, I think Pangea and plate.
Like, you believe the Big Bang, Pangea? Like, what is that to you?
Well, the Big Bang and Pangea are not related. So Pangea is an explanation of the plate tectonics.
Okay.
Right. So
you do believe in Pangea?
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, Pangea, as far as we can tell, is easily explained through plate tectonics and the movement of the continents, which we can tell how far the continents are not moving per year. Like we know that they're moving, and we know what direction they're moving in, which means we know which direction they came from.
What about the creation of the universe? What do you believe there?
Well, I think the universe is eternal. I don't think that it was created. So, like the matter, space, and time that we have in the universe, I think is always been there.
Okay.
And there's really good reasons to believe that. For example, we can do a logical syllogism. So, premise number one: something can't come from nothing, right?
Sure.
Sure. Premise number two: something exists, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, well, then our conclusion obviously is that there was never nothing.
Well, I mean, from a Christian perspective, it's, God existed and then created but from your perspective, you're saying that it always existed in some regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no reason to believe otherwise. Like, what evidence do we have that there was ever nothing?
That what was ever nothing?
Yeah, I mean, what evidence is there to suggest that the universe was once not present, that there was just absolute nothingness?
Well, I would argue God is that evidence.
Well, you'd have to prove God exists first, and you certainly can't do that.
Well, yeah. Well, that's kind of why I brought up the ark, and again, that's not my beliefs. But
sure.
I will look into these articles that you brought up, and I'd love to get back in touch with you. And I mean, I guess we'll see when the Turkish government comes out and see what they say.
They're not. They're too prideful. They're making too much money off of that shit.
Well, that's the other thing is the Turkish government, they have every incentive to view this favorably as a tourist attraction, but I think they're going to be honest with it. I really do. Because I don't think they want to be made laughing stocks.
All right. Well, it was good chatting with you.
All right. Cheers. Good to hear from you, Josh.
You as well, Josh. Be well. Oh, he was kind. Good
Yeah,
kid.
I thought so. Yeah, for sure. All right, we're gonna get another guest in the box, guys. It's 10:39 already. Time flies when you're having fun. I think we've had actually some decent conversations with a few individuals here. So praise Doug for that.
I hate having, muting matches. Well, except for that one, but other than that, it's nice compared to what we went through on Friday.
I agree. Yeah, welcome in, Nan. Nan?
Yeah. Are you here? Yeah is a term for grandmother in Greek.
I think Nan.
Greek word of the day.
I think they fell asleep. All right, we'll get the next one in.
Okay.
We'll get the next one in. Pig Slob. I mean, I got to be honest. I got to take it just for the name Pig Slob. It's a good name.
So, I mean, are we casting pearls to swine?
It seems that way. That's the thing. Yep, that's what's happening. Yeah, which, by the way, I just want to clarify, in case anyone was wondering. So, Doug is a lover of bacon and funny hats. If you're a convert to Dougism, you can have as much bacon as you want, and we applaud any funny hat wearing within the congregation.
Okay, so Doug ain't gonna like me because I cannot eat pork products. It actually makes me sick.
It sounds like you're cursed by Doug.
Oh, well, he's gonna have to suck these toes with honey and get over it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing,
Yes.
Sebastian?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing great, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, thank you for asking. Sebastian, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am 18, in fact.
Oh.
And I was born in 2006, January 10th, just in case, just to verify that I'm not just making it up on the spot.
I believe you. Are you a believer?
Yes, I am. I actually used to be an atheist, but now I'm a Christian, so that's why I kind of thought it was a bit interesting.
Awesome. Well, I'm not an atheist. I believe in Doug, the rock of our salvation. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why your specific God is real?
Yeah, sure. And I'm a Christian, just to clarify that, so you kind of have an idea, like what theology we're dealing with here and what philosophical arguments I perhaps will make. I kind of think the Kalam cosmological argument is interesting. I know you're just going to appeal to, because I mean, I'm like, this is what I would kind of like to talk about. I think infinity would kind of be impossible. I heard you say before, you believe the universe is infinite.
Well, first of all, I do believe that the universe is infinite, and I've already heard your argument. It's not a good one. The argument is that if the past is eternal, we never could have got to the present, but that's not a good argument because all time is relative.
I mean, that's not really it. That's not really it. I mean,
but it's also true that Doug is a necessary precondition for all intelligibility.
I mean,
so
I'm not going to.
I mean, the Kalam only demonstrates
the
that
transcendental argument.
The Kalam only demonstrates that. Doug demonstrates that he is the creator of all things.
I mean, I'm not going to use the transcendental argument if that's what you're kind of hinting at here.
No, no, I don't think you're trying to use tag. No.
No, I mean, it just sounded like when you said like that Doug is a necessary precondition for existence, whatever you said, it kind of sounded like
I know that's
argument.
I'm just making a joke. Yeah, I know that's typically the half-baked tag argument.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't necessarily think the tag, especially when it's made by most people, is not really. They don't know enough about philosophy to make that argument effectively either. So I kind of agree with your critique of the tag there. But,
do you know William Lane Craig?
I mean, of course I do. I mean, he's probably the biggest proponent of the Kalam cosmological argument.
William Lane Craig said there's no contradiction in having eternal time in the past and the future.
I mean, again, I don't take William Lane Craig's word as dogma. But I mean, I have seen him. I'm pretty sure I've seen this like state some of the paradoxes. I mean, did you know like about the critique from the second law of thermodynamics? Are you aware of that critique of infinite past?
I don't actually think he understands the second law of thermodynamics. I don't think he took it in school.
Okay, well do you know what like, the second law of thermodynamics is?
I didn't hear. Say it again.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics addresses heat loss within a system. It's basically, they refer to it as entropy, but what it really is heat loss. And so as an engineer, I understand a little bit about entropy.
Okay, amazing.
Okay,
yeah,
so entropy in the law of thermodynamics is not saying that things that are in a state of disorder can never find order. It's saying that something that is in a closed system and you have a certain amount of heat within that system, the heat travels in such a way that it will never get colder. The heat will dissipate, and the things that are lower in temperature will always rise to an equilibrium of temperature, never the inverse.
So just to clarify, the law, the second law of thermodynamics, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure doesn't it mean that something will naturally move towards entropy over time, and if the universe is truly infinite, how hasn't it reached entropy yet?
Well, you're confusing two things. When we use entropy in terms of thermodynamics, we're talking, one, about a closed system, and the universe is not a closed system. Number two, entropy is not a measure of disorder. Disorder in the second law of thermodynamics is literally referring to the individual molecules inside of any given substance. And in fact, I've got a graph just for this. Let me grab my graph that will explain the law of thermodynamics and entropy a little bit better. Here it is. Okay, so when we talk about entropy, we're talking about the amount of disarray in the individual molecules of a closed system, like a solid, like a piece of steel or a piece of wood, something, right? Now, as the item heats up, the molecular bonds begin to break. And then they start to experience what we would call disorder, because when things start to form crystalline molecular bonds, they usually take some sort of shape. When those bonds are broken because heat is introduced into the system, they become unbonded and they create a system that we would refer to as disorder. This, of course, is why you have a much better time cleaning with hot water than cold water, because when you introduce hot water into a system, it causes the individual molecules that it's touching to heat up and then break the mechanical bonds within the system. So when we're talking about entropy, we're not saying that things can't go from a disorderly state into an orderly state. We're literally saying that the mechanical bonds are going to move in a particular direction on the molecular level.
Okay, and what does that mean on a more of more of a meta level? Like, what does that mean on a more on not a kind of a quantum level? Like, what does that look like?
Doesn't mean
on a meta
anything
level?
on a quantum level, which is why the second law of thermodynamics will never help you with any argumentation for God, because it's completely unrelated to what you're trying to use it for.
Okay, but I'm just kind of, because I mean, I know it's kind of down at that molecular level, but how does this like look like at a meta level? Is like what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, you have to use the actual tools. So people who are engaging in thermodynamics actually have the appropriate tools to inspect the measure of disarray. So the guy who actually came up with this law of thermodynamics clearly explains it in his original work, what he means by disorder. He doesn't mean just regular disorder. I'm going to show you what you think disorder is. You think disorder is me shaking up this bottle full of things. That's disorder. But that's not what he says disorder is. Also, without any force of God, these will randomly sort themselves. But nevertheless, disorder, according to the second law of thermodynamics, has nothing to do with whether or not there's an orderly state of affairs. It's about whether or not the mechanical bonds on the molecular level are being made.
Okay, I mean, it's certainly something I look more into in general. I know you can't really go through the second law of thermodynamics in a short TikTok live, but I'm also kind of interested, like, what do you think caused the Big Bang? Because you agree that even granting an infinite universe, there is some causality when it comes to the Big Bang.
Yeah, so I'm a subscriber to the Big Crunch or the elastic universe theory, and this fits the model of inflation, and it fits a number of other cosmological models that says that the universe is always in a state of either expansion or contraction. And so one day our universe will stop expanding, and we know that to be true because the rate of acceleration as we know it already is slowing down. The acceleration of the expansion is getting less and less. And then one day, according to this theory, the gravity will start to pull things back in. And then things will come back in, and it'll be another very hot, very dense mass until it finds some sort of point of singularity where it's so unstable that it begins to expand again. And so in this particular model, the matter, space, time, everything in the universe it's just infinite. It's always been here, and it will always be here.
Okay, but doesn't the Big Crunch, because I'm familiar with the Big Crunch model, doesn't that suggest that the universe, it will kind of, I'm not implode, but kind of in a sense implode? Isn't that in some sense what it's, because it's kind of,
yeah,
isn't that,
that's,
just to clarification?
That's literally what it says. Eventually the Earth is, or not the Earth, the cosmos is going to collapse back in on itself, and everything in the cosmos is going to be completely obliterated.
Yeah, but do you not... But the universe is not just expanding; it's accelerating. In fact, how's that kind of based on that? How can you pragmatically suggest that if they implode? I don't get how that would. Be any
I literally just told you according to the current measures in physics and science, the rate of the acceleration is decreasing. It's getting less, which means eventually it won't be accelerating. And the theory is that eventually the acceleration is going to reverse, and it will begin accelerating in the other direction.
Is the universe deaccelerating?
The universe is not deaccelerating. It's accelerating less and less each year. That's like 1 year I'm accelerating at 5 meters per second. And then the next year I'm accelerating at 4 meters per second, so on and so forth. The acceleration is decreasing by year.
I mean, to my knowledge, at least, that the universe is still increasing in speed in its expansion.
I don't think you understand what acceleration is. acceleration is an increase in speed. What I'm saying is
I know.
the rate
Yeah,
of
I know.
acceleration is slowing down.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I'm saying I'm not really convinced of that. As far as I'm seeing, that rate of acceleration is increasing. That's
Well, I mean, you're more than welcome to talk to Dr. Blitz or any of the other science people that work with cosmology here on the app. In fact, just recently, I saw Dr. Blitz talking about this particular fact. So if you've got a problem with mainstream cosmology and science, I guess that's something you'll have to talk to a cosmologist about.
I mean, I don't know if it's mainstream though. As far to my knowledge, at least, again, I may be wrong here. It isn't really a mainstream accepted model.
I mean, Dr. Blitz is quite literally the guy that's doing the mathematical modeling for a lot of the people that are doing these physics in cosmology. Like, he's the math guy that they contract to do it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, again, I'm not doubting that some people within the community of physicists hold to it. But I'm saying I don't really view it as far to my knowledge, at least. Again, I may be wrong here, but I don't really know if it's a mainstream accepted model here. I don't really know if that's the case. To my knowledge, at least, it isn't.
Well, what evidence do you have to the contrary? I mean, all I can tell you is what I've been told and what I've read. I mean, if you find contrary information, congratulations. Maybe the science community is divided on this particular topic. But we're still just arguing like you don't like my particular model of the cosmology. But my particular model of cosmology is accepted by cosmologists. So if you've got a problem with it, then, I mean, you have to talk to the cosmologist. It's not my model. I didn't invent it.
No, I know you didn't. I was just kind of, I thought it was interesting because, again, to my knowledge, the universe is still accelerating at a faster pace all the time.
It's accelerating, but the acceleration is not gaining. It's not getting more acceleration each year. It's getting less acceleration.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but to my knowledge, it was still getting more acceleration each year. But again, perhaps I may be wrong about this. Perhaps I may have outdated information on this. Yeah, I mean, I certainly think it is an interesting model. Don't you? So do you like agree that time came into existence at the Big Bang, or like do you believe time's always existed? It was just kind of got.
Well, I believe that it's always existed, but I would implore you to read this article, which is how is the universe accelerating if the expansion rate is dropping? This is going to touch on the same topic that I just told you. There's a bunch of articles on this topic. Like, I didn't make it up. I'm not the science guy. I'm just telling you what other people are saying in the community. So the rate of acceleration is dropping. Now, I believe from a logical standpoint, we can say that time has always existed. I have no reason to believe that time once didn't exist. I think there's a good logical syllogism, and you like philosophy, so maybe you'll like my syllogism. Actually, it's not even mine. I borrowed it and modified it from somebody else. You want to go over it?
Sure. Yeah, please go ahead.
Fantastic. So the first one is premise number one is that any act of creation is a change of states.
Yeah.
If there's moderators in the chat, it's time to just block Jose. Jose, you're not just going to come in here and drop F Hanji and spam my chat. I'm sorry, I don't usually address the chat, but guys, we don't do that here. This is not the place. You can't just come in here and continuously spam F people in my chat. So premise number one.
Some type of way because my viewpoints on what's going on, being pro Palestine and him being pro Israel, that just
get him out of here.
Colors.
Just get him out of here. I don't care. We're not going to do this tonight. So premise number one: any act of creation is a change of states. Yes or no?
That any act of creation is a change of state.
Yeah.
Is that just? I mean, yeah, I would probably agree with that premise. Yes. Just
easy. Cool. All right. So then premise number two is that a change of states has a before and an after. Has a before state and an after state.
It does, because that implies there's something that changes. So yes.
You can't have a change of states if there's no before state and after state. Okay. So premise number three is anything that has a before and an after is in time.
Hold on, Sebastian, darling. Tiger, you are blocked, and this is going to be for chat in general. We do not do political talk in the chat.
I mean,
That's why you were muted for 5 minutes. It was just a short mute, but don't spam Trump 2024. It's not going to get you nowhere.
yeah, I mean, I don't mind political stuff in the chat, but you can't spam the chat. If you think Trump is the savior, you're welcome to have your false Trump idol, but you can't spam the chat. That being said, premise number 3, I think we just did, right? Anything that has a before and an after state is in time.
Anything that has a before and after state is in time. As like a general rule, I would say yes. I'm not going to say it indefinitely, though.
I mean, can you have a before when that's not an actual sliver of time?
No. Okay. Can please state premise 2 again?
Premise number 2 is a change of states has a before and an after. Thank you, Kamari, for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Yeah. So you accept premise number 2. So premise number 3, that anything that has a before and an after is obviously in time.
Yeah, I mean, I would broadly agree with that, yes.
Fantastic. Okay, so then the preliminary conclusion then, there's 2 conclusions, but the prelim conclusion is that time must exist for any act of creation.
For any act of creation, time must exist. But I mean, using the word creation doesn't that kind of imply that that there was a mind behind it?
No, you're way off base. Just stick to the premises before you get off base. Premise number 1 is that any act of creation is a change of states. You agreed. Premise number 2 is that any change of states has a before state and an after state. You agreed. Premise number 3 is that anything that is before and after is obviously within time. You agreed. So then the preliminary conclusion, premise number 4, is that time must exist for any act of creation.
For any act of creation. Again, I'll say broadly, I agree with this. I'm not going to make an indefinite yes, because again, I can see hypothetical situations where this isn't the case.
It's just logically true.
I would say as a general rule, yes, but I'm saying I can see hypothetical situations where this isn't true.
Name one.
Yeah, sure. For example, that there is an infinite being like a god.
No, you can't posit God to make things go away. That's not how that works. This is a logical syllogism, not a fantasy. So if you're going to posit that there is a situation in which these laws of time don't work, they need to actually be testable and falsifiable. You can't just insert your God. This is not a God of the gaps argument. So premise number 3 is that anything that has a before and an after is in time. You agreed. So the preliminary conclusion would be that any act of creation, time must exist for. And if that's true, then conclusion 5 obviously follows, which is that time itself couldn't have been created, because time has to exist for any act of creation. So time itself must be eternal.
Again, I'm saying, do you not agree that hypothetically, if an all-powerful God exists, it could be the case that time came into existence?
But what proof do you have that God exists? Because I just gave you a logical syllogism that if the logic holds true, then time is eternal.
Do you not agree hypothetically? Again, I'm asking hypothetically. I'm not making an indefinite statement. Do you not agree hypothetically, if an all-powerful God exists, that God would be able to create time?
No, I don't. Because it would be logically absurd. If that God exists, he exists in time, because time cannot be created. And your God, I know, cannot do logically absurd things.
Define what you mean logically absurd. Do you mean logically impossible?
Yeah, your God can't do logically impossible things, because if I ask you a series of things that are logically impossible, you're going to tell me that your God can't do it, or that it's a logically absurd question. So, like, if I ask you something silly, can your God make atheism true while still existing? Can you do it?
I mean, no.
Because it's
obviously not.
Because it's logically absurd. That's right.
Yeah.
Can your God create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it?
Yeah, they're classic. No, of course not. Yeah.
Exactly. They're logically absurd.
Exactly.
Okay. So in order to posit your God still needs to operate within your world of logic, right? And according to the logical syllogism that we just did, your God is bound to do things within time, which means he didn't create time.
By the third premise, I said I broadly agree with it. I was not making an indefinite agreement with it. I do not see how you could posit that something. Do you agree that again, like some people do, like Richard Dawkins believes that there was a time, but the time did not exist. Do you agree with that? That it could be possible there was a time when time did not exist?
I think you're confusing Stephen Hawking with Richard Dawkins. Stephen Hawking was the one that posited earlier in his career that asking if time came into being during the Big Bang was true, and he seemed to think that it was, but later...
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes, Stephen Hawking, sorry, yeah, I mixed them together, I was just thinking atheist, yeah.
Later in his career, he flip-flopped on that, because he said, listen, it doesn't make sense that time would just not exist at all. What he said is at the point of singularity, it makes more sense that there would have been some sort of an infinite regress of time, but time might not have actually behaved in the way that we know that it behaves today because of the singularity. But he was operating on a mathematical model of the universe, purely mathematical model of the universe. His conclusions disagree with a lot of the physicists that are more into quantum theory and things like that. But I don't think that Stephen Hawking's ended his career believing that. I think he ended his career, as I've seen from his own statements, that he believed that time itself would have existed eternally in the past.
Okay, so do you believe that time is an actual thing, or it's just something we observe?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, because science teaches that there's a space-time continuum, that they're a web, that they're intricately linked, and if that's the case, then time must exist. Now, in order to get around that, we would have to somehow debunk Einstein and the theory of relativity. And I just don't think anyone's prepared to do that yet. Now, if it does get overturned one day, if they overturn his particular theory on relativity, then yeah, maybe we make a case that says that maybe time doesn't exist at all. Maybe it's a figment of our imagination. But I don't think we're there yet.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm kind of interested, like how do you handle there's like a bunch of paradoxes, like Zeno's paradox, and there's also what was the other paradox for infinity called?
What paradox?
I mean, that's Zeno's paradox. Is the Greek philosopher. I think he lived in 400 BC.
I mean, I don't know if you know this, but this is not a philosophy class. I took philosophy like 15 years ago. So, I mean, some of these things you're just going to have to spell out for us. I majored in engineering and religion, so...
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, again, if you're here to have an actual debate, I'm not. I'm just kind of interested in what you believe, honestly. Like, I'm kind of interested. I want to try to.
Wait, you said you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Do you believe in objective morals?
Objective morals, yes, I do. Yeah.
Do you believe that every command God ever gave was objectively good?
I believe there's certain commands, which again Jesus affirms this in the New Testament. They were for the time being, they were adjusted for fallen peoples who did a bunch of immoral things. They were adjusted for that. But I believe they're always steps towards good, and then in the new covenant, the fully good commands they were given. That's my position.
Okay, so when God gave the commands, He didn't say to follow these commands forever.
Yeah, follow these commands forever. What are you specifically referring to?
These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. Deuteronomy 11:1. You shall love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep His charge, His decrees, His ordinances, and His commands always. And there's about a dozen other passages. Yeah, there's a dozen other passages where God says to follow these commands forever. So, so these commands are not temporary.
He was telling that to the Israelites.
It doesn't matter who He's telling it to. Well, it does. It doesn't, but we're going to get there in a second. The first question is, were these temporary commands? And according to Deuteronomy, they were not. They were not temporary commands.
I disagree with that.
Can you show me one passage in the Old Testament where it says that these laws are temporary and going to be replaced?
I can tell you a passage where Jesus says...
Oh, I don't care what Jesus said, because He was a blasphemer and a liar. I want you to show me in the Old Testament...
A blasphemer and a liar.
I want you to show me in the Old Testament where it says that.
have to show that. You're doing an internal critique on my religion, so you have to incorporate entire my religion.
I don't. My internal critique is that the
yes,
New
absolutely.
Testament and the Old Testament disagree with each other. So I don't interpret the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament for the same reason that you don't interpret the New Testament through the lens of the Book of Mormon, because they don't agree with each other.
Yeah, but you're doing an internal critique on me here. That's what you're
Yes,
doing.
and my critique is that your New Testament
Exactly. You have to incorporate my whole world.
Sebastian, listen to my words. My internal critique of your religion is that your New Testament is a contradiction of the Old Testament. And I don't believe that the New Testament writers read the Old Testament, nor did they understand it. So I'm not inclined to interpret the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament until you can provide me a reason why I should. And it says in Deuteronomy 4, give heed to the statutes and ordinances that I am teaching you to observe, so that you may live to enter and occupy the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, is giving you. You must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord God, which I am giving you charge. He says over and over again in the Old Testament not to stop doing these things.
Yeah, he told the Israelites not to change the law, correct, but God has the authority to change the law.
You can't demonstrate that Jesus is God. See, you're trying to say that God can contradict himself, but now,
an internal critique of me.
but
If you
Sebastian, I
have to
don't.
incorporate my world.
I have to mute you because you won't let me speak. I don't know why this is so hard for you. So I don't believe that the New Testament authors could read the Old Testament. The New Testament authors disagree. Now, you believe that Jesus is God, but all that means to me is that God lied and God contradicted himself. If God told the Israelites to follow this law forever, to never fail to do this law, and then he came later and said, stop doing it, that makes God a liar. So you're not fixing the problem by saying that Jesus is God. And you've also hitched the most burdensome stone to your neck as possible, which is demonstrating that Jesus is God, which you'll never be able to do.
Again, the problem you're facing is you're doing an internal critique, and how to do an internal critique is you incorporate the person's worldview.
I did.
You accept the worldview, and then you...
I did incorporate it, and in your worldview, you've got a problem that the New Testament contradicts the Old Testament, and you keep running away from that point.
Just listen to me. I believe Christ has the authority to, because Christ is the law of Moses. That's what the New Testament teaches, which I believe in. Therefore, he has the authority to.
I don't care, though. You can't give me a reason why I should care what the New Testament says. Now, before we get there, I promise we'll talk about your bogus New Testament, but I'm not going to let you distract me from the laws of God. So, is every command of the law of God good?
Good. Not perfect, but better than before, yes, especially in the Old Testament.
Fantastic. Yeah. So I'm going to read you a command to God, and I want you to tell me if this was a good command or a bad command.
Please.
As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Do you think it was cool when God said you can do slaves?
I think it's good that he regulated slavery, which again...
What did he regulate?
If you read Exodus, for example, you see there are restrictions on slavery. Which is what God's doing, because they were doing slavery, which is a horrible immoral practice, and doing it and completely upending slavery at the time.
He didn't upend slavery. He said you can own them.
I'm saying if he did at the time, the Israelites would perhaps not follow God, and he wants them to
So
follow God.
Did they obey God's commands that he did give?
Again, so he regulated it.
Did they obey God's commands that he did give?
Yes, they did obey it.
They didn't. God punished them over and over again for disobeying the command. So God knew
why
it.
regulate slavery instead of just getting rid of it altogether? Like, why not just be like, hey, don't own people?
Yeah, you're also missing the point, Sebastian. When God doesn't want you to do something in the laws, he tells you don't do it. You can't find another law whatsoever in the laws of Moses where it seems like he's regulating something that he wants to later get rid of. Because every time he doesn't want you to do something, he just says, don't do it.
I'm pretty sure isn't Exodus that says that you can't kidnap people, you can't take them.
This isn't about kidnapping. This is about slavery. So Exodus 21:16 is about kidnapping your own fellow Hebrews and selling a free person as a slave. Exodus 21 also says you can beat your slave. Exodus 21 also says when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Do you think it was?
Can you tell me?
Do you think it was a good thing that you can sell your daughter as a slave?
Can you tell me exactly where?
Do you think it was a good thing?
Accounts for the Israelites?
Do you think it was a good thing that you could sell your daughter as a slave?
I don't think it was, because it was a temporary practice.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't a good thing.
Again,
So God gave
so
God gave objectively bad commands.
No, I'm saying it was a command that was better than what was before, which is what I said before.
What was before?
I mean, before, they leave children to like die in the desert, stuff like that.
Show me the evidence for that claim. I want a citation. Where can I find a citation from the Bible or from anything else in the ancient world?
Sure, yeah. I'll see if
that slavery is any different, because I know the ancient law codes. For example, Hammurabi Law Code 117. This says when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th he'll go out. 117 of the Hammurabi Law Code that came out during the time of Abraham says that these debt servants only need to serve for 3 years and they go free in the 4th year. Sounds like this is less progressive than Hammurabi.
Hammurabi, can you please tell me exactly what that refers to?
Hammurabi Law 117. He was a king over Babylon. Look at the law code for you. There you go. The person who is sold or given away for work for 3 years in the home of their purchaser or proprietor. In the 4th year, the person is to be set free. That's Hammurabi Law 117.
But if that's in Babylon, I mean, that's very different than where Israel is.
So, okay, so then show me a law from ancient Israel and the surrounding countries that were more harsh than this on temporary slaves.
I mean, yeah, the Canaanites in general were way more harsh in general. I mean,
citation needed. Show me an ancient Canaanite text that says their form of slavery was worse.
I mean, they talk about killing children, which is obviously.
Show me the text, Sebastian.
I mean, yeah, I don't remember exactly where in the Bible it is, but
no, show me a text from ancient Canaan that describes slavery, because I've read the ancient Canaanite texts, and none of them describe slavery any different than the biblical texts. Which is why I know you lied when you said that the laws of Moses were somehow more progressive than the nations around them. They weren't more progressive. They're just like them.
The thing is, do you not agree they were regulating the laws that were before?
No, I disagree completely. They give laws in the law codes of Moses that are roughly the same as all the nations around them, minus the purity laws and some of the food laws. Although Egypt had lots of food laws that were similar to the Israelites as well. They had a bunch of laws around animals that they thought were dirty and unclean and you shouldn't be eating. I don't think you've read any ancient literature. I think you're just repeating claims that you've heard. And he dropped that. The spirit was not with him. The spirit was not with him. That's what happens when you make claims. You repeat apology talking points, and you never actually bothered to research the talking points. You get called out on your BS.
That was painful.
That was painful. I was actually waiting for him to see if he could find something.
Couldn't find shit.
He definitely couldn't.
Mac.
Good to see you, Mac. Mac, did you mean to request up?
Mac attack, my snack attack.
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
No worries. I got you,
My
Mac.
bad.
I was just checking. Good to see you, Mac. We love Mac around here. I didn't know if she had something to say or not, but I wanted to give her a chance to say it.
Usually she brings up some good verses. That's why I thought that she had something to say. I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
Because it's rare that she requests.
It is rare. We got to talk to Mac this morning in our deconstruction session on the Discord.
I know. I was watching you guys. I was out and about, so I couldn't join the phone call, but it was nice.
It was a good conversation. Cartray, welcome in.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not Christian or anything. I'm agnostic, and I kind of need your help with something.
Well, let's do this because I think we've kind of ran out of our debaters for the night. I see a bunch of friendlies in the box right now. So maybe I've got like another 40 minutes till I have to go take my dog for a walk and get myself to bed because I've got to work in the morning, unfortunately. So let's do this. I'll switch over for the next 45 minutes and we can do some open discussion with the people here that are waiting, and we'll give them a chance to discuss things because we've talked about a lot of stuff tonight. And usually at the end of these lives, there's a lot of people that, they want to ask more questions.
Yeah.
Well, there's someone in the chat saying they're not a friendly called Nerd.
Yeah. I think I should drop down, right? It's okay for me to leave?
Yeah. If you need to leave, you can drop down.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Cheers. Good to see your card.
We'll get back to you another time. Mr. Skeptic wants to know about John 8:44.
John 8:44 is a good one. I'm glad you brought that up. John 8:44 is one of the first contradictions in the Bible that people tend to recognize, because like if you bothered to read the Old Testament, this as soon as you read this in the New Testament, you're like, wait a minute, that's not right. So, for example, John 8:44, you are from the father your devil, and you choose to do your father's desires. He was a red rummer from the beginning and does not stand in truth because there is no truth in him. And when he lies, he speaks according to his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. And other translations word it differently. They'll say that he is, that Satan was a liar and a red rummer from the very beginning. But that being the case, we've got a couple problems here because we find elsewhere in the scriptures, like if you believe that Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, and almost all Christians do, if you think those are about the fall of Satan, or you think that Jesus in the book of Luke, I think chapter 21, and in the book of Revelation, when he talks about the fall from heaven, is about Satan as well. If you believe all these things are true, that Satan was once like a decent angel and then he just fell, that is a direct contradiction of John 8:14, which seems to be suggesting that Satan was always a malevolent entity. So if Satan was always a malevolent entity, that means God purposely created this thing with no other function for him other than to be a malevolent entity, terrorizing humanity. Welcome in, Mr. Skeptic.
I hope that answered your question.
Kind of. And you speak Greek, which John was written in first in Greek.
Well, I used to be able to do Greek pretty well. I don't do it well anymore, but Hanji can do some Greek. I focused on the Semitic languages. I took a lot of Hebrew and also Akkadian, and I still retain quite a bit of my Hebrew vocabulary and grammar, but it's hard to remember on the fly. But honestly, I need to get better because like another year or two, I'm going to apply to a PhD program, and I need to have like a minimum of like 1,200 words.
You're asked to do it.
I'm getting there, I promise.
You're asked to fucking do it.
So anyways, I listened to Cosmic Skeptic or Alex O'Connor.
Yeah.
He recently had a discussion with, God, I can't remember the guy's name that he had a discussion with, but they were talking about like the notion of like a demiurge, or that like the Hebrew God. So backtracking, they use there's a lot of people that use this verse John 8:44 to like reinforce like the Marcionic tradition that like the Old Testament God isn't a good deity, like he's not an agent of good. And one of the other translations are like you are from the devil's, like it comes out to like you are from the father, the brother, like they throw the word brother in there, like
Right.
the father of, I forget how they word it. It's like you are from your father's brother, the devil.
Interesting.
Right, and it kind of like implies that like the old, they kind of use this verse to like support the tradition, basically, that the New Testament God or the Old Testament God isn't really a good God, and that like Jesus is like a good deity and Yahweh is actually like not a good deity at all. And I just find that like a very like interesting line of thought. And there's a lot of like early biblical tradition, especially in Greece, that considers God, Yahweh, not to be like a good deity. And
Yeah,
this is one of the
Yahweh's
verses
a
they use
dick.
for evidence.
Yeah, the Gnostic tradition is generally from the Alexandrian Greeks. So a lot of the Greeks that were still in Alexandria, Egypt, were really credited for this type of Gnostic thinking. So if you read like the Nag Hammadi texts and some of the other pseudepigraphical texts, you'll find a lot of this thinking. But to the point, though, also Jezebel Baby Daddy, thank you for the galaxy. I didn't see it when it came up,
Win Galaxy.
but I see it over here now in my queue. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. But that being said, the early church, even the early Christians, there were a number of them that they saw how terrible the God of the Old Testament was, and they really struggled to make sense of it. And so some of them would say, well, it was a different deity. And some of them would even say that, well, it was a different dispensation and like he's better now. That's not a good solution. And some of them even said, well, like he did it so that he could demonstrate that it's bad to be under the judgment of God and you can't live perfectly. And so you know, this is demonstrating that you need Jesus, and that's not a good solution either, because that's all kinds of problems. And then some of the early church, they said, well, it's metaphorical. It's not real anyways. It didn't actually happen. It's all a metaphor. And when you go to that type of interpretation, then you can start to, like, you can read the Old Testament and be like, okay, maybe this God's not a complete barbarian. But to your point, like the solution that you're working on with like the Gnostic view was a popular one, because the God of the Old Testament is an absolute prick. There's no way to reconcile if Jesus is God and the God of the Old Testament is Jesus. They can't be the same person. They cannot be the same person.
And you also had a
Agreed.
question in chat. I didn't want to lose it, so I'm literally holding on to chat right now. The question is there a synoptic John contradiction of the day of Jesus's crucifixion?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so if you read the crucifixion narratives, I actually have a spreadsheet of it. I wonder if I documented it on my spreadsheet. Give me a second. I don't even know what I called it at this point. The Passover week. Here we go.
You and my wife with your spreadsheets.
Dude,
she's an accountant, so she loves them.
It's an engineer thing. I can't help myself. All right, so let's see if I can scale some of this down and make it readable. I've got a timeline from the beginning of the week to the ending of the week with Bible verses and events. The first, though, is in the Gospel of John. Let's see. This is a timeline according to John and the Old Testament. And make sure I get the right row. Okay, so according to John, we start out on Nisan the 14th, and that's when there is a supper. And then that night, Jesus is arrested on Nisan the 14th. And then the very next day, he's taken to Pilate. And according to the Gospel of John, when he's taken before Pilate, he's still at trial during lunch hour, during noon. Says he was still at trial, even though the other Gospels said that he was hung on the cross at 9 a.m. That's kind of a problem. But the problem we get is that there's a reference in the other Gospels that says something about them having the day of preparation for the Passover still yet coming. And if that's the case, we've got a big problem, because Jesus, according to the Gospel of John, it seems like was actually arrested after the preparation, Nisan the 14th, the first day of unleavened bread, or the day of technically the there's like a pre-day of unleavened bread that they tacked on to the original, because the original undays of leavened bread actually started on the 15th, but there's some complications here on when nightfall shows up. That being said, the clear contradiction is whether he was crucified at 9 o'clock or if he was still at trial on noon. Let's see, this gospel here, this is timeline according to Matthew. Let's see. On Matthew, it says when he was arrested, it was already the days of unleavened bread. So you don't get that in John. In John, he's actually arrested the first day prior to the unleavened bread. In Matthew, he's not arrested until Nisan the 15th, the day of unleavened bread. So that they're not really sure if he was arrested and tried on the first day of the unleavened bread, or if it was the day of preparation before the day of unleavened bread. But it must be rectified that some people in the ancient world would actually get rid of the leaven a day early, but they wouldn't do it in Jerusalem or Judea. This was a tradition that was only followed outside of Palestine, which we can explain later. Josephus talks about it and a few other people. It was because it took, because Nisan the 14th and 15th changes when the new moon comes, when the moon changes. And you knew officially that day was that day because the Sanhedrin would look at the moon and they would make the official pronouncement. And it took time for that official pronouncement to make it to all the people. And so if you lived really far away from Judea and you didn't have time for the initial pronouncement to get to you for the new moon, they would practice one extra day. So the 7 days of unleavened bread were actually 8 days of unleavened bread. They started one day early just to make sure that they were following the days of unleavened bread without accidentally having leaven during the Passover. But none of that was ever practiced in Judea, which means there's just a straight contradiction between John and Matthew on the day that he was arrested and then subsequently, obviously, the day he was crucified.
It's almost like John's Greek and Matthew is Hebrew.
And that's the other problem with John.
Was written after Matthew. The other one that I found like amazing, because I've been like trying to read through the Bible again because it's been a while, is so like when you read the earlier Gospels, like Jesus has to actually like work to perform miracles. Like he has to pack mud into people's eyes to heal blindness. And then by like the time you read John, he's just like walking through town and just being near him heals you.
Oh yeah,
which I find fascinating.
It's a real big issue because so the development. So for example, hold on, I had this book laying down from earlier this morning. This is the Gospel Parallels in the NRSV, and this is like the standard issue. Like if you go to Bible college or seminary and you take a course in the Gospels, they're going to make you read the Gospels in parallel, and this is usually the book that they want you to get. That being said, what you'll notice is there's no Gospel of John. It's just a synoptics. And the reason is because John is so completely out of step with the other three Gospels that it's nearly impossible to figure out where John's timeline is coming from, like how he was getting these new additions to the stories. And then as well, John's theology, as you already pointed out, is way different than the other Gospels. In the Gospel of John, there is this clear idea that Jesus is God, and he's incorporating the Philo of Alexandria type thinking about the Logos. And so it's just this really strange gospel that doesn't really agree with the other Gospels. And like if you're reading Gospel of John in parallel with the other three Gospels, it makes it very difficult to be a Christian. In fact, when I was in seminary, I actually used this, and I went online and I purchased an older gospel parallel. I think it was by David Crockett. I remember, I forget. That might be a different parallel, but there is a parallel book that you can find. In fact, I got it on my shelf. Hold on.
Not to be confused with the guy at the Alamo, right?
Definitely not the same Crockett. I don't know if I know where I put it.
There it is.
Anyways, I don't know. I've got it somewhere. I'll have to bring it out. I'll let you know when I figure out where I hid the thing at. But there is a guy who did a gospel parallel that had all 4 gospels, and it is wild to see what they have to do with John in order to get it to work. And when you read the Gospel of John, the narratives that show up in the synoptic gospels and how John rearranges the material and changes some of the material, it's unbelievable. And so but to the point you're making, how familiar are you with healing?
I think not. So basically just like a cursory like reading. Like I know that in like it's either Matthew or Mark, like he literally packs mud into somebody's eyes to heal blindness. And then by the time you get to John, like there's a scene where he's literally just like walking through town and everyone who's in proximity to him just gets healed. But on that, I was listening to Christ for Jesus, Christ before Jesus guy. And I think that John was like heavily influenced by like Marcionic doctrine. Like, and it's like very clear once and they wouldn't have distinguished back then either. Like they would have just, like they wouldn't have been like, we're Marcionites, you know what I mean? Or any of these other church fathers. They just would have said that they were Christian.
Yeah,
but
I agree, like actually. So the Gospel of John is no way written by a Jew. There's no way. The Gospel of John over and over again demonizes the Jewish people. The Jews did this, the Jews did that. And you don't find that sort of hatred towards the Jews in the other Gospels. Not to that extent. The Gospel of John is saying terrible things about the Jewish people the whole way through. So there's no way it came from John. According to the Gospels, John would have been a Jew. He would have been a disciple. He would have been a Jew. So there's no way that John wrote the Gospel of John. But John does follow a lot of like mythology that we find in ancient Greece and Rome. And so like some of the healing narratives seem to follow what we find in the healing narratives from the Roman histories. And have you read about Asclepius?
Isn't that the guy that's like 1 for 1, like born of a virgin?
Not quite.
There's another guy around Jesus.
Serapis.
There you go. Born of a virgin, perform miracles, all this stuff.
So Asclepius.
I'm not up to date on my.
What's
I'm
right?
Not up to date.
So Asclepius was a deity of healing, and there were various temples dedicated to Asclepius. And during the time of Jesus, people would literally just go and just enter the temple and get healed. And some people even got healed passing by the temple. And we've got lots of what we might refer to as like relics from history, because the ancient people would go into these temples and then they would come back with votive offerings of like the body part that was healed. They would give these to the people that operated the temple and say, hey, listen, this is a gift for the temple because Asclepius healed my leg, and so on and so forth. And these are mammaries. Somebody gave mammaries to the temple because Asclepius healed their mammaries. And then
He also had a daughter that did the same thing. She followed her father's footsteps. That's why whenever it involved medical issues in ancient Greece, they would pray to Asclepius to guide their hand.
That's right. And we even have, here's some more offerings that were given to some of the temples. And there was a bunch of these temples around ancient Greece and Rome called Asclepii. So it wasn't just one. And so what we find is like just this really interesting like thing in the first century where healings and like these special miracle workings, like they were just built into the culture. So then when we see the Gospel of John, yeah.
Nikos has a point too. That's why we even name hospitals Asclepius.
That's
in
true.
certain islands.
Yeah. So when we read the Gospel of John, that really appears to be Greek in nature, It really appears to be anti-Jewish. It's just wild that in this gospel we find, I don't know, like these healing stories that seem to be very Greek in nature as well. And I think it's a very good, astute point that you're noticing here, that the Gospel of John is so much different than the others. And there's a good reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, people always ask me, like, do you believe in evolution? And I'm like, well, you believe in the evolution of Jesus through the gospel. You know what I mean? So
that's a good one.
What's the difference here? But
right.
Yeah, Hanji, a little bit of homework. If you could DM me what your translation of John 8:44 would be sometime, that would be amazing.
Yeah. I got you.
Because I don't speak Greek. You know what I mean? So I would like to see what somebody says that speaks both English and Greek today would say that translation is. You know what I mean? Justin, if you're getting your master's, you're lucky you know a Greek speaker pretty well. You know what I mean? But
well, I already have my master's. I need to get my PhD, but I'll be studying the Semitic languages for my PhD. It'll basically be Assyriology, so I'll be doing more Akkadian and Hebrew, and then also Ugaritic, which I'm starting to learn. I've kind of put it on the bookshelf. It's in the works. And then probably, obviously Aramaic as well. So those will be the areas, yeah.
And here I am going for my bachelor's in my mid-30s.
I believe in you. You're going to be fine.
I'm supposed to be writing a research paper right now on how corporate malfeasance is at the expense of the environment around us. So I got to get back to that, but it's been great, bro.
It was great to see you. Good to see you, Mr. Skeptic. Yeah, it's hard to reconcile. It's hard to reconcile some of the issues between John and the Synoptics, and I can see why so many of the parallel gospel harmony books just exclude John, because they're like, it doesn't fit. We can't make him fit.
I agree.
Alko, welcome in.
Hey, good evening, folks. Justin, I have a legit question for you for once, and it might have been you, but I'm not sure. I thought I heard that somewhere there's a verse in the Bible where God tells his followers to respect other gods. Is that true or not?
I'm unaware of it. Shoot, now I got to think about that.
It might have been one of the Apocrypha. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure, man. I thought I heard it somewhere.
Now I'm curious. It might be a paraphrase of some nature that got out of control. I can't think of a spot in the Bible where it says that. Everyone knows the famous speech that Paul gave on Mars Hill, where he talks about these other nameless gods that aren't real. But I can't think of a time where they said that you should respect other people's gods, because they seem to be indicating that all these other gods are false idols, and like half the stories in the Old Testament about the other gods are like how awesome our God is and how fake their gods are.
Gotcha. What was that thing you were talking about back there, though?
Which one?
I'm sorry, I forgot what you mentioned, but you said there was something about Matthew or something where they just simply mentioned other gods.
Oh, that's the speech on Mars Hill. Let me grab it for you.
Mars Hill, thank you.
It's in the book of Acts, and it's Acts 17. I will pull it up on the screen for you here. Yeah, it says, Paul stood in the midst of the Areopagus. I didn't say that. Areopagus? There we go. And said, Men of Athens, I see that you are very religious in all aspects. For while I was passing through and examining the objects of your worship, I also found an altar. Thinker, thank you so much for the shiny balloons. Good to see you, Thinker. There we go. I also found the altar with this inscription, to an unknown God. Therefore, what you worship in ignorance, Big W Thinker. Guys, make sure you're dropping Thinker a follow. She'll probably be live tonight, actually, after I get off. It says, you worship in ignorance. This I proclaim to you. The God who made the world and everything in it, since he is the Lord of heaven and earth, does not dwell in temples made by hands, nor is he served by human hands as though he needed anything, since he himself gives all people life and breathes and breath and all things, and he made blah blah blah. So Paul basically goes on this long diatribe about like these gods aren't really alive, but I worship the one true living God, right? And he even goes on and says, therefore, since we are the descendants of God, we ought not to think that the divine nature is like gold or silver or stone, an image formed by human skill and thought. So he seems to be, Paul at least, degrading the gods in this particular speech.
Yeah, that's Paul for you, because later on in the Bible, doesn't it say that the Abrahamic God defeated Hades?
Oh, yeah, it says that death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire in the book of Revelation. I think that was 21.
So see, there are other gods in the Bible, Christians. You didn't know that, did you? Surprise!
Let's see.
Oh, and
go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just looking for the passage where it says death and Hades were thrown into the lake. Was it 20 or 21? I always forget.
21. I'm childish. You guys should know this by now.
We don't mind at all. It was in 20, Revelation 20, and we want 13 and 14. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it, and death and Hades gave up the dead who were in them, and they were judged, each one of them, according to their deeds. Then death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire, and this is the second death, the lake of fire. So it seems to be that like this image of the underworld is eventually completely annihilated.
Very cool. Oh, and to the people chirping in the comments about that ex-police detective who became a Christian, he lied.
Gosh.
He said he was an atheist before becoming a detective and then converted. No, he was a Christian before he became a detective. So he's a big liar.
Yeah.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, we now have our Holy Trinity, Doug, Justin, and Hanji.
Praise Doug.
Yes.
Praises be.
Praise Doug, for he gathers no moss. He is a rolling stone.
Amen.
A mantle.
A mantle, yes.
A mantle.
A mantle, yes.
All right, everybody. Have a great night. Be well. Enjoyed the show.
Good to see you, Algo.
You
Good
too,
to see
Algo.
you.
Be well.
A mantle, indeed, actually.
I like that. A mantle.
That was someone said that earlier today. It probably was Algo. That's a good one. Welcome in, Ed.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good to see you again.
Going.
Hey, all hail Doug. Hey, I just want to let you know, Darth Dawkins and Pressup is all back there talking shit about y'all, but just let you know. He just booted me and blocked my account.
Listen,
He does that.
I don't know why, but I live rent-free in their heads. It's not just him.
Literally.
Vor talks about me constantly. Jason talks about
Vor
me
too,
constantly.
yep.
Darth
I
Dawkins.
remember visiting his live. Yeah, he was talking shit. Yep.
They hate me. I literally, I've never actually had a conversation with Darth Dawkins. He's too afraid to do one. I had one conversation with Vor a couple months ago, and I think we're on friendly terms now, although he still hates me. I've literally never talked to Jason. Jason's too afraid to show up here. But they spend all their lives talking about me, which is weird because I've never held a live where I just like ranted about one specific Christian creator. Like, why am I preoccupying their thoughts? What's happening over there?
I know. He was just talking about all the deconstructions and saying that all the deconstruction people are just saying, oh, my experience is this, when, that type of stuff. But the reason why he blocked me because I kept using his real name. I kept calling him Gary. And I kept using his real name, and he was so freaking pissed. He says, if you keep using my name, what you think that is my real name, then I'm going to block you.
It's his real name.
You can't come do that.
It is his real name. That's nothing new.
Yeah, it's
Gary.
Gary Maline, is that it?
Something like that.
Let me make sure I get it
Yeah.
right.
And I kept telling everybody in this that he was his real name is Gary. He was getting pissed, so he said, "Oh, I'm going to block you if you use that one more time."
It's
so sure
yeah.
enough, he just blocked me just now, just before I came into your life. It was fucking trip.
I'll put it on the screen. His real name is Gary Milne. Gary Milne. So he's new to TikTok, but he's been around the debate circles for a long time, actually. He used to debate on Discord a lot. He even has his own profile on the Discord fandom site. He's from here. His name is Gary Milne. He famously gets completely dumped on by Jack Angstrich. Jack owns him every time he talks to him. If you've never seen Jack talk to Dark, it's a great time. He also gets crushed by Pine Creek and I don't know everybody else he's ever talked to. But his real name, he used to go by Duncan Atheism, and he also went by a different name that's not listed here. He used to go by what was it? Evolution False. For a long time, he was EF Evolution False. But somehow Darth Dawkins caught on and he started using Darth Dawkins forever. But his real name is Gary Milne, which I don't know if it says that in here, but I assumed it would. But anyways, Darth is a well-known troll. He's not here for good faith discussions. He's here to abuse people that come into his live in order to feel superior about himself. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, he did that to like 4 guests when I just jumped into his live, and about 4 guests, they just come on, when they came on, and they'll get ready to explain themselves, and then he sits there and says, if you don't listen to me, then I'm going to drop you. And as soon as they go to say something, see, you're not listening to me, and shuts them off, drops them right there. It's like, really, dude? And it's just like that. But hey, Hanji,
yes.
All I have is PayPal, so I'm sorry I don't have the other stuff that to donate to you. But
That's okay.
If Justin
I don't do PayPal because it's too personal.
Oh, okay, yeah, 'cause that's the only thing I have. That's why I was able to give to Justin. But I hope that's 666 6.
If anything, just send it to him, and he'll send it to me.
Yeah,
he has multiple ways.
He can give you. Yeah, he can give you whatever he wants out of the 66 that I sent though.
Absolutely.
But I had to play the deja vu card. I had to play that on you. Sorry.
That was a good one. That was a good one, and I remember Ed.
I fulfilled the prophecy.
He did, absolutely did. So we see the power of Doug giving Ed prophecy, the power of Doug healing people, the power of Doug fulfilling prophecy from the Hebrew Scriptures. I don't know what more evidence the Christians need to convert to Dougism. I don't know.
Exactly.
They're lost.
Exactly.
In fact, it breaks my
100%.
heart, actually. It breaks my heart that they don't know the goodness and the love of Doug. We'll pray for them tonight.
That'll do. Alrighty, guys, I'll let you get somebody else up here. I don't want to take up your time. Love
Alright.
you guys. Keep up the deconstruction. Love it.
Same to you. Good to see you, Ed. Dubs for Ed. All right, let's grab Bin
It's
Love.
fine.
I thought, well, Bin Love, is Bin Love opposition or is he friendly?
I have no idea, but I love how Jose is starting to attack me in my comment section of my postings.
Just block him. Listen, if
I
Jose
was.
is going to be a pest, just block the guy. Bin Love, welcome in.
Hey, what's up?
Bin Love, I forget which side of the God debate are you on?
That rock is a phony. The real God is stony.
I'm sorry, I was inhaling a vape, but that shit was good.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I got stony.
You
Stony
worship
the
that.
rock.
You worship the stony god while you're at the burning bush.
Yeah, yep. You told me about your deity. It's not real.
Oh, you don't like Doug?
Nah, Stony is a real. Where's Stony at? Stony, can you come to the chat and tell these people? Somebody get Stony in here.
Well, I
Stony's
mean,
gonna come in the chat.
so Doug is not against other deities existing. In fact, Doug recognizes the fact that other deities like Zeus, and Serapis, Hecate, all of them. They all exist.
Stony is the one true God. That's what it says in Stone Book.
Oh, in the Stone Book it says that?
Yeah.
Listen, well, here's the deal. We only got like 8 minutes before I have to get offline and take my dog to lay some of her stones. But I'd love to have a your stone god versus my rock god sometime.
All right, got you, man.
And in fact, if we time it
Look,
properly,
Zeus is already in the chat. He says Zeus is here. Hey, King. Say agapo, my deity.
praise Zeus. Bin Love, if we time it properly, we can even have some burning bush revelation beforehand. We just can't do it while we're on the live.
Got you. Hey, you got to remember my name, though, because I was the one I had told you earlier I got on the live. I said my neighbor is the Hebrew Israelite. And y'all, I have to get him.
Oh, God.
So remember me.
That's right.
Yeah.
Remember me.
That's tough,
Lisa,
man.
thank you so much for the $20 on Cash
All right,
App.
man,
I
I appreciate
appreciate you.
All right,
I had to
cheers,
come up
love.
here and troll.
Cheers, love.
Be
Good to see you.
welcome.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, Angie.
It's getting late.
It is getting late. It is really getting late. All right, so we'll grab Michaela or Macha. I'm not going to pronounce this name. We're going to call
Mashiach.
It's May. It's just May. Welcome in, May.
Mikael.
Okay, I got you. Mikael, how you doing?
Not too bad. I was just flipping through TikTok here, and I saw your title, and I was taken by it. But I didn't understand where you were coming from because it's my first time being on your show. So I wanted to know what your title meant. Your God is imagery. Prove me wrong.
Oh, your God is imaginary. So my claim is that my God, Doug, is not imaginary. Okay. But your God specifically is. And I don't even know who your God is. I just know he's imaginary.
And so your whole show is about prove your God to Doug, pretty much.
Basically, yeah. Can you provide evidence that your God is real more than the evidence that I have for Doug? And I can assure you that the same amount of evidence that I have for Doug is the same amount of evidence that other people have for their deities.
All right. So why?
It's just fun.
I see that. How did you arrive here? How did you get to this place where I'm assuming you don't believe in there? Do you believe in a God? Period, or?
No, I did for a time period. I was a Christian for 20 years, and I went through Bible college and seminary. And for me, it was reading the Bible that led me away from Christianity. After I left Christianity, I still kind of believed in a God. I was a little bit agnostic, but I started getting into the sciences, which was fun for me. My background's in electrical engineering, and I kind of came to the conclusion that I don't know if science really does support a God hypothesis. It seems to me like they probably contradict, if anything. But I do know one thing, like if there is a God, he's certainly not the God of the Bible. That's something I'm sure of. But that doesn't mean there couldn't be a God. Whatever that God is, he just needs to not be logically absurd. Like, I can't believe that the God that created the earth is all good and perfectly loving, because he created the earth in a way in which it purposely executes innocent people every year through natural disasters. So if there's a God, he's got to be like deistic, where he just kind of kicked off things in the beginning of time and set things into motion, and then kind of walked away to just see what happens.
Okay. It's good to get an understanding, even before I made a comment or anything like that. I used to be a Christian myself, but I no longer a Christian too. And the reason for that is because I'm reading the Bible.
It's
when you
horrific.
Read the Bible, yes. When you read the Bible and you
ask this guy something.
Say again?
I have to ask you something because my brain is like very impulsive. I must guess your accent. Is it Barbados?
Jamaica, man. Big up yourself. You're close, though. You're close. Yeah, I come from Jamaica. So, like I said, growing up in the belief system, I realized that the belief system was not mine. It was handed down to me.
Right.
And I wanted to know exactly how I believe what I believe and why I believe what I believe. But as I read the Bible, I realize there's more to the scriptures than meets the eye.
Right.
Because what we were taught and how we were taught. For instance, if you tell people today that the creator is a killer Many wouldn't. Many would have a woo attitude. What do you say? Yes, he is.
Of babies. He executes babies routinely all the time.
Yes, he does.
He created his own adversary, the devil. There's no need for the devil to exist whatsoever. But according to the tradition, God created that dude. That's insane.
Yes, he does. I think the reality of who the creator is, I don't think people get it. You know, and I thought for me, like in my search and understanding of truth is to ask questions. You got to ask questions because I didn't just appear on this planet. You know, I didn't ask to be born. So I got to come from somewhere. Someone had to create the one who created me and go back as far as the first human being on the planet. So when you're looking for truth, you have to look at it from the perspective of history. You know,
Right.
like you say, science don't necessarily prove the creator and you know, but you have to look at it from the perspective of history. So when you go through history, where it is all started, if you know, and then you have to go back to, okay, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. All right. So now beyond the creation, you have no imagined thoughts.
But
Yes, go ahead.
that's the problem is I don't think that happened. I think all the matter, space, and time of the universe is eternal. I think it's always been there.
So it's safe to say you will think that the universe is God.
No, I don't think the universe is God. I think that there just is no God. I think matter, space, and time have always existed and it always will exist. And I think that it's logically coherent to think so, and it seems to be backed up by science. But when we go to like a God hypothesis, I can't find any evidence that would lead me to believe that there is a God. So, I mean, now if evidence comes later, if there is evidence that turns up, maybe I'll change my mind, but I haven't seen any.
All right. I definitely would like to talk to you again. I have to run because my brother's waiting for me. But I definitely want to come on your show. I'm going to like your page. I'm
For
definitely
sure.
going to come on your show. I'm going to talk to you about.
All right, let's do it. All right. Meka'al.
I like him.
Yeah, we like you. Thanks for coming through. We appreciate you, and I hope you have a great day.
Likewise.
All right, cheers. All right, guys, it is it's 2 till midnight. I gotta get to bed. Thank you so much for being here and all the likes and the taps and the shares and the gifts. We really love and appreciate you guys. You're absolutely awesome, and the comments off the hook. I try to read some of the comments when I can, and they're a great time. So thank you guys for being here. Also remember to follow my YouTube if you're not following my YouTube already, and to join the Discord. We had our first deconstruction session this morning in the Discord. It went so well we went for 4 hours. It was a ton of fun. We're going to be doing more of them in the future. So please copy the link in my link tree into your browser and join the Discord. Follow the YouTube. Make sure you're following Hanji, and then we'll see you again on Wednesday night.
Oh yeah, because it is Sunday, isn't it? These days are morphing together.
Have a great one, guys.
Bye.